Texas like we on the D. Brunson in the building, that's all that you need. 30 on the scoreboard, efficient and clean. Captain Clutch deliver, you know what that means. Cat in the paint, nowhere left to run. 12 boards, 18 points, game one done. Heart doesn't score, heart just takes the pain. 15 boards, 4 steals running through your veins. 50 years of heartbreak in this city's chest. Every broken season, we still wouldn't rest. San Antonio thought they had the throne. New York came to Texas. New York came home. Our house now. They left the door open. Can't swipe. New York, that chain can't be broken. Run shit, cat hard. They hold the floor. New York came to Texas. New York want more. The alien landed, but he landed wrong. 744 and he still wasn't strong. 6 turnovers when we bleeding on the floor. 21 shots and you knocked on the wrong door. Smoker try to swipe 3 for 13 done. Fast him in the lie, but Brunson still won. 5 fouls, 7 points. Fox lost the fight. Swiper, New York turn off your light. House now. They left the door open. Can't swipe. New York, that chain can't be broken. Run shit, cat heart. They hold the floor. New York came to Texas. New York want more. Madison Square held his breath for 50 years. Every exit wound dressed up his tears. Not this time, this ain't borrowed glory. New York earned this. This is our story. JB carries what this city needs. Cat and heart, they plant the seeds. San Antonio, we respect the game, but New York rose, and nothing's the same. Our house now, they left the door open. Can't swipe. New York, that chain can't be broken. Run shim, cat heart, they hold the floor. New York came to Texas. New York want more. New York, we don't stop. Our house now, top of the block. Our house now, they left the door open. Can't swipe. New York, that chain can't be broken. Run shim, cat heart, they hold the floor. New York came to Texas. New York want more. New York, we don't stop. Our house now, top of the block. Walking to Texas like we on the D. Brunson in the building, that's all that you need. 30 on the scoreboard, efficient and clean. Captain Clutch deliver, you know what that means. Cat in the paint, nowhere left to run. 12 boards, 18 points, game one done. Heart doesn't score, heart just takes the pain. 15 boards, 4 steals running through your veins. 50 years of heartbreak in this city's chest.
Thank you. Damn, I was on mute. Thank you, Jose Francis. I was on mute. So yeah, it's our house now, man. You already know what it is, man. It's our house now. And New York represents, stand up. I could rest now because I was on my heels. I was on eggs, man. I was on eggshells just standing there. And then when they went up like 29 points in the 4th game, oh my God. You should have seen my face. I had no smile until the end of the game, until we came back. I was nervous as hell. I was nervous. But then my boys pulled it out like they've been doing all year. Anyway, I got a good show for y'all tonight. I got my brother Tehuti, who will be in the building. Let me give him a call, let him know that the link is in the chat whenever he come through. The link is in the chat. And we're going to be talking about Kemet. We're going to be talking about Kemet. Hey, yo, Bond Dog, why did you delete the comment? All he said was, do you cry, Saul? Did you cry? That's all he was saying. And I wouldn't say I cried, but goddamn it, I had water in my eyes. You know, when I see Mikal Bridges being interviewed, and he was like, woo, crying. And then I seen Jalen Bronson with the towel over his head, and he was crying. Yeah, it damn sure brought tears to my eyes. I ain't gonna front. It brought tears to my eyes. And yeah, it was a good feeling. It was an awesome feeling, man. And so when I looked at it, I was looking at it, I seen Tracy Morgan. Tracy was even crying, like, God damn. I'm like, yo, y'all don't know how bad we needed this, man, how we wanted this. And Thursday is the parade. Thursday will be the parade in front of Gracie Mansion. You know? That's going to be right there in front of the mayor's spot. So that's going to be real good. Let me give Tehuti a call. For those of y'all who would like to come in before Tehuti hit the panel, come on in. Talk about some things. Talk about the comedics. You know? You got to turn on your camera, though. Got to turn on your camera if you want to come in. Don't be scared. Just be prepared. That's all. Just be prepared. Don't be scared.
Welcome to the voicemail.
All right, come on, Tehuti. Come on, man.
Okay, did you get my text?
No, but the link is in the chat. I probably got your text, but the link is in the chat and we live. The people can hear you.
Okay, good. The text said I'll be there in 10 minutes.
Okay, you'll be here in 10 minutes. Good. All right,
Okay,
cool.
thank you, brother.
All
I'll
right.
see you then.
All right. Okay, so as y'all can hear it, damn, Q Butter just called me, man. Q Butter just called me. He said, we're about to make history. I want to know what that's about. Shout out to Q Butter. Hey, yo, man, Brother Live, man. Brother Live and Brother Reggie was downtown. I'm proud of y'all brothers, man. Damn, and that's some sucker stuff that y'all be doing, too. That's some real sucker stuff that you and Reggie be doing, Brother Live. You don't call me. You don't say, yo, we downtown, we hanging out, we on this street, come down. Y'all don't call me and do none of that. But it's all good, man, because I had my own fun anyway, you know? So, yeah, that's crazy, man. That's crazy work what y'all two be doing, man. Anyway, y'all already know what it is. Let me show you. We got Tehuti coming up in the building. And Tehuti already know what it is. He know what this is. Yeah.
The HOK is the toughest environment. And you're at your own risk is the toughest environment. The HOK is the toughest environment. Yeah, stay strong, don't cry. It's the toughest environment. Yeah. No handouts here. You have to earn your respect. And when you do, you make they ass regret. They call it the toughest. And the title is earned from the British
the lessons we learn in a cool-blooded kingdom, a concrete cage. Muslim, Christian, Israelites, step on the stage. I dare you, I dare you, I dare you, I dare you. In a cool-blooded kingdom, sa.neter created. HOK, where you can't fake it. The HOK is where you fight back. No room for error, no window attack. It's a masterclass, how you handle the heat. Where the pedigree is written on the concrete streets. Toughest environment, yeah, we know the score. Locked in on debate and asking for more. The HOK is the toughest environment. Enter at your own risk, it's the toughest environment. HOK is the toughest environment. Stay strong, don't cry. It's the toughest environment. Yeah.
What's going on with my man 50 Grand Apostle, man? What's happening with you? I can't hear you.
Yeah, because I was muted, man. You know I do.
Yeah, what's going on with you, brother? You stop your boo-hooing and you're crying or what, man? What's up?
Man.
You know, Apostle, when you hit this link, you in the toughest environment, bro.
Man.
You are in the toughest environment.
You just ain't good color today.
You know it.
Damn
right, bro. I'm feeling good right now. You already know.
Yeah, you deserve it. You deserve it. Go ahead and enjoy.
What are you getting all that stuff ready for? Why are you getting ready to show your degrees and all of that, brother?
I'm not showing nothing, man. I'm just trying to get it together.
You know, Dr. Khalid taught me, right? One thing he taught me is most of that stuff is not worth the paper that it is written on, brother.
Who taught you that?
Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad, brother.
Yeah, that's because he ain't had no degree.
That's not true. See, you don't know what you're talking about now. Now you don't know what you're talking about. He had masters, he had degrees, all of that, bro. You got the wrong one now.
He was a thug, man.
Man, you sound crazy, man.
He was a thug, bro.
Yeah, he was a black power thug. That's the only thug he was. He was a black power thug. Yeah. And the reason why he would say it ain't worth the paper that it's written on, because he beat every intellectual you can come up with. He beat every PhD, every scholar you can name. He beat them. Who's that?
Family member.
Oh, okay. So he beat everybody that you could come up with. And you know one thing you need to do? Go check out the debate he had with this Christian pastor. It's on YouTube. Go check it out and how he beat him so bad.
Hey, the brother was tight, no question about it. But he's more of
what
I would call is
be careful.
He's more of an exception to the rule. Was he brilliant-minded? Yes, he was born that way. He had a gift. Are people gifted from birth? Yes, they are. Yes, they are. But this
hey, hold up for a minute, because I'm trying to see what Brother Lai is talking about. Brother Lai, what do you mean that the debate is it officially? Let me see what you're talking about. So the debate date is officially changed. What are you talking about, brother? What debate you talking about? What are you talking about? That's the date right there. It's the same date. Brother Lai?
Brother Lai looking for excuses, man. He's looking for a way out.
Hey, let me move on over to Reggie before Tehuti get up in here. Dr. Reggie, what's up, man? I heard y'all over there today beating up Jabari, man. What's going on with this, man?
I'm not beating him up. We were talking about the Apis Bowl.
Yeah, beating up Jabari.
No, we was doing
Hey, Reggie, listen to me, brother. You don't have to really explain. You could be like, yeah, all right, and You know, stand on it, Reggie. Stand on yours, brother.
No, I'm a watch the language.
Yeah, watch the language, but stand on it, man. I heard it. I was listening.
No,
You kept stopping it and rewinding it. Did he say that? Y'all listen to what this. Come on, Reggie. I'm not mad at you. Pump up the debate. That's how you do it.
no,
But stand on it, man.
no. I'm listen. The debate date is set. I thought it was August 1st, and now it's July 11th. So.
Man, everybody know it's been July 11th. I even called you, Reggie, before I put the date on the flyer. I called you, I spoke to you, and I said it's going to be July the 11th. You said yes. You gave me the green light. You gave me the green light and said okay, and that's when I posted it, and that's when I put it up there. I called you and Jabari. Come on, Dr. Reggie, man, wake up, brother.
No, I was confused, but the date is the date. I'm not. There's no problem with me on a debate. There's no problem.
Okay. Oh, so that's what Brother Lau was talking about, because I didn't know what he was saying.
Yeah, because he had asked me, and I said I didn't see the new flyer, and I didn't recall. I'm focused on something else.
Oh, okay.
I'm focused on something else.
Okay, so yeah, I know I got Tehuti. I'm just gonna have y'all up here for a minute until Tehuti come up here, and then we're gonna get it in. So so what can the people expect from you, Dr. Reggie, in this up and coming debate? Because I think people already got Jabari as the underdog, and that right there is kind of strange to me. Like Jabari is the champ, and they got him as the underdog, Reggie. They got you winning like they had San Antonio winning.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna come with methodology. I know my sources. I know the topic. It's laughable to me that the whole Nile Valley system of Neteru is going to come down to a word, a European word, literally, and that to me that is a tactic. But I'm going to deal with the tactic. But I'm going to tell the same people that if he narrowed down his whole conversation to the word literal, and he thinks he's going to win on the word literal, he's going to fall on his face, because at the end of the day, it's a European word, and it's not an African word. It's not an African concept. It has nothing to do with Africa. It has everything to do with Europeans. And so, but I expect that from him. I expect that from somebody who's going to play dirty tactics. He's like a Wimby, right? That's a dirty. That's a dirty tactic. And so the piousness and all the things that you deliver to somebody you think is a Nile Valley culture, it's just going to come down to nasty words, right? Which he's already said, and dirty tricks, and it's not going to work.
Hey, I'm gonna let you know, Reggie, that Tehuti, you got a lot of people rolling with you. Tehuti coming in with a message for you. He got a message for you, and he's rolling with you, and he got a message for you. So be ready for this.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that you're gonna be surprised. My opponent, believes that the Kemetic tradition, he runs this shit. Sorry,
Hey, no cursing, man.
right?
No apologies either, Reggie. No cursing and no sorries, brother. Because YouTube don't care about apologies. I can't tell them, yo, I'm sorry. They don't want to hear that.
You're absolutely right. But that's the tempo of the fight. He thinks that he thinks that he's the heir and parent of the Kemetic tradition. He doesn't think that scholars are involved. He just thinks these metaphysical, astrophysic type people that they run it, right?
Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, I like the confidence you got. And it's like you feel that you're gonna 3-0 him and body bag him. I like the confidence, man.
No, the first round, I'm gonna rock his jaw. The first round, I'm gonna rock his jaw, and then the third round, then I'm gonna drag him across and let the people see on the topic of the debate now who he really is. He's a metaphysical, cosplaying, comedic, metaphorical priest because he thinks that.
Now you say he's metaphysical.
Oh, he's metaphysical.
Oh, wow.
Oh yeah, he does. Yo, comedic yoga. What you doing? Comedic yoga? What's comedic yoga? Like, why you gonna bring that in? You doing poses of power? Poses of power? Like all that's above. What is it? So below? Right? You doing stuff like that? You ran out of comedic concepts, right?
Now hold on, Dr. Reggie. Hold on. What is wrong with doing? What is wrong with coming up with something that's healthy for the body and giving it a name, calling it comedic yoga? What's wrong with that?
Well, there's African traditions like Infidisi.
Yeah, but why not come up with your own instead of always trying to find something else? Why not come up with comedic yoga? And that's the title that they want to give it.
Yoga, just with comedic window dressing on it.
Huh?
It's window dressing.
What do you mean?
Yoga is not part of our people's system. That's Indian.
But why do it got to be a part of the system if they're using it for health reasons, brother?
Then do something in Africa that's health. There's plenty of systems in Africa with health.
You don't think yoga is healthy?
No. See, that's how our land gets invaded. So we bring in somebody in ancient Kemet said, bring in these people from the Levant. Bring in these other people. They got something to offer. Look what happened. So what he's doing is he's invading Nile Valley tradition with other things. He's making it something other than what it is.
Oh man,
That's such a weak argument, man.
What'd you say, Apostle?
Hey, you lost. You got smoked.
Hold on, Reggie. Hold on, Reggie. No arguing. Let the brother talk.
That's such a weak argument. I mean, I seen Reggie come on doing this stuff. I'm like, what is he doing? Reggie do that. So, I mean,
that's my signature move.
To use the by saying it ain't African. What makes
now that comes from the Black Panther movie? Black Panther movie. Remember the Black Panther movie?
Yeah, I remember it. Yeah,
that's where Reggie get that from. The Black Panther movie.
Yeah, well, I didn't watch it, so
of course you didn't.
No,
Let me go answer these phone calls. You wasting my time. And you got smoked.
But I had no need to watch it. And just because you put Africa on it, look, I've been duped many years just because people put Africa or black or that, and they can rob you just as quick as anybody else.
All right. So with that, thank you, Apostle. Let Brother La say what he want to say. I got my guest here, and I'm going to listen to Brother La, and then I'm going to go into the show. Brother La, what's up, man?
Dude, I got my answer. I mean, I was basically calling in regards for the date, but you guys confirmed it already. So
okay. Okay. All right. Thank you, brother. All right. You can see yourself out, man. You can see yourself out. Thank you, brother. And without any further ado, come on, brother. Turn that camera on. Let the people see your handsome face, brother.
One moment, sir. The Google is giving me some issues coming in the room. Hold on, I'll be on and just let me get this camera ready.
Yeah, let's go.
Put me through the rigmarole to even get on the StreamYard. It's strange. Let me fix one thing, and I think it should show me. Hold on. That's strange.
We're gonna get into some comedic information. And so we got one of the good young grandmaster teachers in the building today. So we're gonna cover some of this stuff for y'all, man.
See if it
cover some of this stuff for y'all. Oh, there you go.
Okay, there.
Man with the snake. Pull the camera down some more so we can see your hat and all that.
Okay, yes. Let me fix
Yeah,
this
you good.
camera. Let me sit back. The camera's.
Hey, Dr. Reggie, where you at, man? Okay, so anyway, man, brother Tehuti, what's going on with you? How you been, brother?
Oh, thanks for asking, Sa. Let me try to fix my audio. You can hear me good, sa.neter?
I can hear you real good.
Okay, good. Let me sit back. Okay, wonderful. Thanks for asking, sa.neter. I'm doing wonderful. I'm doing excellent. Very nefer. Peace and love to everyone in the chat. Anki and Ma'at, Un NS. And doing good. I see my my topic has arisen again.
Yeah.
I'm glad it's caused so much excitement. I've always wanted the conversation to be based on the actual teachings, the view of the Neter, and what the indigenous people said about themselves. And I'm very happy that we're at this point where we have looks like a good debate. sa.neter sent me a flyer picture, and I tuned in and started looking at some of the weigh-ins. And
Yeah.
peace to everyone, and this will be good. And I also we'll do the interview, and then I'll do a walkthrough, of the teachings of the Neter from the indigenous people. I know that's what everybody really
Okay.
wants.
So before we go right into the literal, the real stuff, the realness of the Neteru, I want to talk to you about Kemet and about some of the ancient gods and about some of the history and let off some of that information. And I want to start with a minimope. A minimope.
Okay, excellent. Are we on the screen? Are we on the screen together, son? I don't see you, or just me on the big screen?
It's just you on the big screen. I'll put me and you. There, me and you go. There we go.
Okay. There,
All right.
there's your handsome face. Okay.
Yes, sir. You know it. Okay. If the sayings of a minimope came first, is the book of Proverbs an inspired text or a historical plagiarized remix?
Okay, yeah. So I'm an MOP. Yeah, that's 1100 BC, and that is where they completely took even down to the very last sentence of the scribe's writings, where it says, and I can show it on the screen in a moment if I can pull it up. This is in 30 writings. This is in 30 chapters.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the biblical book taken directly from there. It's a complete. That's one of the clearest plagiarisms ever. And they try to date Solomon to around that time period of 1100 BC, and it's completely plagiarized. I believe I utilized that in my debate with Vocab Malone and JJ Arzem and Dinka. I'm not sure, but I utilized that, and absolutely it's a complete plagiarism. Mm-hmm. Especially when they can't find the book, the books of the Bible, as they have the Biblios, are dating back to the Septuagint, which that's what I utilize in my debate also. There is no reference at all to any ancient person in 1100 BC referring to or reading the book of Psalms or Proverbs. If there is, and Hebrew would like to discuss that with me, sure. But there's not even a reference to anybody in 1100 BC acknowledging a book of Proverbs,
Mm-hmm.
or 900 BC. If there is, I would love to hear all about it.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Are you what's that noise? Are you a Kemetic? Do you read the Metal Neter, or you learning or you practicing now?
Great question, and I'm going to start off with this. So, do I read the Metal Neter? I read it in the things that I teach. So, if I'm teaching a topic, I have a class on the Purim Haru. We go Purim Haru line for line, and I read that which I'm speaking of. What I don't do is this. I clicked on the channel, and I saw people throw up random Metal Neter, like I think it was to the brother Harwin, a new brother here.
Yeah.
And I looked at it, and he was he was reading the sounds of it. I don't do that. I don't do that
Right.
because someone else could come and say, no, that's not what it says. And someone else could come and say, no, it says this. If I'm in a public forum like this and I'm here to teach the people, I want the people to be able to follow through exactly what I'm reading. So if I'm reading something and I'm showing something, which I will be today, I'm going to show you the transliteration. I'm going to show you the meta-neter. I'm going to show you the glyphs. I'll read the glyphs and look at them, and I'm going to show you and the English translation so that you can go home yourself, get the dictionary, get whatever it is, and walk through it. And it is important to know that. It is important to know that it's not important to read meta-neter as a challenge competition, because someone else could come and say, that's not what that says. And then how would the audience will get lost and say, well, now we're just based on belief, or do we have to go word for word and pull a dictionary for every word in the sentence? I just show the transliterations and I read them from there. And yes, but I did hear Jabari say I can't read 3 glyphs.
Yeah.
So I do have 8,000 on that.
All right. Before we go deep into this interview, I would like for you to, you said you had a message for our brother, Dr. Reggie. What would be your message for Dr. Reggie going into this debate?
Okay, peace and love to the good brother, Dr. Reggie. And but my first message to Dr. Reggie is thank you for being an honest man, because when this first started, if you remember, he wasn't exactly on my side for for that thing with me and Jabari there. So he said he went to go look something up or whatever, however it was. I convinced him, or he looked something up. And whatever process took place, when he found the truth, he didn't keep it to himself and stand on his ego. He came and said, hey, I'm on this side now because I discovered something. That's an honest man, and much respect and to that. My advice to Dr. Reggie, or my words to him, would be, you never want to lose the crowd. You never want to lose the crowd in the midst of something that confused the conversation with the crowd thinking that it may be personal. Showing too much exaggerated emotion towards the individual as opposed to the information. And then the crowd, even if you're proving a good point, they're going to say he's hating on him, or he's jealous, or he's mad at something personal. And that could sway their vote. That could sway their view of you. And if you keep it just strictly, which I'll do today when I present, when I'm just strictly, this is what the ancients said. Here's what this is. Here's what that is. It doesn't even matter who's in front of you. It could be Jabari or a 10-year-old child. When I debate somebody, I'm not concerned with the individual personally. I'm concerned with just the information. And you never want to get rocked off of your emotions, as the laws of Ma'at say. You don't want to show that someone has you emotionally frazzled. That's what I do to people in debates. And then they say bad things about you. And Reggie's very educated, and he's a senior in this division of the House of Consciousness and in knowledge. And he should never be looked at. And like I see in the chat, people were calling him a child and calling him names that he should never be called. But if you don't put yourself in that position, you'll never be called that. Just my word of advice. That's just how I carry myself in conversations with an opponent.
So, in other words, in the words of my brother,
what's the remix words? Let's hear.
He should just remain a cool booty. Just have a cool booty.
Cool what?
A cool booty.
A booty's a bum, right? A butt?
Nah, man. You ain't get it. In the words of my brother Perkins, man. Perkins.
Okay.
You know, Perkins said, just have a cool booty. It's gonna be all right. just be cool. Have a cool booty. It's gonna be all right. You know? Cool okay. Yeah, man. Just relax. Hey, let me ask you, is the biblical, listen to this question. Is the biblical thou shalt not kill, a divine law or an ironic case of Arthur's stealing from the Neteru. If the judgment scene on the temple walls matched the biblical afterlife salvation, a new covenant, or is it a new covenant or a old comedic rerun?
Very, very good. So the not killing, not taking another man's life is laced throughout the over 700 laws of Ma'at. But it's a weak argument. I would never personally use that as a plagiarism, because not killing someone, not taking someone's life is a natural morale that that a person who's not in a surviving kill or be killed situation would follow and pass on to their son, even if they're this is where I'm going to go on sa.neter side and said, yeah, I don't. Do you need a Bible to tell you? Do you need somebody to tell you not to kill somebody? Do you need somebody to tell you not to steal? These are natural morals that you're going to find in almost every culture, but they're going to come with disclaimers, because every culture is going to have a thou shalt not kill until it's time for war. Then until a man breaks in your house and you see him moving towards your wife, then what are you going to do? So are you going to follow the, the laws of Mahatma Bible, or are you going to pull out your thing? So you're gonna pull out your thing and blow the person away. So thou shalt not kill applies to not doing that to an innocent person, or someone who you're not defending yourself. And it is, of course, it is in the laws of Ma'at, thousands of years before the Bible. But I wouldn't use that at all in a discussion with the Hebrew, because it's too commonplace and too natural of a law that cultures that never even heard of commit follow, and they didn't plagiarize it.
Do you think Dr. Reggie have a chance in this debate going up against one of our young grandmaster teachers who is also known as the Floyd Mayweather of the HOK?
This question is loaded with a lot of things in it, but do I think Reggie has a chance?
Yeah.
On paper, yes. If we take paper for paper, you can hear me clear, right, son?
Yes, I hear you real good.
Okay. On paper, yes. Similar to battle rap, similar to battles and things where things are good on paper, and if you just read it, Reggie would win, hands down. If you read it in a book, if both of them wrote something to each other and just displayed the writing on the screen for the public, and there'd be no theatrics and no debating skill, Reggie would win 100%. But winning a debate isn't just necessarily based on the facts you bring. Jabari, I mean, you see me and Jabari a couple times. He has a skill set that causes him to take out a lot of these religious people, and it's a skill set that's it's veteranized. I've actually never seen Reggie in a debate on the screen before. I don't know if he's had a debate. Has Reggie?
Yeah, Reggie had a live debate. He debated the Moors. He debated a lot of people on the street and all that.
I mean, structure. You know, you said, well.
Yeah, it was structured. It was structured.
Oh.
Yeah, real live debate, 3 rounds, all of that.
Okay. I haven't seen them, so I can't judge his debating skill. But I would say that fact for fact, he should win. But there's more people that believe in Jabari's stance than Reggie's stance. So if it comes to a vote, and you have more people in the Kemetic community and in the House of Consciousness that believe, because of decades and decades of repeating the same thing, they believe in Jabari's stance, they're going to vote for Jabari. But take this debate to a group of atheist judges, and let's see what happens.
Mm-hmm. All right. One brother said Reggie has a chance if he doesn't crash out. That's
shout out to what was that brother's name? Evelite.
Yeah.
Well, shout out to the brother that absolutely, and it should be no emotions. And when I do my presentation today, when I show something, the things they're saying, you don't focus on a person. You don't let a person take you off your square and rock you emotionally. The crowd is going to go against you. It's just human nature, even if you're right. Um, I I think Reggie, if he stays calm, he has a chance. But a Hebrew brother made a good point. I saw the show yesterday. I think his name is Gideon.
Yeah,
He
brother
said,
Gideon.
yeah, he said, hey, Reggie's been in this community longer than Jabari. He's been in the Kemetic circles. He's a senior. He's an elder. Where are all the people in the Kemetic community here backing Reggie? Where are they? That's
Probably back in Jabari.
right.
You
Straight,
know?
right? So that's strange, right? So
Mm.
if the brother Yara, or I don't know the Hebrew names,
Yeah,
Chasad,
Reggie got the Hebrews locked down.
yeah,
The Hebrews are rolling with Reggie.
but if they have a debate, all the Hebrews have their back.
Right. And there's
And
only one reason why the Hebrews are rolling with Reggie is because Jabari beat all of them up. So the Hebrews and the Christians, they going for Reggie now.
well, I'll give you my observation on why the Hebrews, in my views, are going for Reggie. It doesn't matter if it was Jabari. It doesn't matter if it was me. It doesn't matter if it was Shaka or Dr. Smalls. But the narrative of the Neteru being non-beings, being beings, or literal or physical, or however they're framing it, falls perfectly into the biblical narrative. They they um, they teach that the Egyptian gods are demons and pagans, and these are the fallen angels, and so they want someone. And the Kemetic people are like, no, they don't even exist. They're just it's just the air and the wind and the clouds and the sky. So the Hebrews would go for anybody that's definitely going against the grain when it comes to the Neteru, because once someone shows that the Neteru were sentient beings or physical or conscious spirits in any form, the Hebrews have a whole new debate tactic. You know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Hebrews that's why when I come out and say it, I have no fear, because I'll beat the Hebrews whether I've beaten the Hebrews, whether I acknowledge the Neteru are real or not. I still have won every debate with them. But once they hit the Neterus are real, oh, they're now they're coming with all kind of new debates. And fine, I hope if Reggie wins, fine. Once the Hebrews give up, but they know they're going to abandon him, right? Once once this debate is over, they're all coming to kill Reggie, because once Reggie proves or shows it, now they're going to say, "Remember, you said Geb was real? Ha. Here, what about this? What about this? And the pyramid, what about this?" And then they're all going to come against him. I'm telling all the Hebrews, come for me. I'm the one that started this.
Let me ask you this, brother. We all know today that the Bible, not the whole book, but most of it been plagiarized, most of it been copied. So I ask you this: if the 10 Commandments are original, why do they read like a copy paste version of the 42 negative confessions?
I'm muted.
No, I hear you.
Oh, I said okay. I said mute. Okay, you hear me? Okay, good. So good question, but they are not copy and paste from the 42 declarations of innocence. Like I've come to say, that's one of the other things that I debate with the Kemetic people on, is that there are no 42 laws of Ma'at, and there are no 42 negative confessions. There's nowhere in the Purim Haru where the people are confessing to anything negative. If somebody could open and show me that they've confessed, there's no such thing as that. And they're not copy and paste, because if you bring that to a Hebrew Israelite, they'll kill you in a debate. The laws, the 10 Commandments, are not only certain things, but once you get past about 3 of them, the 10 Commandments and the 42 declarations are totally different. I would never bring that in a debate. There's thousands of things that the Hebrews copied, but the 42 laws of Ma'at and the 10 Commandments, maybe three of them at the most. The rest of them, there's nothing in the 42 laws about the Sabbath or any of those. I know where those were copied from, but they weren't copied from the 42. There are things that are copied like pace for pace, yes, and I'll bring them out if anybody wants to discuss them with me. But if you try to make it the 42 laws of Ma'at, a learned Hebrew will beat you.
Mm.
Yeah, it's not the same.
All right. I want to get through the questions quick so you can go on with your presentation.
Okay.
If the Bible,
You okay?
If the Bible say, out of Egypt, I call my son. Out of Egypt, I call my son. Did they just call the story out, or did they plagiarize the whole script? Come on, I'm on that plagiarized stuff because I'm showing you how they copied a lot of stuff here, brother, by asking you these questions.
Yes, absolutely. So, yes, the concept of out of Egypt I called my son developed the Jesus story.
Right, there you go. Go ahead.
Yeah, the Jesus story was developed out of that. The Jesus story was developed specifically from the side of the walls that are now on the what's called the Tenti-Ra temple. That's mispronounced the Temple of Dendora, and it's the story of Mary. Her name was Mary, Mary and Tehuti. Tehuti coming and saying, "You must go here with your child, with your son. I call out your son, and you must go here with your son for protection, and you must hide over here." And the father's name was Usef. Usef was Asar's name, and so the story that's on the side of the walls of Denti Ra of the great Neter Tehuti and the great Netert Mary, who's also called Aset, is where they got that from. Out of Egypt, I call my son. I show that in my classes. It's a direct. Some of these are direct quotes. The story of going and hiding in Egypt and all that is coming straight from the from those temples. And her name was Mary. And Usef, around 1565 or so, the letter J got introduced into English, and the Y sound, the what would be ya, got turned into J. And then Usef, who was Asar's name, and I can show that Usef is Asar's name. Usef got changed to Joseph, and Joseph got changed to Joseph, and they just kept Mary's name as Mary. Mary was Aset, and her husband's name was Yosef. this is in the BC times, and that's where that literally that's where that came from. The story of Tehuti aiding Mary, the real Mary, and the real wife of Yosef. Yeah.
Let me ask you: are the Neteru supreme cosmic energies? Do you see them as cosmic energies, brother?
That's another. Let's just say that's a great question. The Neteru, which I'll be showing today. Neter, the beings and the sentient consciousness that's being discussed. The words that are their names can be used to describe forces of nature, because the words that are the Neteru's names have meanings, and those meanings describe things that are going on in the cosmos. So yes, the Neteru words of their names can be used to describe forces and energies. At the same time, there were beings in the time of the Zep Tepi that were called the Neteru, from where the stories, according to the people of Kemet, come from. But a part of our culture, and this echoed all throughout Africa, was to imbue your name, imbue your life into what you see in the cosmos, so that you would have a connection and think and feel that there is a similarity between you and what's happening around you, and thus you'd be imbued in it, and you would never escape the spirituality, because everywhere you look, you'd see it. So, for example, Netert, the determinative of Netert is this. This is what makes something a goddess. The serpent is put at the end of a word, and that's for goddess. This is an energy force. This is an animal force, and this is the word for Neteru, which is a physical human being, but the symbol of it is a serpent that expands its head, that represents the expansion of consciousness, and raises up its body. And the female is that which expands. The female is that which expands and raises a child. She was called the Ankh. The Ankh is another word for embrace. That's another story though. But so we would see the serpents around us, see the wind, the cloud, and feel things around us, and we would name those things, and we would imbue based on based on their names, and there'd be people that have the same names as those things. The confusion is that both stories were told by the same culture, stories of what was happening in the cosmos and the energies that was around them with the serpents in the sky and the supreme beings that were on the planet Earth, and people never separated. They didn't know to separate the two stories. I can show you there's a separation. So yes, let's take the Neteru word shu. Shu is a word for a sail. It's a sail that's on a boat, and it's a feather. It's the same feather that's on Ma'at's head is called shu. And that sail of a boat in the book of the afterlife is the sail on the boat of consciousness that the spirit can use to guide and govern itself and move through the water waves of consciousness, and it became associated with the wind. At the same time, there were beings on the planet, and there was a being on the planet whose name was Shu, and his story is written as well. People don't divide the two, so it's
Well, you would say they are cosmic energies and forces as well.
The definitions of the words can be some type of force.
Okay, now you know I got to ask you some tough questions. I got to ask you some tough questions that people tend to duck and dodge and go around these questions.
Okay.
But me, I support Kemet, but I still want to ask you this because these questions been brought up time and time again, and I want to see how you handle these questions here.
Mm-hmm.
Set and Horus was fighting. They had a battle for the throne, right?
Yeah.
Why is Set?
8 years.
Why is Set in the battle for the throne trying to put his penis in the backside of Heru? Talk to me about that.
Absolutely. So that's in the contendings of Heru and Set, and that battle took place for 80 years. That's why the people that teach that its principles never discuss the length of time, because they're going to explain how is 80 years a principle? What is 80 years a symbol of? So that battle took place for 80 years, and Set at the time was living in a mind state of disgust. He was disgust. He murdered, which the Kemetians have no. If that's a principle, what's the punishment? Let's use a Set story. I want to use a Set and Heru story to guide my family, and I want to use that story to get what is the punishment of killing somebody, because Set killed Osiris. Since it's a principle, I want to follow those principles. And what do we do with the killer? But that's another story. We'll leave that alone. Set was a disgusting being at the time who was jealous and full of what's called asif or isefet, and he murdered, which is a disgusting, vile thing to do. And he wanted to completely defile and overpower another man, which would be to to sexually abuse that person, rape that person, or have sex, which was totally against the rules, so that he could say he dominated that being. Those are disgusting, filthy acts that are not allowed in Kemet after that took place. When that was taking place, that had never happened before. But those are disgusting acts, and he was using it to dominate Heru. And Heru was young at the time, and he went with him in the story to and laid down with him. And but when he realized what was going on, it said he was using his hands to block, because he realized something was not right. And Set was disgusting for that. But then he reconciled, and the Neters took him back. So I don't know if that's a principle. Hey, principle people, principal people of Kemet come up to the panel and tell me how I can use the sa.neter story as a principle for since it's talking about pedophilia, and since it's talking about sexually abusing a child. What's the punishment? What's the punishment of that? What principle do I get out of that when a man does it in my society, and I want to use that as a principle? What do we do with that man? Do we forgive him and bring him back for murder and abusing a child? Do you bring him back, sa.neter? Do you bring him back, or
No. But I want to say this though. The brother Harwin is in the chat, and he still didn't give me a date yet with him and Chuck Morgan. He said he was going to give it to me that night or maybe the next day, and I'm still waiting, and he's still running. So I have not received a date yet from the brother Harwin. He's just too fast, man. We can't catch him over here. You know, he's gone.
These are new people. I don't I've seen that, but I don't remember Harwin years ago. It must be new, but but I did see him. I did click on. He did read some Medan. I think he's Nuwabian.
Yeah, he's a Nuwabian.
He definitely is invited to come up to the panel and speak with me. And I think he's upset at something, Sa, which I think he doesn't want to debate that guy. You know who he wants to debate.
Yeah, you text me. I don't need you to text me, my brother. Text me the date and text me your time that you can be free. You sent me a whole bunch of googly gosh. I don't want to hear none of that stuff. All I want to hear from your text is I'm good, I'm free on this date. I'm free at this time. That's all I want to hear. You text me a whole bunch of craziness that ain't got nothing to do with the debate. But anyway, let me ask you, dealing with sa.neter, why did it come to a point where a Set only son had to chop her head off, and he chopped her head off and assaulted his own mother? Why did that have to take place, brother?
Well, you know, the interesting thing about these questions is nothing.
I'm hitting you with stuff that you ain't never been asked. So I've been doing a little research, you know, and checking.
This is great.
Oh yeah, let me ask him this. Let me ask him that.
So this is great. None of these things had to happen. It didn't have to happen. These are just things that were recorded to happen.
Right. Okay.
We have to go into the translation to see if to see to the extent of what the mother's head was cut to, but he was upset. It explained why he did it in the story.
I know why he did it. I want to hear your reason why.
My reason is his reason, because I'm not going to add on to it. But he thought his mother was helping the enemy.
There you go. That is correct.
He was
he thought that she was being too soft on set after what he had done to his father, and so he ended up chopping her head off because he thought, like you said, she was helping, the enemy.
So that's he thought that, and because of that fight that they were having in the water, there was a water fight with hippopotamuses, and he thought that she was she had made a spear. He was in the midst of the fight and didn't know that she's making a spear. She's making it for him. He got confused, and his anger got the best of him, and he assaulted her by cutting her head, assaulting her head, or they say cutting it off fully, or cutting into it. Some type of cut to her head was done.
What is the scientific connection between the eye of Horus, the eye of Heru, and the pineal gland in the brain?
That is that's made up. That's something that's made up. When they were making the eye of Heru, it was a mathematical equation called a Hecat, and it had nothing to do with the pineal gland. Some new age people, they'll put it over the pineal gland. I know why they're doing it, because they're associating the pineal gland with the third eye, and they call the eye of Horus an all-seeing eye or whatnot. But in actuality, the eye was called a hecat, and it was a mathematical sequence of the golden mean ratio, and it was expanding at 1.168 and expanding at a Fibonacci sequence, each of the Heket numbers. And what they're calling an eye of Heru is not really an eye, but it's actually composed of different Neteru Hekats that make up the senses. One image in it is a nose. One image in it is an ear, which is sound. One image is a stake, which goes in the ground, which is touch. And it was representing the 5 senses. And the one at the top was the brow, which was thought. And that was symbolic of seeing was not even done with your eyes. It wasn't done with your eyes because you actually see from the back of your head. That's actually where you see things. So seeing is understanding. That's why when you talk to somebody and you say, hey, do you see what I'm saying? You're not actually literally asking them, do your eyes see? But it's understanding. It's the ability to receive through the senses and have understanding. So what they're calling the eye of Horus is not an eye at all. It's there's an eye in the middle of it. It's composed of the senses, and the actual eye part is the word ma'ah or ma'at, that everybody thinks means justice and order.
But didn't he knock out his eye?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So now the story of the actual story of the eye, the same story they copied and put into the Matrix for Neo, in the Matrix, having his eyes removed, was that Set thought, which a regular man in a fight would think. If you do something to somebody's eyes, like throw sand in it or punch them out or scratch them up, they're obviously going to lose their fighting abilities. And Heru would have lost that fight. So the key turning point of that fight was that his mother was able to heal his eyes with Heka and other things she used to heal. And so from that, he was able to win the fight. So the eye of Horus became the victory. And that's one of the reasons they translate the word Makaru to victory. It doesn't really mean victory, but he got his victory because he was able to see again, and thus after that he went back and he won the fight because he had all of his senses.
All right, all right.
Not the pineal gland. That's a 2-hour class on the third eye, and that's
all right.
Yeah.
Harwin, my brother Harwin, I see you really don't know me, brother. Harwin says,
for a second, I'm listening.
Harwin says, sa.neter deflecting. You're doing for Jabari. Chuck is hilarious. Laugh out loud. Keep capping. I'll post the text. OG, be genuine. Harwin, I don't get blackmailed by nobody. So what I would say to you is post the goddamn text, nigga. Who cares? Post it. You can't blackmail me. I don't care what you post. Post whatever you think you have that can get me. So what? Post it. See? Now I'm telling you to do it. So now you got to post it. I don't know who you think you're talking to, bro.
You know what, sa.neter?
I'm sa.neter, bro. You don't know me? I'm sa.neter. Come on, man. I'm sa.neter, bro. Yeah.
You know what I would advise, sa.neter? I don't know if you're going to do this or not. And I heard Reggie ask for this. For preliminaries on what the people are going to debate on and who they're going to debate, I think not the financial part, but I think that should all be done in public. So that nobody can say, remember that Inky thing? I said this on the phone. I recorded it. I said this. No, you said this. But if everybody sees,
no. We already got it. We already did it. We got the footage. Him and Jabari was in the backstage, and we recorded everything. So we got that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we got that. And so, Harwin, this is my last response to you because you're trying to mess up. I see what you're trying to do. So you're admitting you lying, then, Saul. No, what I'm admitting is what I tried to teach you earlier, that nothing in life stays the same, that I have a goddamn right to change my mind. That's what I have a right to do. Change my mind. If I don't feel the same way I did yesterday, I'll change my mind today, like everybody else does. Nothing in life stays the same. And I'm done talking to you because I see you trying to sabotage what we got going on here. All right. I'm not going to block you. I'm going to let you stay there and keep talking. Keep right. So, Tehuti, you still there?
Mm-hmm.
I'm done talking to the little brother.
Don't block him out.
No, hell no. I ain't going to block him out.
Not a bad
So
person.
let me ask you. Did the Kemetic doctors understood blood circulation, or did they view the heart purely as a spiritual center?
That's a great question, and the answer is both. That would be an elaborate walk into the Edwin Papyrus, where they definitely understood how the body worked, how blood worked. The heart they understood as a physical heart, and then the spiritual meaning of it, which was Eb, which was the purity of the heart. It was a symbol of that which retained consciousness, why we have the concept that you memorize things by heart, or she has the key to my heart. We always use the heart as a sense of some type of conscious connection to something dealing with memory or love, and that concept derived in Kemet. At the same time, the Edwin Papyrus describes the bodily functions and how it works. So they understood both. That was the beauty about ancient Kemet, was that there was no separation between being a scientist, doctor, and a spiritualist. You can have both. You can acknowledge both at the same time. It wasn't have to be one or the other.
Okay. How did the Egyptians calculate a 165-day year thousands of years before the modern telescope?
Oh my goodness. Let me do a class on that. 300, I have to do a class.
Yeah.
I have to do a class on that, but I just did a class on that. I'd have to do a presentation on that, but I would just say that they calculated it using the speed of light. And I'm going to stop there because there'd be if the ancient Kemetians knew the actual speed of light and the speed of how long it took for the sun to get to Earth. And I have documentations on by the way that they set up their temples and the latitude and longitude lines of the pyramid, equating to the speed of light. But that'd have to be a class though. So I think I would have to do a show on that. But yes, they're the ones that created the calendar. Go back to my class I did on the Killer Pre-Show. I did a whole class on the calendar, and the reason why everybody uses 365 is because of the ancient Kemetians, who calculated originally at 360. That was a circle, but they understood that the actual time it took was an extra 5. So they created they equated the story of the 5 Neter to be added onto the 360 to make it 365. I did a class on that for about 2 hours on the Killer Pre-Show. I think it was called the Origin of the Calendar or something like that. But that would be a whole show. That would be a presentation, son. And I don't want to.
Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Let's get into the realism or the and then we winding down so I can let you do your presentation. Okay. If Bes is the god of humor and warding off evil, is he a literal dwarf spirit? Is he a literal dwarf spirit, or just the ancient Egyptian concept of good vibe?
Of good vibe. So Bes, and there wasn't just Bes. He had a mate too.
I know.
Okay. So Bes and Beset, they are from an area before it was called Kemet, where the people were called Nem. They were called pygmies. They were short. The original people on the planet in that area were very, very short, and they were where the Kemetians eventually would go to, down in those areas of Puntland, where Bes actually came from, and they would utilize the short people and bring them back. Hatshepsut brought some back, and they would utilize those short people. People call them pygmies, and I really call pygmies, but those short people as forms of entertainment. But at the same time, the short people represented the first aspects of human fertility on the planet, because when you look up the origins of man and the evolutionary man, the first people that they found were about 3.5 to 4.1 feet tall, and they're still that tall today. Some of them. So they represent the original life and fertility that took place to give birth to the rest of Homo sapiens, and Bess was one of them. So they show him and his mate as pygmies, as short people representing the original people on the planet, and also the entertainment and the laughing that we brought from the short people that were brought from that area to the Kemetians. But he was a pygmy. It was a short being. Him and his mate were very short.
All right. Are the Neteru literal individual beings, or are they just cosmic forces of natural given human faces?
That I'll get more into when I do this presentation, but I will say that the Neteru is not one thing. There's not one set of things called Neteru. The original beings were individual sentient entities that were of a higher consciousness than we are today, and they were able to do things that people can't do today. They were individual sentient beings. At the same time, just like in the Yoruba faith, there were Neteru that were considered Aku, which I'm going to show in when I do this walkthrough. And Aku were spirit entities that could take on different forms. They were called Aku light beings, and they weren't in the physical form, because all of our ancient African ancestors, starting with Kemet, venerated energy consciousness that was not in the physical touchable form, because we existed outside of this realm originally. So they were physical, and they were also light beings that could take on multiple shapes, and they describe it inside the text. At the same time, yes, the words that describe the names are forces. Those are the same words for forces. So yes, and Jeb is not the earth. If anybody comes and tell me Jeb is the earth, come to the panel and talk to me. But
Geb, you saying Geb?
Yeah, Jeb. They say Geb is just the earth, and I'm like, oh great. What text did you get that from?
Oh wow. Okay.
Told me some Kemetic TikToker, some Egyptologist. No, open the text and show me where Geb is the earth. Where is that?
Let me ask you this, man. And this is the last question, and we're gonna move into your presentation.
Okay.
If the Neteru represents a universal principle like Ma'at, can the God exist if humans forget it?
Oh man, who's you? These are your questions?
Yes. Yes, but I told you before I interview somebody, I always look at what they talking about, and then I see something, I'll say, yeah, that's I gotta ask that question.
I like that question. Repeat that one more time. I like that, especially where the God exists without the human.
If the Neteru represents a universal principle like Ma'at, can the God exist if humanity forgets it? I don't want nobody stealing my questions, man.
This is June 15th, 2026, 5:11 p.m. Pacific time. If you come up with this question a month from now, it came from here. I've not heard it worded like that, but that there's so much truth in that. So that question is yes and no.
Okay.
If something is a principle and people forget about it, yes, that principle erases, because in most cases it's the people that created the God.
Exactly.
Yeah, the people, the people that create the God, especially if you believe that it's a principle, then that means the people came first and they created a principle, and therefore if they got killed off, we're living in it right now. The average Mexican, the average African American is a perfect example that he's not acknowledging the Yoruba gods. He's not acknowledging the principles that were along the Nile. So therefore, to Tyrone the drug dealer, those principles don't exist. To the pimp, no, I don't acknowledge those principles, and thus that doesn't exist in his world. The principle will always exist, though. That's the thing. The principle of what right and wrong is will always exist. It just adjust based on the culture it intertwines with. So pick a principle, son, and name a principle that is considered. What's a principle? Name one. What's something that's
On what?
like when you say a principle? Like name something that's a principle. Like do you live by any principles? Just name one. Anything. So we could use that as
Truth.
perfect. Best one. Best one. So truth is exactly that. It's a principle because it's subjective to the person and the culture that it's coming from, while at the same time there are truths that it can exist without a person's consciousness. So that principle doesn't change, such as it is true that grass is green, but somebody's like, wait, I live in Brooklyn, we got a lot of pollution, my grass is brown. Well, that's a truth too. But grass in its true state, without the pollution being fed right and water right, it is green naturally, whether you're born or not. The sun is hot and it gives off heat and it warms the planet. That's a truth, whether you believe in a principle or not. But telling a truth like my wife is loyal to me, that truth exists until you break up, right? So,
Right.
so that's a truth. I'm walking down the street right now. That's the truth. But as soon as you come off the street and get in your car, that truth doesn't exist. It's now a story. It's a tale. So truths can continuously change, but there's certain truths that remain the same in the universe, and even they can evolve to something else. But will water always be wet and H2O? Yes. But can the river dry up and now it's a desolate land? Yes, that's true too.
That's right. Okay, so brother, we at the part where you can begin your presentation, or if you want to take a quick mini break or come back
I'll start, and I want to say this to everybody in the crowd. Peace, everybody in the crowd. First off, shout out to everybody that is viewing this and has viewed sa.neter for when I first saw sa.neter. It wasn't internet. So I just remember I used to live in New York, and I just remember the brother on the street with black boots.
Oh wow, word, man.
No, I wasn't Tehuti then, and this was in the way back in the days. People making people kiss their feet, all kind of craziness was going. Kiss my feet. I don't know what it wasn't. I don't know. I think it's the Hebrews, but I don't know if it's Flatbush or Fulton. Where was it? Where was you set up?
I was on 125th Street, across the street from the Apollo, and then I was in Brooklyn a few times.
Brooklyn. Where in Brooklyn? Flatbush or Fulton or?
I forgot which one, but I know it was a festival going on.
Yeah, and so I know sa.neter from I know of him from the actual seeing him in the real world. That's one of the reasons, even though if we have disagreements or whatever it may be, which you hardly ever do, but I respect people that come from the actual foot on the ground a little more than just somebody pops up on the internet. So I was there when you could actually get shot. Like you, they were crazy people.
And believe me, I did have a gun pulled out on me on the street up 125th. Yeah.
And so a white person could come up. What'd you say? And you got to stand on your feet and say, "Yeah, whites are the crackers." These are Khalid Muhammad.
But it was crazy because it was a brother who pulled the gun because I was talking about white women.
There we go.
And it was daytime. I was like, yo, he's like this, pointing the gun. And I'm like, yo, what the fuck is you doing? Like, you know?
I'll die for this white woman. So,
word, man.
What'd you say?
I said, word, you right.
Yeah, so shout out to everybody who's watching now who may think that this is from the internet, but if you see the old videos, you see them on the streets and such. So I have your respect for that, because that's when, if you taught the truth and represented, you could actually get physically hurt. You couldn't click off and block somebody. So peace to everybody in the chat, in the comments, whether you're for or against what I teach. The fact that you're part of this experience is what's keeping it moving. And when I'm finished showing what I'm going to show, all the people, when I clicked on and saw all the people that were against the Neteru being principles and jumping on the panel, Definitely, you are all invited to come talk to me directly. This started from me. This started from sa.neter inviting me on an interview. What was it? 5 years ago. He called it the Neteru Real. Sa.neter at that time. Do you remember any other Kemetic people teaching the Neteru were real beings?
Nah, you're the only one. You're the
Yeah.
only one that I ever heard say that and teach that. Out of all the years I've been on the street, you're the only one that came through with that. And when you came through with it, that's why I was a little messed up. Like, what the hell? This nigga talking about the Neteru's are real. Yeah.
Yeah. So yes, I had to re-originate that as far as modern consciousness, and I stand on it and will teach on it. And definitely all those people after it's done can come up to the panel and speak with me, and I won't yell at you. I won't crash out. I won't get angry. Everybody knows Tehuti. I'm going to talk to you just like this. I do notice that when I do my shows, not a lot of people come up. Don't be afraid to get snake styled. If you see, don't let the thing you saw with Naftali scare you. I'm nice. I'm very, very nice, and I'm open to talk to you. But if you come with something that's strange or foolish, you will get snake styled, and that may help you. But I'm here to build with everybody. If you're a Muslim, Assalamu alaikum, a Hebrew, Shalom lakum, Christian, praise the Bible, whatever you are. Everybody starts off on their own level, and I'm here to build with everybody. So I'm going to come off the screen for just about 1-2 minutes, and then I'm going to come back and start. I don't know if you can hear me. Peace to all the people in the house of attend. Okay, I'm gonna come off for 2 minutes and come back and start. Let me.
Okay. All right. That's cool.
I'll be right back.
Good. Hey, yo, man. Yeah, go ahead, brother. Let me give a shout out to my man, Dr. Inky. Inky been missing in action, man. What's going on, brother? Dr. Inky, how you been, brother? We got a powerful debate coming up. I want everybody to be in the building. Y'all better know about this right here. It looked like Jabari might be coming in here as the underdog. You know, it looks like that. Like, because everybody, they got so much hate for Jabari that everybody is like, yo, Reggie, you got this. So I think Reggie is their golden boy right now. Reggie have become the Hebrews' golden boy, you know? And they are all counting on Reggie to take down Jabari. They are all counting on Dr. Reggie to take down Jabari. Can he do it? I don't know. I don't know. Can Reggie do it? I don't know. If you want to get your tickets, the tickets is right there. I put the tickets in there. And this is the place we're going to be live. We're going to be right here live. The place only holds 70-something people, 75. But I'm not looking to get a packed house, you know. So it holds 75 people, but I'm looking to at least have about 50 people in the building live. You know what I'm saying? And it's going to be on 2279 3rd Avenue, Harlem. 2279 3rd Avenue in Harlem. And it starts at 6 p.m. You want to get there early if you're in Harlem, if you're in New York City. You want to get there early so you could get you a nice seat and be comfortable. Check. So be in the building, man. Be in the building. All right. The link is in the chat if y'all want to get y'all tickets. Apostle, you there? Rakufu, what's up, brother?
Hey, what's up, fam? What's going on? Is it gonna be a show?
What you mean?
Well, I mean, are you about to bring on Tehuti?
Tehuti is already on, brother. He just took a quick 2-minute break. Did you hear me? Did you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, you didn't get your ticket yet, I see. I can't hear you, man.
Hold up.
Hey, Apostle, what's going on? What's going on?
What you do? Mute me up, man?
Yeah, what's happening?
Yeah, boy, I can't wait to talk to him.
Yeah, you got something, you got another feedback.
Hold on, man. No, I got my TV on at the same time.
Yeah,
Hold
cut
on.
the TV off, man.
Yeah, I got it off. Yeah, I
So
can't
what do
wait.
you think about what you've been hearing so far from Tehuti?
I can't wait to talk to him, man, because two things so far I want to talk to him about. One is I called my son out of Egypt.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Out of Egypt have I called my son.
I called my son out of Egypt. That's right. And, you know, I want to talk to him about the realness of the Neteru.
What do you know about the realness of the Neteru?
Based on what I understand about Egypt, they believe that the Neteru was real. They worship the Neteru the same way I worship the Most High.
But everybody keeps saying that. You don't think we know that? That's no new revelation.
It's different. The same way I worship and serve the Most High.
You loud, baby. I'll call you back.
Is the same way
they
worship and serve the Neteru. Even their pharaohs, they thought their pharaohs, they worship them as gods.
All right, Apostle, you're not coming with nothing new. Everybody that deals with Kemet knows that, except you, Apostle. You just learned something new. But we all know that.
Stop saying I learned something new, because there's nothing new under the sun.
Yes,
Just
it is.
because it's nothing new, that doesn't make it true.
It is something new under the sun.
No, there's nothing new under the sun.
Okay, so you know everything then.
What has been, will be. What will be, has been, is.
All right, hold up for a minute, Apostle. Hold on. So you saying you know everything that's under the sun already?
I don't know everything.
Right, so it'll be new to you when you get the information. So it is something new under the sun that you have not reached yet.
Brother, just because I don't
leave me alone, man. Please leave me alone.
No, stop. Because you're wrong. You're trying to use when you use mathematics with that same statement, you're going to come up wrong all the time. Just because you don't know something, that don't make it not known. It's still known. It's just that you try to think like you are so important that if you don't know it, then it don't exist. That's not true.
Stop for a minute, Apostle. That's not what I was saying. I said, listen, man. If you don't know something, like we all are ignorant to something in this world, to a lot of stuff. It's new to us when we find out the true information or whatever it is that we're seeking. That's what I'm saying. It's new to us. So when you say there's nothing new under the sun, that's the false statement, because we learn every day something new, right? Don't you learn something new under the sun? Yes or no, Apostle? Every day, don't you learn something new?
But it's still nothing new. It's
okay,
still
all right, I'm going to leave it alone. All right, I'll leave it alone.
You won't allow me to, listen, Si, there's no right or wrong to this. But because I don't know something, it don't make it not true or that it didn't exist.
That's not the argument. That's not what I said.
That is the argument.
Okay.
That is the argument. You're trying to circumvent, you're trying to go around the argument. If it was up to you, then everything would be based on your intelligence or your ignorance. But it's not up to your intelligence. It's not up to your ignorance.
Okay.
It's not up to you.
All right, brother. You're right, Apostle.
No, see, okay. You want to say it like that, fine. I'm right and all that. You want to give up so easy, give up. Because
you're never going to. It's only because
the Bible says there's nothing new under the sun. It's saying that for that very same reason. Just because you don't know it, it don't make it untrue. That was the whole conversation that Christ had with Pilate when Christ was telling that he's here to represent the truth. And Pilate said to him, what is truth? From Pilate's point of view, he might not know the truth. But the fact was, he was standing in front of truth and didn't realize it.
Let me ask you a question, Apostle. What have you learned in this past week coming up? What have you learned in this week?
What have I learned?
And what is that? Can you give me something?
Yeah.
What?
I could have took care of myself better when I was younger.
And you just learned that?
No, that's just something that's one thing I learned this week. A specific thing I could have done when I was younger. If I had done it, I wouldn't be in this situation now.
You didn't know you was a Hebrew years ago, right? You was a pastor.
None of that matters. I was a Christian.
You was
I
a Christian
believe in
pastor.
Christianity.
Listen to me. You was a
I
Christian.
learned since then.
Apostle. Listen to the question, brother. You was a Christian pastor, right?
Yes.
Ultimately, something came and hit you in your head, and you learned that you were a Israelite later on in life, right? A Hebrew Israelite.
I wouldn't put it as much as that, but I've learned that the people that I was reading about in the book, I was a descendant of those people. Yes.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, brother. I'll talk to you. Stay there. All right, man. We back now, brother. Apostle said he learned that he was a descendant of Abraham, Moses. Shit is crazy. Hey, Tehuti, what we gonna do with that, man? But you know what? I can't get on him. I can't get on Apostle when you believe the same thing, Tehuti, that you are a descendant
of Abraham. What's that?
No. Listen to me. That you believe, Tehuti, that you are a descendant of Ramesses, of Akhenaten, You believe you believe that you are a descendant of the ancient Egyptians, yes?
I don't teach that I'm a descendant of Ramesses and
right, but you do believe that you are a descendant of the ancient Egyptians, yes?
Good question, Signer. That's a good question. I teach that I'm a descendant of where life and civilization and culture began, which is where they found the second oldest Homo sapien, which is along the Nile Valley. I believe that I'm a black man that descends from there, and at the same time, it's irrelevant to me. It's not something that I focus on or teach. I don't teach that I'm a descendant of Pharaoh Khufu or anything like that. I teach that the first civilization started off in a particular area, and the first Homo sapien bones, the MRCA, the most recent common ancestor, was found in a particular area, and that's where people that look like me come from. And I stop there, and then I don't even focus on. I don't really focus on that. I'm a brown melanated man, and people that look like me started spiritual civilization along the Nile, and I'm going to represent that.
So I'm going to ask you this question one more time, man, and let you get it in, because I need a yes or no. Do you feel or do you believe that the ancient Kemetic ancestors, that you come from the bloodline of the ancient Kemetic people, that those are your ancestors? Yes or no?
Kemetic, no, because my bloodline and the people that come from that area came from that area before it was called Kemet.
All right, don't get caught up on the word, brother. You know where I'm going. I'm dealing with the Kemetic gods, the ancient Kemetic people who were the Kemites on that land. You believe that those are your ancestors, right?
Yes, I believe that my ancestors.
There you go, brother. That's all I was saying. That's what I mean when I say it's no different than Apostle and then the Hebrews.
But you know, there's a difference. You know,
Yeah, it is a difference. It is a difference.
well, first, the first step is to descend from somebody. They have to exist first, right? So, so the MRCA and the most recent common ancestor
Yeah, it's a big difference. You're right. It is a big difference.
traced to a female in Ethiopia and the Kenya area. Was that a real? Is that a real scientific fact that that's the mother of humanity that comes from that area? And there's
As
also
far as I know, I say yes.
right. So yes, we descended from her. Yes, we descended from her. Has there ever been a proven Abraham? Is there any
No,
culture at the
no,
time?
no, no.
And
That's play stuff there. You know
right,
that.
right.
Come
So
on, that's Spider-Man. That's comic book. That's Spider-Man, Superman stuff, brother.
so if somebody asks you where you descended from, you sa.neter, you would have to say, well, where do you want to start my descendancy? Where do you want to start from the origin?
I would say simply,
What?
I don't
Yeah.
know. I
Well, you
would say
wouldn't
I don't know, but I know it's somewhere in Africa.
there. Oh, right.
Yeah,
Okay.
see, that's
So
what I do know, but I don't know what part of Africa. I mean, I know it's somewhere in Africa,
yeah.
you know, and that's all. That's all I could give you.
Right. And that somewhere in Africa, the problem with people is they stop their descendancy at a certain
And I
point.
say West Africa too,
Okay.
because I took my DNA. See what I'm saying? I got
Yeah.
my DNA results.
Yes. So somewhere in Africa, so they verified where humanity started in Africa.
Mhm.
They have one area in the Ethiopian area, starting from the MRCA, the most recent common ancestor, a female in the Kenya Ethiopian area, and then they have another in in the Moroccan area, and those are the origins of where they can trace the oldest ancestors. So no matter where you go, you're going to be in what they call Africa. I'm going to say, regardless of which one of those we descended from, people that look like us created civilization, and thus I'm going to teach about those who created civilization and say we descended from them, regardless of it's from. If there's a Moroccan one, I'll teach on that too, but I haven't seen that yet.
Right. And you know, even on my DNA, they got Ramesses III on there.
Oh, then you can prove it more than me, right?
I don't know. I just see that when I saw that, I was like, damn, I don't know. I ain't getting crazy with it, but yeah, they got Ramesses III on my joint.
Right. And I don't get too focused on where exactly in Africa somebody descends from, because in reality, sa.neter, I tell everybody this on my pod class, nobody really cares in reality. If you meet a beautiful, I don't know, well, you have multiple mates, but if you meet a beautiful woman and you say, well, I just traced my descendancies to West Africa, and you meet this gorgeous, big hip, big butt breast woman from Ethiopia, and she's like, well, I'm not African American, I'm from Ethiopia. You're gonna say, well, you're not E1B131A.
Right.
Forget you. I don't want your number. No, you're gonna say, come home with me. Let's make a family. You're a black woman. I don't care what part of Africa you're from, and you're gorgeous. Let's go. So really, all these people talking about, I'm from E1B131A1.
All that old crazy stuff.
Nobody cares about that, because you go meet a sister on the street and she's from straight Ethiopia. You're going to go start a family with her. If you meet a woman from Zimbabwe, you're just gonna say these are black women. You're not gonna say you're not from my descendancy. It's like nobody. They're just doing it to debate about. In reality, all of our people are beautiful, and we should focus on the spiritual and physical disciplines to become better people, regardless of what part of Africa or Mexico you're from. I don't care about
All
that.
right. So with that, I would like for you to let's get into your presentation.
Excellent, wonderful. Harwin says this is the same Harwin, right? Harwin says,
Yeah, that's Harwin. Harwin is delusional a little bit.
we moved all over Africa thousands of years ago. Those databases changed with new info. Yeah, I don't even what happens to you? What happens to
All
you?
right. He's all right, man. I just be messing with him. He got
Yeah, and then what happens to you when you trace your ancestry? I trace my ancestry to Kenya. Well, I trace my ancestry to Morocco. Then what do you do from there? What do you do? You're still seeking spirituality and seeking discipline and better family, regardless of if you're from Morocco or Kenya or from Zimbabwe or I'm from the Khoisan. Okay, wonderful. So are you going to go live the culture of the Khoisan, or are you just doing it for ego to say I'm from there? Who cares? Unless you're going to change your life. So I'm not really into that. I'm into developing people's consciousness and making them better beings on earth. So Shout out to that though. But you're Ramesses, so you're the true Kemetic here, right? If you're from Ramesses, you look like Ramesses too. You actually look like he's going to be in my presentation. But okay, let's get to it. And I'm looking forward to the wonderful people that I see every day jumping on the panel, screaming and arguing. I would invite all those beautiful people to come up now that the one that started this Neteru is real is here. Come talk to me. I'm the one that started, and I'd like Reggie to come up too. Peace and love to you, Reggie, and good luck on your debate. And good luck to you too, Jabari, on your debate. This is all just going to awaken people's consciousness to think about a topic other than the same old, the Egyptians are black and the Hebrews are wrong, and the Hebrews are wrong and the Egyptians are black. Let's get off of that for a couple of weeks and let's get into what did the ancient people teach, and how is this going to change our conscious direction in life in general. Let's get into that. I'm about change of lives, so let's change the frequency. And I noticed also everybody that I've been tuning into the sa.neter channel and watching everybody in these conversations and arguments about the Neteru, and I don't see any script brought up on the screen. I don't see any I don't think anything opened. And if you're going to talk about the Neteru, one of the first things you want to start with is, well, what is the symbol for the word for Neteru, and where does that trace to? We'll be getting into that today. And what did the ancients say? That's all that matters. What did they say? Because we wouldn't be talking about a Neteru if the ancient people didn't bring that. And as long as you were talking about an ancient culture, we have to stay within the premise of what they said about their own selves. We have no business infiltrating our new age mindset and changing. If you're going to talk about the Aztecs, please just talk about what you find in Aztec writing. Please don't add any new age, Madame Blavatsky, seven chakra to the Aztec. Don't add anything they didn't say, and let everybody talk about, let's talk about everybody's culture within what the people say. I'm here to voice what the people said themselves. Then we build upon that. And if you choose to believe it or not, that's up to you. But at least let's learn the truth of what the ancients said for their own selves. They could speak and read and write. They invented it, and let's see how they talk about their own self. Let's get into it, beautiful people. Peace and love to everybody. I see, I hardly look at the chat, but I see the chat. Easy Band, Suntan, Immortal Dragon. I love these names. Immortal Dragon Viewer 4666. Robbery, Castly, and I'm here for the information. Exactly. Robbery. Let me say your name right. I want to. Brother-in-law. I think he's a Muslim brother. Peace to everyone in here. Let's learn. Let's grow. Let's build. So I'm ready to get into this. And Saw, you there?
Yeah, let's go. Let's get it.
Okay, let's get it. This is sa.neter, my Cobra, and let us get started. Peace to brother Des Shabazz. I love these names, Des Shabazz. Easy Bands official. Salute, brother Tehuti. Peace and blessings. Salute to you, Easy Bands. I've seen you up here a couple times, standing strong on that on the Bible. And, stand on what you stand on until everybody's developing.
You be seeing me beat them guys up, man, Tehuti? You be seeing me bust their butt, man? Me, one man army?
I see you versus 5. What's that?
I said, you be seeing me killing them, beating all of them up, one man army?
Man, I would say this, if those conversations were in person and not on the internet, I think a lot of brothers would change their views. But when you're
right
by 700 people, the ego's involved.
Exactly.
I'm right. But a lot of you brothers know that Saz made some good points, and when somebody makes a good point, just tell them, hey, you got me here. I can just go look it up. But you can't be always right. Like let's if somebody proves me this wrong on something, shows me something, I'm gonna say, hey, let's go look it up. But come on, we weren't born no one was born with Jesus and none of these things. These things are all, when somebody said, are you a convert to Tehuti? All of us are born in the womb. All of us are coming out of the womb as no spirituality. You learn and choose as you develop, and then you change into that. And then when you get more information, you upgrade and change into that. So let's grow and change, everybody. That's what I'm here for. let's grow and change. You know, let's not be stuck. All right, everybody, ready? Peace to Gold Surfer and everybody in here. Baby Baba, befanged. What do you say? Hope you befanged your snake. Dr. LaRoche, there he is. Dr. LaRoche, a great supporter of the podcast.
Hey, hold on. That's my doctor. Hey, Dr. LaRoche, I need an appointment, brother. I need an appointment. Please call me or have one of your secretaries call me tomorrow, brother. I need an appointment bad.
Actual doctor.
Yeah, he's a real doctor. He's real. He ain't nothing fake about that.
Oh yeah, no, I know he's a doctor. He's your personal
my
doctor.
doctor was going to send me to get my eyes checked, and I told him I'm good. I got somebody for that. And so, yeah, I was going to call you too, brother, but I know you probably out of town. Probably still out of town. All right, let's go, Tehuti. Let's get it.
Some comedic 7 Asar. I got questions. Let's go. Let's get started. Everybody ready? Ready? Started. Let's start and walk through this Neteru from the origins, and let's walk through this a little bit, and then come up on the panel and ask questions. Ready, Sa?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me go ahead and screen share. Boom, 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 boom. Entire screen. Okay, let's begin. Let's walk. Tell me if I'm sharing. I want to make sure.
Yes, you're sharing.
Okay, so
because the word
begin.
Go ahead.
Okay, beautiful. So let's begin. So because the word Neteru originally was a word that was an image of biological imperative for physical beings to survive. This is the part of the understanding of Neter that I don't see addressed, and I'm going to address this part. Let me go ahead and move these things here, make sure it's movable. Let me move this, and perfect. Let me go here, move this. Okay, here we go. So because the word Neter was originally a word that was an image of biological imperative for physical beings to survive and serve as a palindrome for survival polarity. So this is the Neter symbol right here. These 3 symbols, you can have them as one. And this is the symbol that is not being discussed, and I want to discuss it, and we're going to go from the evolution of this into the concept and understanding. So let me show you. You may be surprised to find out that Neter has its roots going back 3.3 million years. To see these small cut stones, also know the beginning date and the end. If you know the Kemetic teachings of the time of what's called the Zep-Tepi, that also pertains to the time of the cataclysm, and what I teach in the Younger Dryas, the story is going to fit perfect. So here we are. What is this symbol that we're looking at here? So here's the beginning of where these things start. So this is called the Acheulean hand axe. This is from Egypt. Egypt's original name was Smawi. Kemet Tamaray had multiple names. Kemet is actually one of the newer names for it. This is found in the Hilltop Plateau, 1,400 feet above sea levels, 9 miles northwest of the city of what's called today Nakada in Egypt, Paleolithic, and this is in the Petrie Museum in the Egyptian archaeology in London. So this is the Paleolithic time period. Stone Age, it's a period of human prehistory distinguished by the original development of stone tools, and it covers 99% of the time period of human technology prehistory, and extends from the earliest known use of stone tools in this 3.3 million years ago, all right, to the end of the Pleistocene, which goes into the beginning of the Younger Dryas period and the cataclysm, and the healing of the cataclysm around 11,650 years ago. So once this stone was wrapped on a stick, it gave more movement for the swing. So when the original evolutionary man took this stone, he was using it just in his hand to cut things, attack animals, or to cut the skins off of animals and to cut into things. Then eventually evolutionary intelligence and technology caused them to realize if you actually attach it to a stick, it gives you more momentum for the swing, simultaneously moving the danger of what you're attacking away from your hand, because the stick is longer than your hand. So even if something attacks the moving object, it will attack the stick before it gets to your hand, distance creating more formidable weapon, which look like this. And let me show you the different stages of evolution of the Acheulean hand axe. And it goes from here, and then it's added to the stick, and then it starts developing. It starts getting wrapped in the cord. And then eventually it starts to look like this. So this is starting to look familiar. This is the ancient Egyptian, what the Europeans call New Kingdom. No such thing as that, but just for new people in the audience. Kingdom hand axes, bronze and wood. Unknown provenance. This is in the Florence Museo, Archaeological Nazionale. And here is the developing axe, and then eventually it gets more sophisticated and writing is put on it, and it goes into this. This is from the goddess, the Neteru, Ahotep. And Ahotep is the moon is satisfied. Now we're jumping in time to about 1560 BC, where we see this axe now develops from originally a hunting tool, a tool used for protection, used for weaponry, used for fighting, used for hunting, and then it develops into this tool, which gets commemorated and starts to retain symbolic meanings now. And this one here is 2.12 meters, almost 7 feet long. And then it develops into this. One of the renditions of it is this. This becomes the Neter axe now, going from its original wrapping of what it took to put the stone on the wood, to a wrapping that now symbolizes the continuation of life in the afterlife, which is called the sahu. This is the sahu wrapping. This is made from what's called flax. It starts off green and then it turns white. Sahu is a word for egg, and egg was a symbol in ancient Egypt called sahut, and it meant rebirth. And the wrapping mummification, because it was white and was because it was made out of this flax, which preserved things, particularly the human body physically, for the soul to be reborn out of. It was attached now to the axe, which was the original oldest tool of biological imperative to support life, and now it became a symbol of not only the supporting of life here in the physical, a weapon for hunting, to feed your family and to defend yourself, but also a weapon, but also a symbol now for life continuing on into the next realm, the afterlife. This is found 27 to 2300 BC in the antechamber East Gable utterance 273. And here's utterance 273, where this developed symbol is now. And utterance 273 is, we see this right here. Okay, then we see in the clear, we see this, and Neteru gods, the sustainer, they have Lord, their sustainer, the Inu, those are the walking bowls of the Ka, examineth the list of the offerings. But we see the three, we see the Neteru here, and we see this here. And I have this down here just so you can see some of the similar symbols and words. This one here and the Ini walking bowls there, and it comes now a symbol of a word that was a symbol of protection and what brought life to man prior to there being any religious writing on the planet. And then it becomes commemorated. And this is a symbol of physical bloody battle. This becomes a symbol now continued for its spiritual reasons, meanings of the afterlife wrapped in a sahu, but then it's an actual weapon. It continues to be a weapon of warfare, found in archaeology and found amongst the what's called the Nisubiti, the people call the pharaoh. Pharaoh comes from the word par-ii, par-ii, the female hands that protect the house, the par-ii. But wait, principles don't shed blood. There's no bloody war in the principles, but yet the symbol here that you're seeing here is a symbol of weaponry. It's a blood-shedding symbol. It's not a symbol of all the powers in the universe. It's originally a symbol that deals with the preservation of life, feeding your family, defending yourself, and an axe and something used to protect yourself becomes the word neter. Neter and neteri. Neteri means power, and it was a power of keeping you and your family and your tribe alive originally before there was any spiritual meaning to it. This continues on into seen in the Battle of Kadesh now, the Battle of the Kati of Kadesh, battle of that took place between under Ramesses the second, I guess who sa.neter descends from, Ramesses II, and what's called the Hittite Empire under the Mu'attali, under Mu'attali II, and the city of Kadesh on the Orontes River. just upstream Lake of Homs near modern Lebanon, Syria. What's that? What they call that today? All right, this battle is generally dated around 1274 BC. So we've moved from 1560 acts with the goddess Neter Akhmos to Ramesses. Now we're moving a little bit forward to 1274 BC in what they call the Egyptian chronology and its earliest pitched battles. It's the earliest pitched battle recorded in history, for which details and tactics and formations are known. It's believed to have been the largest chariot battle ever fought, involving between 5,000 and 6,000 chariots in total as a result of the discovery of multiple Kadesh inscriptions and the Kemet Hittite peace treaty. It is the best known documented battle in of all ancient history. Ramis, which is the actual real way to pronounce it, is not Ramesses. That came from the Greek, but Ramis was known as a Shemsuhor. He was one of the Shemsuhor. Shemsuhor is a follower of the custom of Heru, the follower of the custom of the Heru fights. This is what Heru was known for. Heru was known as the great defender, what's called the Anit in the Neteru, called the Anit. Anit, which is the cross that developed later into the Celtic cross that you see Christians have today. That Celtic cross was originally the cross of Heru. And I may show that later. It's called the Anit, which is a word that means to defend, to bring justice back, to fight, to bring justice back. So as a Shemsuhor, a follower of the custom of Heru fights, he defends the lands, and is in turn, he is a Neter. As we see below in the writings of war, this is found now in the first steps of Egyptian hieroglyphics, page 233. This is the war of Ramis against what's called the Keta, making them fall upon the water of Orontos. And then we're going to go down to the bottom of the water of His Majesty, following after them. Meow, ma meow. So like a lion savage to slay them in their places. And what does it say here at the bottom of Ramesses? There's the Neter symbol. So this is the Neter symbol, and this is Ramesses. Ramesses is Neter Nefer. So when people ask the question, are the Neter this, are the Neter that? We have established there's no such thing as the Neter. There is a Neter symbol, which is the axe, and Ramesses is of Neter. And there's several things called Neter. Ramesses is one of them. So when you say Neter, you can't exclude Ramesses. And if you do, you dislike the culture, because the culture has Ramesses as Neter, Nefer. And why is he Neter Nefer? For Abba or Aha. Sometimes it's pronounced Abba, sometimes it's pronounced Aha, right? Abba, God fighteth his soldiers, he destroys. So he is the beautiful Neter. This is Ramesses in the 1274 document of the people themselves. Okay. So that's a palindrome. A palindrome is something that goes back and forth both ways, and no matter which way it goes, it equals the same thing, like the word level. But there are life palindrome symbols, which means that they represent their own opposite, which ends up being the same thing as what the opposite actually is, which is live to die and die to live again to the ancient people of Samawitawi, or the ancient people of what now is being popularized, called Kemet Tamaray. The life was death, and death led back onto life. So the word for, they had no word for dying. The word for dying in the Purim Haru is met mut, and that's the same word for mother, which means that the ancient people didn't acknowledge the word death. The word death was the same word for rebirth of life. Thus a palindrome, live to die and die to live again. Like my good brother Jay says, live to die and die to live again, 360 degrees, comprehend. So the Neter symbol was a symbol of something that brought death to someone or something, but also was a symbol of life, because you must kill to survive. Life and death need to coincide with each other. Thus, they're not opposites. They're just different degrees on the polarity of reality. So thus the Neter axe here, something that kills something, but when you kill the food, you bring it back to your family, and that brings you life. Thus, it's wrapped in a mummification of the Sahu, as a man that's wrapped in a Sahu, they call it mummification, who gets killed, who is dead. But then what happens in the teachings, he gets everlasting life if his consciousness can pass the scales of what's called Makait, not the scales of Ma'at. It's called the scales of Makait. Thus, the palindrome polarity of biological imperative was the axe. It takes the takes life, It's the most ancient for technology of survival, used for hunting, literal. That's everybody's favorite word now. Literal, literal biological imperative of your biological existence depends on food nourishment, and it preserves life. The ancient tool of a weapon of a male, usually a male, to protect his females and children. And this becomes the word for power in the Neteru. Was there recorded by the hands of the indigenous people that there were people that were Neter that were worshipped? The answer is yes. So here now we're here in the so they say, well, the Neter were the gods that were worshipped. Okay, well here we are in the story of Sinuhi, found in the Ramesses tubes. They call it Theban West, but it's not Theban. It's a Waset. Waset They call it Theban West, Waset Mensa. This is in Papyrus P10499b, Zealand 13 to 30. Newest Museum, Berlin, Deutschland, 1200 BC. This is the story of Sinuhi. And this one here is 1800 BC. And what did the people say about themselves or for themselves? Are the Neteru worshipped? Yes, they are. But are the Neteru the people that were worshipped? It's the story of Sinuhi again, and we're going to go right here. Hereditary noble and commander warden, district officer of the estates. Let me move it over a little bit. District officer of the estates of the sovereign in the lands of the Asiatics. This truly beloved royal acquaintance, follower, Sinuhi said, I was a follower who followed his lord, a servant of the king's harem and of the hereditary prince's greatest of praise, wife of King Siniseret, Kenumet Sut, daughter of King Amenemhet, in Ka Nefru. Nefru, the possessor of honored state. Here's the death of Amenemhet. And now how does it describe him? Oh, Ra is the sun. The sun, Ra just is the sun. Okay. The year 30, month 3 of Aket, day 7. The god, the Neter, ascended, as the sun does, ascended to his horizon. King of Upper and Lower Kemet, sa.neter, he penetrated the sky, being joined to the sun disk, the god's Neter's body being mixed with that of him who made him. This is where this concept and understanding comes from. Who is the Neter here that's being described? Sa.neter. Who is the Neter here that's ascending to his horizon like the sun? Sa.neter. Now, is he separate from that which created him? No, he's a Neter, and now his body being mixed with that of him who made him, which means there's no separation between what's being called the Neter here by the people. And if you say the other Neter is nature and forces, well, it was taught by the ancient people that this Neter's body is mixed with that of him who made him. After death, thus there's no separation when you talk about sa.neter now and the forces. So if you talk about a Neter that is also ascended, let's talk about a Neter that's ascended to the heavens, who lives forever. He penetrates the sky. He's mixed with everything. Oh, sa.neter? Yes, that Neter. Oh, I thought you were talking about some type of mythological, because there's nobody that can ascend to the sky. There's nobody who's penetrating the sky, who mixes with everything. If you understand the ancient culture and our African, before it was Africa, our ancient culture, you would understand that it teaches the Ka is all things, called in Asia the key energy, Qi Gong, or the key energy, which mixes with all things because there's a permeating energy that is the doubled echo of everything that we see here in the physical realm. And it's what permeates and gives the energy to the physical. And it's the consciousness that gives birth to the physical. And so thus there's no separation. We don't see consciousness as a separation. So we are the Neter, you are the Neter. Sa.neter is the Neter. These are the Neter that ascend to the heavens, that can penetrate the sky, that are joined with the sun disk, whose body is all things. But this is a man who is on earth, called a Neter. So what are the neter? You're starting to realize now that we go by the words of the ancestors, there's no such thing as any specific group of things called the neter, because Ramesses is one of the neter, and sa.neter is not only just one of the neter, but the neter that can ascend to the heavens, penetrate the skies, merge in with the sun, and merge in with that which created him, and still live on forever, immortality. So here he is. Here's one of the neter, and we're going to see where the concept originally came from. This is the neter, Senuseret, 1800 BC. So when you talk about the neter, please do not exclude Senuseret. And if you exclude Senuseret, show us in the papyrus, show us in the culture where Senuseret is excluded from being of the neter. If you can't show that, then you're coming from a modern day 2026 opinion. Well, see, there's a certain type of neter, show us where the Kemetian people say this. This is the same word neter, the same symbol, the same determinative that's applied to other neter. So whatever the word neter is and means, that definition of that word, when we say what are the neter, well, what are the neter is the meaning of the word. The meaning of the word applies to Ramesses, and the meaning of the word applies to Senuseret, according to the words of the ancestors, not according to somebody in 2026 walking on the street with thoughts who only cares about this topic because it's a debate or because it's a hot topic. But if you're actually reading the words of the ancestors, you know that the word neter applies to Senuseret and Ramesses. So you are a potential neter. You are potential manifest. Don't let them tell you that the neter are principle. Then Senuseret is a principle. No, Senuseret was a walking man on earth. So was Ramesses a walking man on earth, and they're called neter. So whatever the definition of that word is, it applies to Senuseret. It applies to Ramesses. This is just two of what the word neter applies to. So unless you have a definition of the word neter that's of a different definition that doesn't include Senuseret, you'd have to show the papyrus of some other definition of the word neter. But to the ancients, they were very comfortable calling Senuseret neter, and very comfortable with Ramesses being a neter because he was like a savage lion. That principle, the savage lion that tears apart his enemy, defending his tribe and nation, that principle right there. Let me take you right to the writings of the hands of the indigenous people themselves in the ancient language. This is called the Met Neter, to see if the actual word neter is there, and to point out something. So here we go. So here I have arrows pointing to the word neter. The god departed to his horizon. Sounds like Ra. When they talk about the neter departing to his horizon, that's Ra, that's the sun. Okay. The king of Upper and Lower Egypt, sa.neter, entered into horizon, ascended to heaven with the sun. The divine neter merging with him who created him. And there's the word neter in the Medu Neter, applied to sa.neter. Okay? So when you're talking about neter, please include sa.neter. You have to include everything that the word neter applies to, or else you're not clear. You're doing a division that the ancients didn't do. This word neter. So boom, were the Neteru those who ascended to the sun? Were the Neteru who ascended to the sun because the frequency was complete imbuement, merging, no separation from you and the neter, not a principle. The Neteru were real as taught by the people, not New Age minds of today, and they, the Neteru, were and are you. They are you. You are the gods. You are the Neteru, and there's ancient Neteru that existed. And anything that was powerful and conscious, even beyond human recognition, was also called Neteru to the ancients. How did the religious people, Muslims and Jews, describe their God? They describe their God as he who is without equal. He who is without equal. This is how the Muslims and Christians describe their God. There is no other God before him. Right? This is the so there's no God before him. Where did they get this concept from? that there's a God and there's no God before him, and he has no equal. Back to the story of Sinuhe, 1800 BC. Back to 1800 BC, what does it say? And has assumed the inheritance of his father. Now he is a God without equal. You see? The Neter, the Pu. Pu is a word that means that which is. Pu is that which is. He is a Neter, and now equal. Sinin. Sinin is another word for brother. This is where they get the concept. Allah has no mother or father. Allah has no equal. Allah has no brother. Yes, that's sinin and sinet. Sinu plural. Sinet, and the F is the horned viper, which is the male. He is without equal. So what's the equal? The equal is the nin. The nin here means without. So he is a God without equal. There is no other before him. There is no God. So ashhadu alla ilaha illa set Hebrew. There is no other before him. He is a possessor of wisdom. You see what's happening here? So if you were to walk up to somebody and say, let me tell you about the Neter. Let me tell you about this Neter that ascends to the heavens. He penetrates and merges into the sun, and he becomes a part of all things. There's no equal. There is no other before him. You'd be like, oh, is that Ra, Jeb, Nut, Tehuti? Who are you talking about there? What Neter is that? Because that sounds like the Neter I'm talking about, the gods, right? The ancient people knew sa.neter. So that's, again, speaking about the being, the person Neter, having all the attributes, because this concept was passed down from a higher Neter, according to the ancient people. The ancient people of Kemet, the word Kemet is a new term that came much later. It was Kem originally, Kem in the Nefer, the Nefer Aset Sabti, which is the real name of what they call the pyramids, the Set pyramid. It's called the Ara. It was called sa.neter. Thus, the reason they continued to call him this was because it was passed down and it went to an earlier time period, to one of the most dramatic events. So what was the focus of this concept, understanding of this word Neter, it being associated with war, fighting, axing, having as a war weapon? Ramesses has it, holding up in his hand. What is this? Because the original people, this culture was passed down from an earlier time period. This earlier time period was called Septepi, which in this earlier time period called the Septepi, the most dramatic events which led to the most important aspects of our teachings, which was immortality, came from war. So the most important aspect that you see in the Meteten Shar, we call it. They call the coffin text Meteten Shar. The Meteten Shar, the Unefer Aset that they call the pyramid text, the Purim Haru that they call the Book of the Dead. What is the most important focus of spirituality in Kemet? The most important focus was immortality. How did immortality come about? How did the story of immortality came about? It came about through war. That's how it came about. It came about through a violent attack of Asar and a war between Set and Heru for 80 years. So the concept of war and immortality to the ancient people are completely embedded and merged into one, because without the war, without the fight, without the attack of Set on Asar, there's no afterlife story. You don't become an Asar. There's no story of immortality. None of that exists without the fight, without the war and the contendings of Heru and the attack on Asar. Thus, the fighting tool of war, that which kills, is also the symbol of life, because without that death of Asar, there'd be no afterlife story. Thus, war and death is merged into one. This is the symbol of the Neter. It came from a story of war that was the most important thing in all of Kemet, was this story of a war that took place in the time of the Septepi, of the axe, and the warrior pharaohs, the warrior Par'ii, they're properly called Nisu. They're called Nisu. Nisu is a word that means it's a tongue, fiery tongue. It's a word of a fiery tongue, that which can command something. The Nisu, fiery tongue that can command something, but yet always the aspect of danger. The word bee that you have in English, bee, is a meta word. It's actually the word for that insect. A bee or a wasp is called bee, or BT. BT is where you get with bee from, and that is an animal that follows the female. The female is the base. In ancient Kemet, the base was Ma'at. Ma'at was the feminine aspect of Ma'ah, and that's the base, and everything revolves around the feminine energy, the female frequency, and then the writer of that was Tehuti. And unification, which is what the word Kem means. Kem is completeness. Kem is one of the names for Osiris. That's one of his names was Kem. That's one of his attributes. Kem is the completeness, the unification, and the Nisubiti, the one who is responsible for the commanding tongue, who is to use his utterance of word called the Utet. The Utet was the utterance of word and the power of his command. He was called Utu. Utu, the one of command, because his tongue was to be in tune with his Ib. When his tongue is in tune with his Mao and his Ib, now he's one of powerful command because he follows and stands on Ma'at, which is the symbol of Hepapet. Hepapet symbol is a stand that you stand on, which is one of the words, one of the symbols that create the word Ma'at, and it has an arch to it, which means to ascend, the word Hepapet. And you're always on an ascending, you're a commander, and you're able to fight, just like a bee or a wasp in a beehive or a wasp hive. You're fighting to do what? You're protecting the feminine energy of expansion. You're protecting Ma'at. With your commanding words, your fiery tongue, you're called a Nisu, the Nisu, one with the fiery tongue, and you're as powerful with the sting of a bee. So there's the violent aspect of the Neter, whether it is the axe that the Ramesses is using to defend the family and defend the tribe, or whether it is the bee sting that is the symbol attached to the name of the pharaoh that will sting you, sting you, and call the troops on you, just like a bee or a wasp. If you try to mess with the family, if you try to mess with this tribe, he will sting you. He's the king of that. Still underneath the female energy, the Ma'at energy, right? The great warrior, because he was the echo of Heru, the incarnation. He was called the Heru and a Shemsu Heru. That's why one of the names that you get when you become a Nesubisi is called the Heru name. The Heru name, because every male that becomes a Nesubiti or a Par-Ii has to be of an incarnation of the energy of Heru, because he was the first warrior that defended for 80 years against Set while Set was in his sick state. This is according to the people's writings. The listening audience, whether you're atheist, Hebrew, whatever you may be, peace and love to you. It's fine. You don't have to believe any of this, because this conversation is not about what your belief is. It's about, if you're going to talk about a culture, you're going to talk about what they have taught. I'm telling you what they have taught with their words. No arguing, no talking to people about their personal lives or what. I don't like you and you don't like me, and I don't like you and you're a fanboy and you're this and you that. I'm not into none of that stuff. I wasn't raised around that. I was raised around consciousness ever since I was in grade school, teaching the students in the hallway when I was expelled from school. I've been doing it since then, and I will continue to do this because this is my life. So this is not about a debate. It's about understanding what the people say, because those poor, beautiful people of the Nile Valley and all these ancient cultures are not here anymore to speak for themselves. So they left writing. And if you're going to talk about them from writing forward. Read their writing. They left it so that you could know who they were. And you don't have to make up something. So the warrior Heru, he bore the axe as his symbol. The axe, the Neter axe was the symbol of the Neter. The Nesubiti bore the axe as their symbol. They were called the Shemsu Heru, as it states in the Taurian Papyrus, column 3.8. When the rain was passed down from the spirit Neter, because there was spirit Neter, which were the untangibles, the spirit Neter, the light beings, to Heru, to man. This is according to the beliefs and teachings of the ancient people. Nothing to do with what you may believe currently. It's not relevant. I'm just telling you what the ancient people left for us. This is not coming from Tehuti, what Tehuti believes, says. No. We're coming from what the people left. Here we are in the Taurian Papyrus. Now here in the Thorn Papyrus, this is column 3, and the spirits and the followers of Heru, 13,420 years. Okay, this is before Narmer. This is before the Scorpion King. This is before who the Egyptologists are teaching was the pharaoh and the lineage of the Nesubiti. This is before that. This is the spirits and the followers of Heru, and their time period alone, 13,420. That's the Shemsu Hor, and that's the spirits and the Shemsu Hor. Thus, you see the Neter Ramesses. What is he holding in his hand? It's a symbol of defeating his enemy. Typo there. Ramesses defeating the enemy and being a follower of Heru. What is that he's holding in his right hand as he holds the enemy's head in his left hand? What is he holding that represents him as a Neter? What is that he's holding? There's the Neter axe, and he's holding a man's head. Okay, this Neter axe is not the principles of all the cosmos and nature. This is a specific symbol, and it's held in the Par EE's hand as a real axe that would be used and a ceremonial axe that would be buried with him that wouldn't be touched. That means it wouldn't have any blood on it. It was never taken into war. It was symbolizing what he was doing out there in the war with the real one that he would use, the real weapon. But the ceremonial axe was a beautiful gold one that you see with Bach. Let me move it over here. That you see the battle axe of Baki. Right, so the Neter axe originated as a physical, violent war weapon, beheading the enemies, not divine principles. That's not what this symbol means. Not what the word Neter actually is. Here he is holding it, showing you the ancient ones are leaving you their messages in words and in images themselves, showing you what Neter is, what this is. That's his head is in his hand because of this thing in this hand. That's why this head is separated. It got separated by the other thing in his hand. And there's the battle axe of Baki. This is 1504, 1447. So there's the Neter symbol right there. So when you talk about the Neter symbol, you must start off, when you talk about the Neter, you must start off with this axe. If you're not talking about this axe, you're not starting off with the Neter principle symbol, because if it's a principle, okay, fine. Let's say it's a principle. Then what's the axe a principle of? What are the pharaohs doing when they're holding the principle of the Neter? What is it they're doing? Are they meditating in the woods? What is it they're doing? Are they lining up the 7 chakras? What is it they're doing when they're holding the Neter symbol? Only. What is it they're representing only with this particular symbol that is the word for Neter? They're cutting off and defending their family, because that's what the axe did 3.3 million years ago. Before there was any Ma'at on the planet, before there was any teachings, writings, ancient men were developing axes as hunting tools and weapons and things to protect them against animals and other men. And this continued to become commemorated. And thus, why is Ramesses compared to a Neter? Why is Ramesses called a Neter according to the writings? Why is it? It tells you why. Because he fought like a lion and defended as Heru, making him a Shemsu Heru. Why was he called a Neter? It says, Ma Miao has heard Katib. So what? Why? Because he was like a lion. He was savage with it. He was savage protecting his wives. He was savage protecting his family. Savage with it, protecting his tribe. This is why. Slay them in their places. And then what is he called because of that? The Neter. Beautiful. Why again? They emphasize it right after. Not only compared to a lion, how a lion fights. It's not a nice way how a lion fights. Lion tear your guts out. Lion fights savage, slaying them, defending the family. Why is he a Neter? Why is he beautiful? What's the beautifulness of Ramesses? Is it because he had a handsome face? Is it because he had a nice chin? Is it because he spoke beautiful love songs? Why was he called Nefer? What's this Nefer? Oh, because he's Abba, because he's holding, what is that symbol there? That's a man with the weapon in his hand and a shield. That's what Reggie said about me one day. He said, you know what I like about your style, Tehuti? You're like Aha. You have the sword in the hand and the shield. You block and you defend. That's from Ramesses' attribute, blocking and defending, and that's why he was beautiful. That's what the words say. The Neter beautiful, fighteth for his soldiers, he destroyeth. that weapon, that Neter weapon, is destroying things. If you challenge and try to fight and try to harm his wives, his children, his family, his soldiers, he jumps in the war with you. He's not like Trump. He's not like today's president. No, Ramesses and Tehuti most jumped in the war with the soldiers, so he could die too, with his Neter in his hand, his Neter axe in his hand. That's why he's called a Neter. Why is he beautiful? Because he's fighting, defending with the Menfitu, with the soldiers. He's savage, like a lion, slaying them, destroying them. Okay, you're doing all that, Ramses? What are we gonna call you? We're gonna call you a beautiful Neter. When the hippie and the New Age movement came in to try to redefine Neter, when they came in, it was all about, which is beautiful. I teach it too. Peace, love, beautifulness. That's all wonderful. That's all beautiful. But when the New Age conscious movement came in, it wasn't about unification. Let's build a family. Let's build families. Let's defend them. Let's build some areas. Let's build some structure. Because now if we have structure, if we have areas, if we have land, or even before we even get to the land, let's build structure in our own household. Let's have governments in our own household based on Ma'at. Let's have government based amongst our tribe. Let's have rules and codes and laws. Let's have decorum. Let's have responsibility. Let's have authentic responsibility with allegiance and alignment. Now, when we have that, now the women do it in another way, but now the men can defend. And now they can be like the Neter, defending like Heru with the axe. Now we're fighting. But in the New Age, and especially in the internet world, there's no concept. Like I said, everybody, what I like about sa.neter, what I like about him, because he was on the streets getting shot at. Me, Tehuti, I was getting shot at. Pew, 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 teaching, and pew, pew, getting shot at. I had to run in front of bullets. This is actually going out and defending, not because I'm a thug, not because I was selling crack, but because I was teaching people to take the notes that I have and roll them up in weed and smoke them in my face and show me their gun. Like, you're not going to do nothing. Yes, I will. Yes, I will. Fights are breaking out. I'm doing this to defend the family, not because I'm out there bullying people. And when you get that real life energy interacting, actually defending something, not just the internet, click, click, click. I don't like you, I block you. I'm an introvert. I don't like you, block, 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 block. Not that, but okay, are we gonna go out and defend the females? Are we gonna set up family? Do you have a law code in your household that's based on the ancient culture of all the unks that you wear? When you wake up in the morning, do you have discipline? Do you have martial arts in your life? I teach martial arts. I taught martial arts. Do you have a diet? I weigh my food. Everybody in my household, we weigh our food. We eat at a certain time. We eat a specific food. Discipline, maintaining a beautiful body, a beautiful mind. Do you go to bed at a certain time? Do you do something at a certain time of the day like animals do, like the ancient people do? And now you can actually feel the real life of Neter discipline. But if everything's just the internet, people have to make the Neter into something just it's a pretty nice world out there. You like the flowers out there? No, that's not what that. What are you going to do with flowers and an axe? So the axe was the defending, fighting nature that the Par'i'i used to use, and they're telling you that in their writing. So you will note that the Egyptologists, are calling the first ruler Narmer, but it's not who the indigenous people call the first ruler, which, as you can see, Narmer doesn't start until column 311. So we go into the Taurian papyrus, we see Narmer. Here's Narmer, but Narmer, who they're calling the first dynasty, he's in 311, but there's 2 columns, and then there's point for 12 columns before this one, and more before so they're not just 3 columns, but they're broken up into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then you get to the next number. Well, Narmer, who they taught you was the first, the ancient people didn't put him as the first. They put him in column 311. That's what the ancient people do. Before Narmer, before this time, it was a time of the ancestors called the time before. The time before was Sep Tepi. This was called the primeval or primordial time. Sep is the word for time, and Tepi I'll discuss later. But Tepi, this was the time of the ancestors prior to. This is what the ancestors say, the Sep Tepi, that they say themselves. And in their time, before Narmer, before Ramesses, and again, everybody, this is not talking about, hey, where can we archaeologically find the such and such and such and such. I want you to remove your mind state from the ancient people and then bring it back to what the ancient people said and believed. It doesn't mean that you have to accept it or believe in it. But if you're teaching from what the ancient people say, please read what they say and say, here's what they believe. Even an atheist is 100% with me, because an atheist is like, I don't believe in it anyways. And I'm like, cool. You don't have to believe in it. But if somebody asks you about the Iroquois tribe or the Eskimos, what was their teachings? You have to go to what the Eskimos left and build upon what they left. You don't have to believe in it, but don't say that they believed in something else and they're writing saying, wait a minute, this is what we're saying. We left this for you. So here's Geb. This is Geb the Neter. Geb the Neter. In Geb's reign, just as it has in the writing of the Neter, we go backwards from Ramesses and we get column 114. Here is Geb in the Shen. With what? With the Neter, one of the Neter symbols. This is the Heru symbol from which the pharaohs get the Heru name. And because each of them, each of the Neter were about the fight that was taking place between Heru and Set. And thus the ones they left behind became the Shemsu Hor, and they got their Heru name. Here is Neter Geb reigning. Nesubit Geb. Here he is with the Neter symbol right there. And there's Nesubiti. There's Nesubit right there. See the bee? You see the wasp? There's a Nesu symbol. The Nesu symbol, also called the Sultan symbol, where the Muslims get the word Sultan, is a rebirth symbol of a plant being reborn. The plant being reborn was a symbol that made up the word Tamaray. Tamaray was one of the ancient names of what people call Egypt, and it was made up of this name because it was an agricultural society that was based on agriculture and the agriculture of Osiris, which is why you see him with wheat and these plants coming up from his body in symbolism, of course, because it represents the ground and it represents fertility. And he's green. Okay, here we go. So there is Jeb right there. And the next one, now we see Set. Set, 200 years. There is Set. There's two Neter symbols, and one Neter symbol is his own name. That's Set. And there is the Nisubiti. It's a little cut off here, but there's the Nisubiti, and there's Set. And there's the two Uu symbols right there. And that is the 100. And there is Set. This is what the people left of what they believed. They believed and taught this. Here, now we're in column 17. Now we get into the Nesubiti and the Heru and the Heru gods, because now we have the divinity Heru, and then you're going to see the Heru passes the divinity down, and then the Nesubiti become the Shemsu Hor after this. So we have the Heru Neters, because now what's happening now, Heru goes from one being to a multiple of Herus. Heru is a sun, the sun. Heru is a word for day. Heru is the word for day, and it's a sun, but it's also a birth name of a child that comes out of a Het Heru. And then you become a Heru, then there's multiple Herus because you start to follow the story. You start to follow and get imbued in the defense of the story. And then here's Ma'at. Here's Ma'at here. And Ma'at is symbolized by this, which I have in my hand, because this is the feminine symbol. And even though this is a real literal serpent, it is the real literal serpent that is the symbol of feminine, of a female that's a real being. Even though the symbol is symbolic, that what's making the symbol is real, and it represents real females, and they're alive and well and real, and you see the serpent right here, the cobra, because the cobra is how you made things feminine. It's also one of the ways you say a goddess or a Netert. So they have Ma'at. So there's Ma'at ruling right there with her feminine symbols, 3 feminine symbols for her, which one would be what people calling the bread loaf, which is a whole nother teaching to that. What they call the bread loaf, and then you have, of course, the egg, the feminine symbol of birth, and then, of course, what makes something a feminine, which is the cobra itself. There is Ma'at right there inside of the Shen. This is what the ancient people taught. And now the oldest word on the planet in that area for a non-physical being, because the non-physical being, which was also an aspect of the real you, was one of the 9 aspects of man, was called the ku. Sorry, the typo there. Let me fix that. This was called an XU, a ku. Ku is the, let me reverse that. There it is. Ku was the ancient word for light consciousness, and that is the light consciousness that preceded the physical body, according to the teachings of the ancient people. Maybe not according to what you believe, and it's absolutely fine. It doesn't have to be. We're teaching what the ancients taught, if we're going to talk about the ancients. And there was the ku, or was also called aku. Ku and aku, the same thing. Spirit entity that lives inside of man, the true you, and the entity, that the energy, the consciousness that lives inside of you, are recorded in the archaeological find of Abti, which they found the oldest word on the planet for consciousness. And this was an archaeology archive, Publication Archaeology Institute of America, where they found these bones with writing on it, and they found this. This right here, this goes back 3,400 BC. And what is this? That is the Tehuti bird. That is the word for consciousness, and it's the word for soul, spirit, light consciousness that's inside of the body. And so we see, may he come forth, desireth, may he be victorious. Remember, I told you why the word ma'ah is victorious. There's the ma'ah, there's the karu, and may be done. And there's the utu I spoke to you about. Utu, the commanding of the nesu, the commanding the utu. Utu commands of the pa osar, may he walk. There's the shem. That's the Shem, that's the walking followers that created the word Shem Suhor. Mehu utet, utet is speaking, because speaking is the same as commanding. Utet is where you get the word metet, metu, and metu neter from utet, from utu, commanding and speaking words. With you, may he be a glorified soul. The glorified soul there's that bird. There's the circle with the lines in it. Of course, this is 3,400 BC. I'm even surprised it looks this pristine. But of course, the lines are, it just looks like black now. But there's the circle with the sun, and there's the bird, that is the ku bird, with you, has been found defect. There's the makait, not the skills of ma'at, skills of makait. The cha right there in the makait is very significant, because it goes back to the word memory and consciousness. There's the skills, there's the makait, be a glorified soul. This is the consciousness that's inside of the body, which is the real you after the physical death. This is according to what the ancient people taught, and it's not a physical, touchable being that's based on the electron fermion or the particles that make things touchable. It's more of light consciousness, and that's the you that ascends or comes out of the body when you pass, according to the teachings of the ancients. So we know that this is not a physical, touchable being, but it's still a real entity of consciousness. It's light. It's a light consciousness that's inside of your body, but you can't smack it, you can't touch it, because it's light. So now during the cataclysm in the Younger Dryas, physical beings that would be affected by the elements would not be able to rule. This is another class. This is another class. But at any rate, there was a cataclysm. There was a Younger Dryas, which dates back to the time of what Robert Schoch dated the Harakuti, the Ra Harakuti Tem, what they miscalled the Sphinx, knowing that it goes back before that, because at the time of the that they date back, the first date back of the Sphinx goes back to a time where nobody could be building anything on Earth, because it was the Younger Dryas, or the period after the cataclysm, and where things were just developing, and nobody was on Earth during the cataclysm, on the surface at least of the Earth, building everything. So they knew that to go back to the time before that. So at this time, there'd be nobody physically on the planet, on the surface, ruling during this cataclysm. So what type of entities would not be affected by the physical cataclysm? Let me get some water, sorry. So now I'm going to show you the oldest word for spirit again. Here's the oldest word for spirit again, but now here it is. This is the Akuti. Which are the Akuti? These are the beings of light. This is Aku, light splendor, and these are the light beings. These are light consciousness, as it describes in the Purim Haru. The real consciousness that exists inside of your body, of what you actually really are, not the physical body. And the ancient ones knew that there were light conscious beings on a different dimensional realm than the physical body that could still communicate. And all of our African ancestors, all throughout, not even just Africa, all of our ancestors acknowledged that there was light. I went through a class, I went through 47 cultures on the planet that acknowledge that there are light beings that guide them that are not in the physical form. That consciousness of light beings came from the Akuti, from this right here. So here it is right here. The Akuti, and that's this right here. I don't know if my mouse on the screen, but there's the Akuti, the Akuti in a form of transformation. So here it is, right? This is that. Here's the same word. There's the word there that whenever you see a bird with a circle, whether it's a full circle sun or whether it's the circle with a dot, the same sun and the bird with the long beak. Here we are in plates 13, that of Hacker at separation of the Metu, the dead, of judgment. There's the good spirits. There's that bird. This is the spirits coming into existence. You see? So here is the spirits right here coming into existence. The spirits of Aku coming into, and these are Neter. These beings right here. M, the word M is coming into the Kepara, coming into existence. This is the transformation that takes place after the physical body. The whole Purim Haru is what's taking place after the physical body, but I'm establishing that the ancient ancestors acknowledge that there's a consciousness that is of light and a spirit consciousness that's not on the physical plane. And these are called Aku, beings of light. These particular ones are Neters of light, and then that is also you. And that's the whole purpose of the Purim Haru, is to come into immortality, to contact your true self as a light being after the physical form. That's what our ancestors taught. So I'm just establishing that the word Aku are spirits, non-physical entities. Now we're going to continue in the Taurian Papyrus. Let's go to the Taurian Papyrus Kings list to see who are the people the people of Kemet themselves said was ruling after the physical Neter, yet right before the rule was passed on to the human kings, which I spoke on, was there was a cataclysm that took place, and there couldn't be physical rulers on the planet. Whether you acknowledge in Shango, Abatala, Yemiya, whether you acknowledge in the spirit ancestors, any ancient African tribe that calls upon their ancestors, whenever you ask them, are these ancestors that you're calling upon that are coming to these altars that you're building and feeding them food, are they physical beings that you can grab? They'll say, no, they're like energy. They're like light. There's something that you can see them. They're somewhere, but you can't, they don't look as clear as us, and they can move through things. This is continuous in our culture. These beings can also guide and rule and be Nesubiti when physical rulers can't. And thus we get into column 3, and who's ruling? Spirits, 10, their reigns. What spirits ruling? Spirits in the Shen? Oh yes, here they are. Boom. There's the Aku. So here's the Aku now. Remember, we've established Aku are not physical entities. Aku are spirits, light beings that we show in the dictionary and in the Purim Haru, and describing the light consciousness entity that's in you, but is accessible out of you after death. But these beings here, they come from that realm, and the ancients acknowledge that these beings can hold Nesubiti rulership as well. The Aku, they're ruling here. Spirits 10, their reign. Aku. That's what the ancient ancestors say. Tiny red fragments 3-1. Here we go. Tiny red trace bottom, only persistent lepsus. And here it is right here. There it is right there. There's the Aku. Aku, spirits, 70 years. Ask your principal man, ask your man of the principles, and this is the principle to the principle to principle. Well, ask him, what's an aku? In the writings, not what you say. What are the ancestors saying aku is? Show me this. Open up papyrus and show me what is an aku. Okay, we've established aku are spirit consciousness that's not physical bodies. These are akus. This is what's inside of you that is acknowledged after you die. You kepara aku. You become the aku now. You're an ak. Well, these aks are ruling for 70 spirit, 70 lifetime, 1,000. Who are these? Who are these? What are these? These are ak. These are aku. Then after several years, spirits ruling, look what comes next in the tradition. Because now we're past the younger dryas, and you'll notice, you'll always ask yourself, hey, how come when it comes to these ancient cultures, we find like a break, and then we find them popping up around 4,000 BC, 3,000, 5,000 BC. What was going on before that? Why is there this big pop-up of culture? All of a sudden we find the pyramid texts, the ancient Sumerians, we find them around the same time period, but it's after a certain time period. It's around 4,000, 5,000 BC, and it just pops up. Full language, boom. Pyramid text, boom. Sumerian culture, boom, pops up. Why does it happen around? What happened around that time? What is it that took place? That is the correction of the younger dryas period, of the cataclysm that took place, and then people started coming back to the surface and then started redeveloping the cultures that they had in the past. And that's why people keep saying there are these ancient civilizations that were superior, and they're the lost civilizations. There's this big break. We can't find them anymore. Then boom, around 4,000 BC, here comes the most advanced civilizations. But what happened in the break? Every time they talk about the years of the break, it's always the years of the cataclysm in the younger dryas, and then boom, you have these civilizations popping up, and then you have Göbekli Tepe that goes back to that time period. But they say, hey, what happened to Göbekli Tepe? Oh, they buried themselves. It was this culture that was there at this particular time, but it looks like it was purposely buried over. And then boom, we don't hear about Göbekli Tepe after that. We don't hear about that. What happened to these ancient civilizations? They had to disappear during the cataclysm. Then they resurfaced. And then the spirits now, it starts passing on, spirits and the followers of Heru. How many years? 13,420 years, followers of Heru. Okay, the Shemsu Hor. The rain, little typo there, let me correct the typo, and then we're going to finish it up. Here we go. So the rain, boom, boom. Okay, the rain passed down to man. This information was collected by Herodotus. Who is Herodotus? Oh, he's constantly quoted by your favorites, everybody's favorites. Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, your current favorites, everybody. Herodotus described the Egyptians as black. Herodotus described the Egyptians as the first, so the Egyptians taught him. The Egyptians taught him that they were the first in civilization, and they taught the Greeks. This is come from Herodotus. Okay, we're going to stay with Herodotus. So Herodotus, who's constantly quoted by your favorites, my favorites, all of the people's favorites. Well, not personally my favorites, but we'll just say that because they're my favorites is in they brought Kemet first as far as black people being interested. So shout out to the beautiful ancestor, Dr. Ben, and the beautiful ancestor, Dr. Clark, and all the original people that brought into Earth's consciousness to even be interested in Kemet, whether they had mistakes in their teachings, whether they could read the Neteru or not, I care not. I just know that if it wasn't for them, a lot of Kemetic interest wouldn't be here. So shout out to the favorites, Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, who everyone constantly uses for pro-black topics, always saying Herodotus was an eyewitness. He learned from the ancient people himself. Well, this is the information that he says was passed on to him from the ancients. This is in the histories 2, Herodotus Histories 2, Histories 2.4. What does Herodotus say? The same one that everybody quotes. What did he learn from the people? In the time before these men, they said that gods were the rulers in Egypt. In other words, these earlier Neteru and the Zep Tepi, they were the ruler of Egypt, not mingling with men. and that of these always had power at that time. And the last of them who was over Egypt was Horus. He puts it as Horus. That's right. The son of Osiris, whom the Hellenes call Apollo. They said also that the first man to become king, right, was Menes. There's an argument whether Menes is Narmer, whether Menes was first, Narmer was first, but it seems to match. That Menes, so the ancient Kemetians said the first man was Menes, but not the first ruler. The first ruler were these gods called Neteru that had power, and the last of them was Heru. And then after those were the followers of Heru, or they called the Shem-Suhor, which is exactly what the indigenous historians of Kemet stated in the Taurian papyrus, which states in the last line, venerables, Shem-Suhor, 13,420 years reigns before the Shem-Suhor, 23,200 years total, 36,620 years. Those were the Shem-Suhor, which were the people after Heru. They have it in their indigenous writings, and it matched perfectly with what Herodotus said that they taught him. And Hotep, that's it. I'm going to stop right there. Boom. That's what the ancients teach about the Neteru. Just the beginning, though. That's it. Boom. Peace and love, everybody. Hope you all enjoyed. There it is, sa.neter. Sa.neter. Peace and love, everyone. I am only here to represent what the people say themselves, if we're going to talk about the people. There you go, Sa. Tehuti, how come you're not in this debate? Okay, go ahead. Oh, Sa's getting set up. Peace and love, everybody. Hotep to everybody, and I hope you all enjoyed. And sa.neter, if you can get them to put the link for the support, the cash apps or the YouTube. I'm going to tell everybody the YouTube channel, and peace and love. I hope you all support. Send your
Yeah, what I would like for you to do, Tehuti, is people know where they can come and get more classes like this and information from you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to screen share that. So peace and love to everybody in the chat, and I also want to say for sa.neter, since he's allowing me to promote my channel, if you're gonna, hey, what's going on here? Okay, if you're going to send questions in, the chat is cool. The chat is cool, but if you're gonna send questions in, also every once in a while, send it in a super chat to sa.neter, so you can support the channel. Don't just type it always for free. Support. This man has been doing this for over 30 years on the streets, and just send him a super chat and just say thank you, sa.neter, for this, or here's my question. Doesn't matter if it's $5 or whatnot, but let's support each other. That's the right thing to do. All right, let me go ahead and show my channel and where everybody can go.
You want to share it? You gonna share it?
Yes, I am. So
on the screen, right?
Yes, I am. I'm doing it
Good,
right now.
good. Yeah.
Boom, boom, boom. All righty. Here we are. Oh, perfect. Okay, beautiful people. Here is the pod class. We are the House of Aten, the ancient Tehutian teachings of Neteru. And here is the, here is the channel. It is a very unique, is it on there, Sa? Okay. Here's the channel. This is a very unique experience that's set up. It's set up so that the classes are based on what you send in with reciprocity. As you can see, last week's class, Tehuti answers on the science of dream premonitions. Is it possible to see your future in dreams? Beings that can move between time are here. Interdimensional light beings of Kemet, the dream papyrus. What are gender roles in the household and the family? What's the significance of the number 72? Here's one for Zaquan, I think. 3-Eye Atlas. So I got the 3-Eye Atlas class. What was first? Tamaray, Indus Valleys are Tartaria. the most movie breakdowns ever in history. This one was on Spellbinder movie over here. Spellbinder, the ancient sound frequency. Forensics uses Kemet wisdom to solve crimes. The Crown of Akhenaten. What are the benefits of out-of-body experience? The movie Eyes Wide Shut, and the what's going on with Jeff Epstein and the Jeff Epstein agenda again. And these are all the classes: Goddess, Energy, Kemet, Aset, Heru. What is the origin of voodoo dolls? What are the purpose of voodoo dolls and where they come from? The Garden of Eden, psyops. Tehuti, Wakanda, movie, all type of things. You send in your questions. Origin of the Kabbalah, Hermetic principles. Are they true? Is there such thing as Atlantis? All type of different topics. Is it Jeb? Is it the Mother Earth or the Father Earth? And even the Satanists plagiarizing from Kemet. You come here, and it's every Saturday, Pacific time, starting at 4 p.m. The intro is about an hour or 40 minutes, and then I come on the screen, we build for a bit, and then I show the questions that were asked, and then boom, we get right into it. And some of these questions are answered in a space of 1 hour to 3 hours to answer 2 questions with all type of sources shown. Peace and love, everybody. Go check that out, get the feel, send in questions, and see how it works for you. There's testimonies. We've healed hyperhidrosis. We've built, there's a lot of healing that takes place over there too. So we have eczema classes, how to heal eczema, all type of fitness training, people building their body, showing before and after pictures, people getting visits, how to contact your dead relatives, all type of different beautiful testimonies we have here, not coming from me, but coming from the people. So peace and love to everybody. Right. And there it is, right there. Brother.
I want to give you I want to give everybody a chance to go ahead, make your bathroom run, your PP run. We're going to play this real quick.
Where we going with it? Now where we going with it? 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 Going back to Kemet, styling, profiling. It's been a long time. How many years? About 3,000. Man, we got to bring it back.
I like
days
this.
And times of living is getting whack. I'm going back to Kemet, styling, profiling. It's been a long time. How many years? About 3,000. Man, we got to bring it back. The days and times of living is getting whack. I seen kingdoms come and I seen kingdoms fall. You can check it for yourself. You can read it on the wall like graffiti on the wall. Metal nets is what it's called. I taught y'all in the past. Now I'm back to teach you all how to elevate and repent from filthy ways. I know it's hard, but it feels good to fast for 30 days. I got y'all searching for the land that's across the burning sands, where the men turn into gods and the gods turn into men. The jewel of the Nile is in the motherland. Each one teach one, so go tell your brother, man. You're feeling down, then you got to snap back like a rubber band. Lord, going back to Kemet, styling, profiling. It's been a long time. How many years? About 3,000. Man, we got to bring it back. The days and times of living is getting whack. I'm going back to Kemet, styling, profiling. It's been a long time. How many years? About 3,000. Man, we got to bring it back. The days and times of living is getting whack. Hey. All the words I chant when I come forth by day. From the night, these sacred chapters I recite. Do my voodoo every day till I feel some things are right. Speaking in words of power, speakers get blown. Ancient tradition, deep in your bones. Ancient wisdom, speaking in poems. Melodies take you deep in the zone. I'm going back to Kemet, styling, profiling.
Yeah. We're going to take it back to Kemet. Styling and profiling. Okay. Apostle, you get the first question, brother, because you was here all the way through the show. You hear me, Apostle? You hear me, Apostle?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, let me put you on the big screen. Let me put you on the big screen.
Yes, sir.
All right, Apostle, all I need you to do, ask a question. I don't need you teaching. Allow the brother to respond to your question. All right, brother? Is that cool?
I understand, man.
You sure?
You don't want me to put no pressure on the brother.
Real
Matter
quick,
of fact,
can you post the link? God Energy asking.
matter of fact, put the pressure on the brother. Go ahead. I'm gonna let you put pressure.
Can you do that, sir?
I want to take the brother back.
Hold on, he ain't here yet. He wait till he come back up.
Oh, okay.
sa.neter, can you hear me?
What's up, brother?
What you got? What
Hey,
you want, man?
God Energy said, can you post the link for him?
The link is in the chat, brother.
It's not. I look for it. Okay, I'll let him know again. He's calling me.
The
Okay.
link is pinned in the chat. It's pinned.
Okay, I want to let him know right now. Okay.
I saw him call. What up, man? Do you think
Too high up, sir. He can't reach it.
I saw him call. Do you think
Yes,
this
sir.
will help Reggie in any way?
Showing the literal aspects of the Neteru, pretty much anytime Tehuti speaks here, it favors Reggie. But both are true. So there's a couple things that he mentioned that were concepts too. So Jabari's going to be able to nibble from it too. But the literal aspects, yeah, he'll definitely be able to push. But when he said something, he said Geb is not the earth.
Yeah,
But
that
he
was
has to remember, there's other texts that refer to Geb like sa.ta, sa.neter, and that's when they refer to Geb as the earth. And Renun Tet, who is the year, is called when he's called sa.ta, he's called the like it's something like the abode of the snakes, something like that, because that's what Earth was basically made. It's a bunch of snakes back in that time. Renun Tet, who becomes his wife after Nut, is called the nurser of the snakes, putting these things together. So there's some text that he just may not be as familiar with, but the brother gave a great presentation, awesome work, and they're
all
here to
right.
fix
There you go.
my flat tire. I'll be right back.
All right, the brother Tehuti is here. Apostle, you got the first question, brother. Let's get it.
Oh, before we go, Apostle, peace to you. sa.neter, can you people are asking for my Cash App in the chat. Can someone put that in there?
What is your Cash App, brother?
We're gonna get who's here from the House of a 10? Is Amunet in here?
Yeah, I'm in that. Come on in, drop that Cash App in there. I got to make you a moderator. So, is it the link that goes straight to you, Tehuti?
I when she puts it in, it is. Is Amu in here? Amunet? Because I don't see where I can type it. I don't. It just says. It says join chat. Where's Tuti's Cash?
Suntan user can grab it. Is he here?
Where's the House of a 10? Where's the House of a 10 in here? Let me
Where your people at? They ain't come to support you, bro?
Yeah, they're here. I see them here. I don't know if I'm seeing a slow.
They know you're in the toughest environment, brother. They supposed to be here on point.
There, she's here. I'm gonna put my Cash App. Oh, you have to give them the you have to give them the wrench. That's what it is.
Okay, I got one.
Yeah, that's why they didn't put it in.
All right, I got it for Amunet.
Okay, now she can put it in. They're here. Nania Setmer is here, but Nania said not but Nania Setmer.
All right, tell her she got a wrench so she could drop that in there.
Okay, there you are. Amunet, you're supposed to have a wrench, and now you can put the Cash App link in. Interesting. The person asking for my Cash App, his name is Saba. That's interesting. Really, literally. All right.
I'm surprised Easy Bands ain't come up in here, man.
Easy Bands
got the smoke, man.
Easy Bands. You think Easy Bands? You're gonna support? You're gonna come up? You have questions? Who's here? Zaquan.
All right, so we got my man Zaquan, first runner up. Come on, let's go, Apostle.
Yeah.
Hey, Apostle.
I got two. And the size generous, I got three questions for you. And they're all dealing with your presentation, things that you said in your presentation. Is that all right, brother?
Beautiful. That is excellent. You're doing great so far.
All right. Number one, the first one is dealing with the prophecy in Hosea where he says, I called my son out of Egypt. That came up in the Morpheus debate that I had when I crushed him, bust his head open.
Oh my God. Violence.
And Morpheus associated that quote with Israel being the Exodus coming out of Egypt. But we all know that Hosea is 1,000 years after the Exodus. So Hosea can't be prophesying about what happened in Exodus in terms of whether Israel was there or wasn't there.
Let's get to the question, brother.
This is my question, Sonia. Stop. This is my
Don't
question.
tell me to stop. I got
You
to
brought it up, man. Stop it. You're trying to get me off my game. Stop
No,
it.
I'm not. I'm trying to make you speed up.
So when he says, I called my son out of Egypt, you will agree that the prophecy is from Hosea chapter 11, but it's dealing with a scripture in Luke. Because when Christ was an infant, after getting word from the Magi that Herod desired to kill him, they were warned to take him into Egypt as a baby. And when Herod died in 2 BC, they let him know it's safe now. You can bring the child back to the city of David. You aware of that, right? And that's my first question.
And we'll come back for your other ones.
Oh, stop, Si. My other questions ain't too, it's nothing. Stop. Stop trying to control everything, man. Don't be rude. So do you agree with that or not?
Okay, one moment. And I don't know if you got cut off or something. I heard some of what you said, but I didn't hear a question. Maybe because there was so much happening. I didn't could you say your question in one sentence?
When you brought up the point, you brought it up in your message about the scripture saying, I called my son out of Egypt.
No, I asked him that question, remember?
Yeah, you asked him the question, but he still talked about it. You asked, great, you did, and he answered you. So based on that, what I want to know, are you referring to the scripture text in Luke that says, out of Egypt, I've called my son, and that particular prophecy is coming from Hosea, chapter 11. Hosea chapter 11 says, when Israel was a child, then I loved him, and I called my son out of Egypt. Now, as I said, Morpheus said, that's dealing with the children of Israel being called out of Egypt. But Hosea is 1,000 years after the children of Israel and the Exodus took place. So that can't be prophecy. He can only prophesy about the future. He can't prophesy about the past.
Okay, do you understand the question, Tehuti?
Okay, let me
Let me go to my second question. You can ponder that.
I like this one. I'm trying to grasp it. Let me okay, so first let's deal with the first thing. So are you asking me what is it that I said the prophecy means? What is it? What did I refer to?
What is the prophecy referring to? Is the prophecy referring to Christ, or is the prophecy referring to Israel as a whole? Being called out of Israel, being called out of Egypt.
Okay, beautiful question. Wonderful. So first we're going to establish, was it a prophecy? Because in order for it to be a prophecy, prophecy, a date has to originate, and then a thing happens after it. Is that correct?
True. That's why I brought up Hosea.
Okay. In the book of Hosea, you're giving it what date again?
The book of Hosea. This is during the second kingdom, after the second temple is built, right before the Hellenist period. Hosea the prophet is prophesying. When Israel was a child, when I loved him, I called my son out of Egypt. That's the prophet Hosea. This is right before the Hellenist period.
Okay, beautiful. Let's start off there, my good brother Apostle. The date of the book of Hosea, could you reference that for me, please? I wanted to look it up. The date, the archaeological date of that book, so we can start off from that.
I said it was after the second temple, which was about 600 BC, and before the Hellenist period, which was 400 BC.
So you have something that refers back where they found an ancient scroll called the Book of Hosea, and they dated it to 600 BC. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's in the Septuagint that was written in 500 BC. The book is written in the Septuagint, and it's also listed in the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Okay, wonderful.
The book of
Septuagint. Okay, the book of Hosea, wonderful. The Septuagint, what date are you giving the Septuagint?
The Septuagint was written between
what's that date you're giving it
5
again?
BC and 3 BC, somewhere around there.
5 BC? 5?
Don't give them no more dates, Apostle.
Say what?
Stop it. No, nobody. Don't give them no more dates, Apostle. Argue if the prophecy has been fulfilled.
Yeah, okay, right.
Don't give them no more dates.
About the dates.
Don't give them no more dates.
I don't do really.
Dates are important, brother.
I'm talking about what the scripture
I know what he's doing.
saying. The book of Hosea is prophesying, and the book of Hosea is before the New Testament. It's prophesying that out of Egypt I've called my son.
So you trying to say that Christ, he's called Christ,
fulfills it by saying that was talking about Christ when his mother and father had to take him into Egypt because Herod sought to kill him after hearing about this new king that was born, King of the Jews.
Wonderful. Thank you. Excellent. Wonderful. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Excellent. Who was that was advising you? There's somebody.
That was me
advising
myself because I saw what you were doing. It's okay. Hey, I'm gonna let y'all keep going. Please,
me myself. You see the snake style already? You see?
I'm trying to accommodate you as best as I can. I'm gonna
don't do it.
No, I don't
fight for everything.
Yo, my man, that's it. Go ahead, Tehuti.
Here we go. Okay, wonderful. All right, so on the screen here, I'm going to expand this on the screen because I always like to start from the beginnings of things without the addition of things. So let's go to here's the Septuagint. Here's the Septuagint. Being a composite work, the translation process of the ancient Septuagint has several distinct stages, shifting from Hellenistic Judaism to Christian adoption. It began by 3rd century BC. It began by 3rd century BC and was completed 132 BC. Septuagint derives its name from Latin, Septuaginta, interpretum, translation, 70 interpreters. Legendary account in the pseudepigrapha letter of Aristes. Excellent. So this is the Septuagint you're speaking of, right, good brother? Just yes or no?
No, actually, I read it from the Bible. That was just extra information I gave you to help understand what I'm talking about.
All right, that's enough. That's enough.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Stop doing this, man. I'm not going to King James Bible.
Apostle, you're going to have to learn how to listen to me, brother. Please.
Okay.
Come on,
Excellent.
man.
Wonderful question. So first, let's start from the beginning. So the statement, and I said, in order to know something is a prophecy, and look at me myself. In order to in order to understand something is a prophecy, we have to first have a date, and then when the occurrence takes place, the occurrence has to take place afterwards. And I asked, when is this prophecy? When was this Septuagint? When was this Hosea? He said 664 BC. And he said, I said, where's that from? He said, the Septuagint. So we pull up the Septuagint, and we see the Septuagint is in the third century BC. And just a quick question before I continue, and I don't want a lot of gish gallop or different opinions, but just a quick question. It can be yes or no. Do you have an earlier factual date of the Septuagint that goes back before 3rd century BC? Just a yes or no is great.
No, I'm not concerned about the Septuagint personally.
Okay, thank you so much for your answer. I appreciate your
I'm
answer.
reading from the King James
Okay,
Bible.
wonderful.
And I
Excellent.
do know
You already answered the question, Apostle.
Thank you for your wonderful answer. I appreciate that. So therefore, we're dealing with a man
I'm gonna
called.
go ahead.
Apostle, you being disrespectful and rude.
Okay,
Have
excellent.
some decorum, brother. Please. I'm letting you speak. I'm letting you get all your questions. But once you answer, that's it. Because I got a lot of people here and people in the back that's trying to get up. That can't get up. Go ahead. Go ahead, Tahuti.
Okay,
He
thank
can
you. So
forget about my question. Let the other people up.
All right, let's move forward, Tahuti.
No.
He's a crybaby. Let other people up.
You the pussy guy.
I am not here for the
Trying to
chaos.
control everything.
I'm going to set some.
All right, now you cursing and using profanity now.
So I'm going to we're going to set some rules here.
When you know better than that.
Okay, let me see if I can be heard. Check.
As a member of the HOK, you up in here cursing. And you know nobody supposed to be cursing up in here.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, so
all right, let me let Dr. Reggie up in here. Reggie? You want to respond to this though anyway, Tahuti?
Please, yes, absolutely, please, yes. So first I'm going to set some premises here, at least while I'm here. I am not into any type of chaos. I'm not into cursing, yelling. And in order to have a conversation with me, I definitely have to see your face. So we're just going to set those things up front, and we're going to move forward. No chaos. You ask a question, I'm going to show forth, and we're going to discuss it calmly, verbally and calmly, and we're going to look at each other eye to eye when we do that. So here's the Septuagint. So first of all, we're going to establish that this man named Hosea is around 664 BC, but the Septuagint comes 300 years later. So there is no book called Hosea that's written by any man named Hosea. Bing, number one. So there's no book called Hosea that's written by a man named Hosea, because unless Hosea lived another 300 years, the oldest writing of Hosea is found 300 years after a Hosea that comes from a group of men that look like this. So then, here we go. So this is the Septuagint, and the Septuagint is 300 BC. It doesn't get completed until 132 BC, and then it's translated into the Pentateuch. Here is this is 359 BC. This is the good brother. Let me see if I can move this over. This is the death of Neteru. This is 359 BC, and here is the actual stone of it. Here is the date of it, and this is 359 BC, which means this is 30 or so years prior to the Septuagint. This is from Neteru. Neteru's real name is Neteru, and Neteru, he has this. This is the Neteru Stela, the Neteru Stela of healing, and this is the date of it. And now we have Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, which he quoted Luke. And here's the dates of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John according to what can be researched. We have in the ADs now. So this is 400 years after Neteru. This is 400 years after. Here's 68 AD. So these stories here, when we say these, out of Egypt comes my son, and they say this is a prophecy of Jesus hiding in Egypt and then coming out of Egypt, and out of Egypt comes my son. Well, this is 359 BC. Now here's the book of Matthew. Again, we're into 68 BC. The dates of Matthew come 400 years afterwards. And what do we have in the story of Matthew here? Very clearly we have, and when we're departed, behold, the angels of the Lord appeared to Joseph in a dream, saying, arise, take the young child and his mother, flee to Egypt. So here's the flee to Egypt, and thou will be there, and I will bring the word, and Herod will seek the young child. And then what happens after that? Jesus comes out of Egypt. Out of Egypt comes my son. Well, this is 68 AD. Again, here is 359 AD. 359 BC. We're in the BCs. This is 400 years afterwards. And what do we see here within the narrative of Aset? In clear writings, I am Aset. I have come forth from the dwelling or the prison, wherein my brother Set placed me. Behold, the Neter Tehuti, the great Neter, chief of Ma'at, both in heavens, both in the pet, and both in earth, said to me, "Come now, O Isis." By the way, Isis of the name is Mary. "Come now, O Isis, thou goddess. Moreover, it is a good thing to hearken, for there is life for those who shall be guided to another. Hide thyself." So here is her taking her son, being commanded by Tehuti, who becomes Gabriel in the Bible. "Hide thyself with thy child, and there shall come into him these things, and members shall grow twofold strength, every kind of spring up after him, and shall be made take his seat upon his throne." So we have him going, he's in Kemet, he's going to take the seat upon the throne of his father. He shall avenge the father. Then we move over here to Luke, which is the part that the book that Apostle Zaquan quoted. "The angel answered him, I'm Gabriel. I stand in God's presence." So I stand in God. God sent me to tell you the good news. So we have the in Kemet, the story of Mary being told by Tehuti, "Go hide your son, and he will take a certain place, and he will take a certain place." And here is, "I'm Gabriel, I stand in his place." And what was the commandment? Here it is, workers to for Tehuti, "Who has worked iniquity, rebellion, thou thee I will keep away from thee thy servants, whom this heart of mine loatheth. Thou shalt be in my place. Thou shalt be in my place." So here it is right here, because this is Ra telling Tehuti that you're going to be in my place. Tehuti goes and warns Mary, who becomes Mary in the Bible. And here is Luke with Gabriel saying to Mary, "Hey, I am Gabriel. I stand in God's place." I'm sorry. That's already here in the story of Heru. "Hey, Tehuti, you will stand in my place." And then he goes and he warns Mary, which is Aset.
God damn, you a bad
"I will
dude,
stand in your
Tahuti.
place." All this is
Tahuti,
taking
you a
place
bad brother, man.
into the Septuagint. This is in years.
You a bad brother, Tahuti.
I guess I got Zaquan to ask me that question. And it keeps going on. And here's the author of the Septuagint together. "Hey, they look like the people in Egypt. They don't look like they like Hosea." I'm done.
Damn, Tahuti, you a bad brother, man. You a bad brother. That's why I was asking you earlier about the plagiarism and all of that stuff, bro. You killed it just now. Dr. Reggie, would you like to go now or later? Because you know you might be long-winded. Yes or no? All right, Reggie, you got the floor, brother.
Well, I want to thank Brother Tahuti for his kind words, and we fixed our misunderstanding, and I certainly apologize, as is true. I just did further research, and I was hoping that you were able to debate Jabari. Your presentations are informative, but your comebacks are killers. And so you lay them out nicely, and you give them the information. And if they take the bad bait, it goes against them. Um, uh, uh, yeah, the bad bait, right? The trick bait. Um, wow. Some of your primary material was really excellent. Some of it I have not actually seen, especially with the talking about the Neter, the beautiful one, and relating it to Aha. Neter, uh, Nefer could be beautiful, but it also could be good, the good nature, right? But related that to actually warfare. Certainly the piece with the axe and the head cut off, I have not seen that particular piece because I argue, well, I think that the nature can take different forms depending on different texts. I've seen different versions of it. So, and certainly in the Metropolitan Museum of Art, I've seen different versions of the pre-dynastic neters. So I enjoy, and I'm not taking a bad bait. So there's nothing in it that I'm going to, because you're a setup guy, right? So you'll let somebody get real upset with you and take the and die with the poison bait. Uh, so what one of the things I do want to say before I close, because I don't have a question, is that what you're seeing, family, is the people that you think sometimes are your great comedic teachers, right? You find some, well, I can only talk about one or two of them, but with window dressing. All it is a bunch of comedic words, no ability to go through the text, never do that, but use it to push their own version of what they feel is Tawi, Smai Tawi civilization. And I think so. I do think that our community is really small, and the research community is really, really small. And then the believer community, unfortunately, you have to do some study. So you could definitely learn something from Tehuti's class if you want to know. But I will tell you, if you continue to follow your favorite Kemetic church father, you're not going to be able to write well, defend your position, and guess what? They're not going to help you. They're not going to help you. They've already unhelped you. So those are my comments. Uh, I do have a debate. I did, but I learned from you, Tehuti. But I learned when you were trying to get a debate topic, and all of a sudden they want to blame you on a debate topic, but you weren't going to be shoehorned into a debate topic, which was a tactic, right? But I let him pick the debate topic based on his bad words. And so now he's going to have to live with it. He's going to have to live with it. And he's walking around Harlem, in other places looking for support, right? And I don't think that's a support that y'all think that y'all that from the Kemetic elders that he says that they all agree with them with him, and they don't agree with me, like they all agree with him, but they don't agree with Tehuti, right? You're gonna find out that really they don't agree with him because there's nothing to agree on. A bunch of YouTube videos. Our scholars don't rate you based on YouTube videos. They base you on writings, and if they see you, if you say something accurate. So I see sa.neter shaking his head, and that's okay because you're neutral. You have a right to shake your head. But I hope everybody buys a ticket to the debate between me and what do I want to call him?
Jabari.
Him? No, I don't know.
Professor Jabari.
No, I'm not calling him that. I call him.
Now be careful, Reggie. If you call him out his name, hold up. Be careful, Reggie. If you call him out his name, you know when he come back at you, you can't be doing no crying, brother.
Something.
Go ahead. I just let you know.
No, I'm just saying. I said if you listen, if you was reading my lips, I started off with the hymn Neteru, right? So I'm going to debate hymn Neteru of the Shrine of Ma'at. My last words about what you just said, he did something in his words so devastating, right? And he's going to find out, right? So he blew his top. You think Reggie was being emotional? He was being emotional. He blew his top, right? Out of his, he blew his top. And I think that's going to come back. I think that's going to come back to bite him. But I'll see him at the debate. And I'm on the debates. I'm very respectful. You see me debate people, so
Yeah, no doubt.
I'm not like I don't crash out on debates. No, No, I'm not. I may not be as good as Tehuti because Tehuti lays some ugly traps. So I'm not as good as Tehuti, but I'm very confident. All right, so peace to the family, and yeah, thank you.
Peace to you, brother Reggie, and thank you for your words, and thank you, Saw, for your
I
confidence.
think Inky and Reggie is talking behind the scene. I think Inky is calling Reggie up, talking behind the scene. He all in the chat talking about three times, and he rolling with Reggie. So let me go on over now to
I'm a revenge Inky. I'm gonna revenge Inky.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
There is one particular brother who is here, who is the main person that I do hear him mentioning me when I'm not here, and I do know he is 100% Team Jabari. And I was looking forward to interacting with him, and he was here, and now he's gone. His name is Seven Asar. I'd like to
all right, yeah. Yes.
I don't know what happened to him,
come on back. But right now, let me get
what happened to him? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Is there a lag?
Okay, let me get me myself. What's up? Cam up, brother. What's up, man?
Yeah, what's cracking? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, sir. My question was like, well, I have like, it's a two-part question. The Neterus are divinely inspired or spoken out by God or sung out. These are songs, right? And so what my question is, if that's true, do y'all believe that the afterlife is literal? Because I know, and this is a rhetorical question. I was just trying to ask you, but like, whatever you're talking about, y'all believe that he believes the afterlife is literal, right? That's not a question. So what is the afterlife looking like or acting like? Because regardless of what the Neterus are, where you think they are energies, etc., these are literal energies that equate to literal afterlife that we get to literally experience, right? So it's an easy win for Reggie. That's why I don't understand why Jabari even took the fight. But hey, that was my whole rhetorical question that I know the answer to.
That's a good question. Good question.
Yeah, y'all go ahead. Hey, y'all got it. It makes no sense. Everything's a belief because nobody knows what happens after you die. Everything's a belief, including my Christianity, y'all Neterus, etc.
Now,
Don't
when you
nobody
say
really
y'all, who you talking
go.
about?
I'm talking to you, and I'm talking
You're
to
not talking to
Jabari,
me.
and I'm talking to Reggie.
You're not talking to me, brother.
I am.
I don't believe in none of the spookism, brother. Not
So
me.
you don't believe in nothing. So you believe you go back
There
to
you
nothing.
go. You're not talking to me.
So you go back to
you
nothing when you
believe
die.
in the comedic system and all that.
Nah.
I understand it and I study it, but I don't try to be that. That's
Okay.
not me.
All right. So what you believe in? What happens to you?
I don't believe in nothing.
I know. So nothing happens to you when you die. Nothing.
I don't know. I don't believe none of that.
Okay. So what happens to you when you die?
Nobody knows, including you.
So it's a belief. Then everybody has a belief, right?
I just said nobody knows, including you.
That's right. So it's called a belief.
No, it's not. Not to me. It's not a belief. I just
So
said
you know?
I don't know.
Okay,
I didn't say I don't believe.
That's
I didn't
right.
say I don't believe it.
You
I
just
didn't
don't
say I
know.
do believe it. I'm saying I don't know.
That's a good answer.
And I
Now,
don't know what happens in Kemet, none of that. Because I didn't see it. I got to see it to believe it. I got to see it to know it.
Well, the reason how we as Christians know what happens after life is because of this life that we experience right here.
Man, that's not.
We can see the process.
Get out of
So
here.
we can just draw evidence from this current life, and we can predict the afterlife.
Man, you can't predict none of that, man. Stop playing.
You said how you know if you don't believe in none of it?
Me myself.
Because you never seen nobody come back. You never seen the afterlife.
When you don't know.
Because I know you never seen the afterlife.
You don't know though. You say
I do know. I do know.
What you know?
That you never seen the afterlife.
So how do you know that I don't?
Tell us about it. Tell us what's down there. Tell us what's up there. What's going on in there?
No, you tell me how I don't.
I rest my case. Let me move on.
Me myself, peace, brother. Peace. Me myself. You there? Can you hear me?
Y'all, shout out to the elders.
Yeah, we hear you, Tehuti.
Okay. Hey,
but
me
nobody
myself.
knows. Everybody has belief. That's it.
Hey, me myself. That's a great question, but you said it was rhetorical, so rhetorical questions don't get answered. But I can address it in a way that I'll address it in a certain way. by interacting with my fellow brothers that I see up here that have Neteru names. I see somebody even here with the name Saba. Saba Ray Kanum Kufu. And I see a brother named Djati Tehuti Forever. Why does that sound familiar? Tehuti Forever. That sounds familiar. Okay. Tehuti Forever. Who else has a name here? Asar MK. Ah, there we go. Okay.
I think Harwin for Heru.
Yeah, hey, that's right. Har and Woon. Okay, wonderful. Hey, Saba Ray Kanum. And
You supposed to call me Tehuti. This Neil from Neil Spike.
All right. You can do all that later, brother. Y'all can talk about that later.
Right.
Come on, man.
The homies. Oh, peace. Yeah. Okay, peace to you. So we acknowledge as brothers that study Kemet that the most important texts, coffin texts, pyramid texts, Purim Haru, those three are the foundation of Kemetic beliefs of the afterlife. Is that correct, Ray Kanum?
Yes,
And
sir.
Tehuti Forever, is that correct?
I'm sorry. Go ahead and ask your question once again.
The foundation of spirituality as far as what happens after you die, the base of the whole Kemetic system. Pyramid text, coffin text, Purim Haru, these are some of the foundations, right?
I say that that term between life is short, but the afterlife is eternal. So we invested more in the afterlife than the short-term period.
Excellent. And Saranka, you agree? Coffin text, pyramid text, the spirituality is based on immortality. Is that the teachings?
Absolutely. 419. When you pass away, you will be in the following of the Shemsu Asar.
Wonderful. And
pyramid text 419 to 418. Yep.
Excellent. And Rakufa, I'm sure you agree.
I'm in agreement.
Okay,
Only
good.
One caveat. As at this point, 2026, the ancient Kemetic religious material has not totally been found. All of its litters that completes it, correct, of June 2026, the complete Kemetic religious traditions has not been recovered and probably never will be. So I believe there are aspects of the Kemetic spirituality that has not been found in archaeology yet. Even though Sa's shaking his head, I know that I believe that because we haven't got everything out of the ground. Like Pliny said, something new always comes out of Kemet or Africa. Go ahead.
Excellent. Wonderful observation.
You brothers are no different than the Muslims.
Well, we're getting there.
Christians and the Hebrew, brother. Y'all all believe in spookism.
No, hold on.
All of y'all believe in that spookism.
It's our basketball team, the black team versus that team, and that team.
One moment, everybody. One moment.
So that means Jabari believe in spookism too, then, right?
Right. And but Jabari won't come to
brother. Get Jabari name out your mouth and deal with Chuck Morgan. Deal with Chuck Morgan. That's right. Running from Chuck.
Listen.
Come on, man.
Here we go, everybody. So now that we understand that it was very serious, we would ask the Kemetic priest and everybody that believes in that acknowledges that, where would the information come from so detailed in the coffin text, pyramid text, Purim Haru? Where would it come from according to the beliefs of the people? Wouldn't it come from a consciousness that was from the other side? Would it come from people that haven't been there? And would they not have to go to the other side to get it? Or would it come from the other side? Or is it all false? It has to come from something that they acknowledge is true. So either it's coming from some consciousness from the other side or from people that can tap into the other side and see death, because people are alive. So my point is, for the people that just believe in the principles, where is that knowledge coming from? Either you say this is not true, we don't believe in any of these afterlife, or it's coming from a consciousness that's beyond regular man and woman walking on the street. Such a the coffin text is so detailed on the afterlife. There's so many images. There's page 500 pages of pyramid text, 1,000 pages, 3 volumes of minuscule, minute details of the afterlife. Where is that consciousness coming from? Is it coming from principles? Tehuti. Who's giving that consciousness?
Life, a literal afterlife. Like,
What
do
I
we
would
actually
say,
get to experience that?
what I would say is that it comes from philosophy, from learning about nature, tapping into nature. I don't subscribe to anything supernatural. I believe everything is extra natural, right? So it comes from looking at the world, looking at the sun, the relationship between plants, animals, and humans, and the philosophy that builds from that.
The details of going to a Saba door, and this door will say this to you, and this door you say this, and this door is called this, and you will see this, is something that somebody made up by looking at nature. They made up the keys, the names of the door, so it's made up then. It's not actually a place you go to.
My personal opinion is that we are expressing nature itself. So even though these are really fine details, and I understand your question, I'm not saying I don't understand your question,
Okay.
but someone is explaining what they felt, believed, or experienced from their own personal experiences. They're explaining this, right? So I'm not going to say that they're correct or incorrect, but this was their interpretation of what they believe happens.
And according to the people that were there, did they teach anywhere in their writings that, hey, this is a philosophy, it's a personal feeling I have? Is that how they looked up to the priest? That, hey, just give me your opinion. What do you think of this? Are they going saying, I'm receiving ma'at in the truth, and when you get to this door, say this, and when you get to this neter, say this, and I believe that that's true? Did the people believe it was true, or did they just think, yeah, this guy, my friend will make up something else? We got
All right,
1,000.
let me see if I can express my sentiment.
Okay.
When I very first started learning, reading the philosophy of ancient Kemet, hold on. When I very first started reading this information, I couldn't really tap into it until I got into the mindset. Once I got into the mindset of where they were coming from, at that point, everything clicked. Like their language, their lingo, the way they expressed themselves started to click for me. And I was able to tap into that same mindset. But in the Western mindset, it was very difficult for me to understand what they were saying. So when we were talking about the judgment scene, I was like, what is this? Because it was extremely specific, detailed things that was happening. And after it kind of sunk in, it resonated me on the level. We say these same things today in the Western world. We say, hey, when you die, your life flashes before your eyes. And all these different things start to happen. And someone has experienced that, but they expressed it in their own language, in their own culture. So I'm not going to say it's not real, but I will say that it is an expression of what they believe they experience by looking at nature.
All right, Tahuti, I got to get the people.
Yeah, thank you.
I did have a question, though. I did have a question.
I want to tell you a quick story real quick. Number one, I don't believe in any mythos. Now, let me tell you a quick story. The year 2000, all the Hebrew Israelites thought that the world was going to end. In the year 2000, what did they do? They went home, they packed up their stuff, they told their parents, they told their mother, their siblings, their wives, yo, I love you, bye, I'm going to see you later. And guess where they went? They went on the top of the roof. Why did they go to the top of the roof? Because they believed that Yahweh was coming to get them with the chariots on the top of the roof. This is real talk. I'm not lying. I'm not playing. You can still find this stuff on the internet. It's groups like Tahar, the GMS in them. It was all of the One West camps. I don't know. I think Daniel Allah was a part of it that time. They was all talking about how Yahweh was coming back and it was the end of the world, man. This all of them. And y'all sound just like them. And no. And what I'm saying is, Y'all sound just like them right now. For real,
Not
man.
really.
Listen,
Not
we
really.
see. I know Reggie ain't with this. We take the comedic science and we turn it into the spookism part. You eat the meat, spit out the bones, and that's what I do. I take the information that I can use, but I don't take the other stuff where you talking about coming back to life and going to the other side. And I've never seen nobody do that. Never seen that. That's a form of a belief system. That's all that is.
Well, they
It's
got,
just a belief.
I
Let
believe
me go to
they got that in ancient Kemet as well. They say it in a song. And they say it literally. They say, eat the food of the priest. No one's ever came back to such and such. I can't remember how the song goes.
Okay.
But
Let me go to Harwin. See what Harwin got, man. Harwin, what's up, man? When you gonna take on
What's up, Sal?
when you want to take on
I didn't get a chance to chop.
What happened to the brother Asar 7? He's the main person.
Asar 7 is not here. But Harwin, you said you was gonna give me a date on that date, and then you said if you can't give it to me, then you'll give it to me tomorrow. It's been a week, brother. It's been a week.
It's been a week.
Yes.
Why you exaggerating, Sal? And I text you.
How long it's been?
You know, that don't matter. We know you're exaggerating, but
All right, did you text me the date? Did you text me the time?
Read the whole thing, Sal.
Did you text me the date, brother?
You said I text you goopy
I'm
guy.
asking a simple question. Did you text me a
And
date?
I got a simple answer. I text you.
Huh?
I text you. Read what it say.
Did you? No, I'm not reading that bull crap. Did you text me the date?
So it's bull crap.
Yes. I'm not reading that nonsense, brother. Did you text me a date?
But you laughed at the picture.
That's all I was doing, was going straight down, looking to see when you're going to say you're free. And I ain't seen none of that.
Yeah, Sal, you said things changed. So I guess.
All right, so you're not going to debate. You're not.
No, I don't. No, I didn't say that. That's not what I said in the message.
All right, so you got the date right now.
No, I got a question for Tehuti.
All right, no questions till you come up with a date.
I'm gonna get off.
No questions till you come with a date. Ain't none of that nonsense going on here. You running, and we don't deal with that, man. We don't deal with that. Let me go on over to God Energy. Let me go to God Energy. God Energy, go ahead, brother.
Peace, y'all, and peace to the brother Tehuti. I thought it was a great presentation. We liked all of the primaries that you came with. I like the Scorpion inscriptions, or the inscriptions associated with Scorpion's campaign, where you were breaking down consciousness and the first use of consciousness. John Darnell from Yale University cites that as some of the earliest evidence for writing, building a case for writing starting in Africa. But I want to talk about when you mentioned the Younger Dryas era and connected maybe to the Northern Sahara and Ma'a. I like that you brought up the male Ma'a. It's rare we get to talk about, you know what I mean, and go into that. Louis Desplanges, the French archaeologist and scholar, some cited by Sheikh Anta Diop on some occasions, associated Ma'a with the Proto-Saharans or Proto-Semites, peoples in North Africa right after the Younger Dryas, right in your wheelhouse. So when you brought up the Younger Dryas, when you brought up Ma'a, it immediately made me think about this, and he dates the use of that term Ma'a back to around these Proto-Saharans. Now with that, would you agree with that? I got two questions. Okay. Would you see a linguistic possibility that MA prefix in Ma'a and Ma'at is also linguistically related to the significant use of the MA prefix in West African languages, like the term Mandi? That's my first question. Would you be down with that linguistic connection?
Oh man, I was waiting for this question to be sent into the podcast, but yes. Okay. Yes. Absolutely. So one moment, everybody. Let me just I may freeze up as I'm doing this. I'm just gonna see if I can pull up something. Is God Energy still here? Yes. Okay, there he is. Mm-hmm. Okay. Let me just
While you doing that, let me tell y'all why I do that with Harwin. It's because Harwin got a big, tough mouth. He got a heavy bark. but no bite. He talk a lot. He talk all this talk, but then when you tell him to get in the ring and he's live on the air saying, yes, he'll do it. I'll get back to you tonight or tomorrow. Man, it's going on a week. And so you want to come up here and talk to Tehuti, brother, get up here and talk to me about a date. That's what I want to hear. And then when you give me a date, then you could go on to talk to Tehuti. Other than that, you playing games. Go ahead, Tehuti.
Okay, let me I'm still trying to pull something up. I'm gonna see if
Tehuti, can I ask you a question, brother?
No, not right now. He's
Oh,
answering
I'm sorry.
another question, brother.
I'm sorry. I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
You go when you get a chance. Thank you.
I just got one more question after this.
Hey, yo, you know God Energy. I was going through my old videos, and I ain't even know that was you. You know you was on my channel years ago, right?
Yeah, with the Richard Carrier and Jabari weigh-in.
That though, because I was looking, I said, "Oh, so there you go, right there." You know, so yeah, you
I
know,
was over here every once in a while, once in a blue moon.
right. All right, Tehuti, you looking it up, brother? All right, Tahuti's looking it
What
up.
did that have to do with? I'm glad I asked him
pulling up
something
one
that
of my
got him
files.
digging
I'm
in the
trying to.
archive.
Yeah.
I'm glad I got, you know what I mean? And I definitely got one more question related to that topic.
What's it under? I would love to show this. It's taking so long to pull up. Let's see if it comes up under this.
Let's go, Tehuti. Let's go. He got you researching, brother.
Okay, I'm gonna yeah, it's the my computer's taking long. I wanted to show visually what I was talking about. When I do pull that up, I'm gonna show him, because I want to give him a little treat. I'm gonna show God Energy something he'd love, which is a section of words that are actually originating from the pyramid texts that are found in the Yoruba now for West Africa. And I have a list of them. My computer is doing that circle thing. And you love that if you're into that, because they're actual words like un, and it's a list of words I have that I was going to utilize in a class or a conversation to show the linguistic similarities between the two languages. When I do pull it up, I'll just show it on the screen. You can screenshot it and take it. And I absolutely yes. The
And
answer
I'm
to that
familiar
is,
with.
oh, go
I'm
ahead. The answer is yes.
familiar with some of those linguistic things, and you were right. I definitely would like to add to that arsenal. That's kind of why I brought it up, just to fish around for what you might have on this topic. And I'm gonna do some more fishing real quick. So
Yes,
with
yes.
that, just for speculation, right, or whatever, if you have an opinion on it, would you say that this influence could have come from the north, right, and entering into maybe lower Kemet with like an Afro-Asiatic Libyan kind of influence, where we know the jackal and mummification is coming from North Africa, Northwest Africa, and it makes its way into Kemet? Ma'a could have traveled that way, or where Christopher Ehret says a lot of early Kemetic influence comes from, which is the Upper Nile and beyond, right, with more of the Nilo-Saharans. So do you see more of a Nilo-Saharan vehicle for Ma'a, or a more Northern Semitic vehicle for Ma'a? This could just be speculation, right?
Yeah. What are you considering North Africa? Because I heard an argument here where I think you were in it actually, where North Africa was including Nubia. Were you in that argument with Chief X? You can bring up any North Africa except for the Nubians.
I wouldn't die on that hill of Nubia being considered North Africa. And just to contextualize, I'm talking more Northwest Africa anyway, right? Places associated more with the Ibero-Maurusians and Capsians, and you know what I mean? Some of those Neolithic peoples more from Northwest Africa.
Okay.
We can use Libya. We can use Libya and Morocco as just a rough geographical location. You know what I mean?
Okay. The only I don't have a factual transition of the two areas, different areas in Africa from there, except for one, and that's the Dogons, and I have it directly from them. I don't know if you want to include them in the transition, but I have from
And
them.
that,
Yeah.
and usually people would compare some Dogon things, some Dogon linguistics, some Dogon, spiritual systems with Kemet, So I'm right with you on that as well. All right,
Okay.
thank you. Thank you. It
You're
was a
welcome.
great presentation, brother. It was good talking to you.
You're welcome. Excellent. And so the Dogon Hogon priests to this day, which I have on video and I can pull that up, they say themselves that in their history they migrated from Kemet, and that's how it got to that area of Africa. The Hogon priests still keep that up to today, and I have up to date of them saying they migrated from Kemet, and that's how the linguistics and the culture, and they're trying to uphold the culture, and I have that on record. So that's the factual transition I have from an indigenous, not coming from commentary. That's what I have.
Just to add on to that, there's a deity Amma known amongst them that is said that Amon and Amma have some sort of cognate. But I've also heard that Amma could also be cognate with Ma'a, right? So the Amma or Amon. So there's things to investigate on that. But
Yes,
I'm right with you, brother.
Yes, the Ama, the Ma'a, and more importantly, the Pau. So the Dogon say when they came over and they transitioned the language over. One of the key words they use for the source of their culture is the original seed, and the original seed looks like 4 circles with dots in them, and it's called Pau, and it means the seed of existence of where things come from, and the root of that is from the Nefer Aset. The Nefer Aset, or the Ara, that people are calling the pyramid text, 2300 BC, and that word is the Medu word, Pau, is the actual same word, and it's Pau, and it's a word that is the origin of existence, where existence come from, and the symbol of existence in the Medu is 4 oval-looking shapes that go into a cross, and that word is the same word Un. That's the same word that they're using, Un, and Un is the Medinetta word for existence. That's where you get the word Un Nefer from, Un. I can shoot me information and I'll just send you all those sources. I can pull it up here, but I have all that for you in the actual.
All right. Let's move on. We got a lot of people. Dr. Inky, Coach Inky in the building. What up?
Who?
What's
Coach
good? What's good, son?
What's happening, man? What's going on?
Hey, man, come on. You already know Reggie is getting ready to put your man on skates, bro. Come on,
Okay.
man.
Okay.
Listen, I just hit the share screen for me one time. I just got one quick message for the family. That's all. I just wanted to let everybody know something. It's very important. This is what I believe.
Oh, conscious community.
Nah, get the hell out of here, man.
Church. Conscious community. Church. Same old.
Now, if you want to hear the rest of that, you could go get the album anywhere. It's everywhere, iTunes, Apple Music, everywhere. But I really believe that the conscious community needs church right now. So if y'all want to debunk whether the conscious community needs church, go listen to the song first and then see if you disagree. But I believe that everybody, once you listen to that song, you will agree that the conscious community definitely needs church.
So you going with Reggie or with Jabari?
That's my
Are
day.
you going with Reggie? Are you going with Reggie Inky, and why? Because Jabari pound on you, he beat you.
I'm gonna definitely say pause. I'm gonna definitely say pause because there's a lot of flagrant, crazy things being said up here tonight. So pause. Nobody pounded on me. That's number one. Number two, the only person that really took a L with me and Jabari's debate, besides you, because everybody saw. I mean, listen, they saw what happened.
Don't do it, man. Don't do it, man.
They saw what happened with Tehuti. Then they saw what happened with me. Listen, Reggie's going to go up there and clothesline Jabari with the same information. Jabari is going to take another L on the same exact topic, brother. That's listen. Jabari ain't fooling nobody but his people at his temple. Everybody else already know better. That's why I said the whole conscious community need church. And shout out to Tehuti. You're doing a great job up there. I wanted to say that. and God Energy, you're doing a great job too. I've been watching. I'm a fan from the back. And peace to everybody else. And I'm glad that you was able to notice, Tahuti, that your man Seven Asar ran from you tonight. So don't be talking about Hard One running until you talk about Seven Asar running, because Seven Asar definitely ran up out of there tonight. He didn't want to talk to Tahuti about nothing.
All right, thank you. Let me bring up Easy Bands in the building. Easy Bands.
Hey, what's can I speak? I just wanted to ask him a question.
Yeah, you gotta wait. These people ain't speak yet. You spoke. Go ahead, Easy Band.
Peace and blessings to the panel. Peace and blessings to Tahuti, man. Great presentation, man. You know, you went in depth, and a lot of the things that you were saying, I feel that you went in depth into what I was saying. I basically came out saying a lot of the similar stuff, but I didn't have the primary sources that you do, and you're well studied in that stuff. So I appreciate you coming up and kind of like, you know, redeeming me. All right. Hey,
How does he have that ready already? How does he have it ready?
All right, so let's clarify then. So let's clarify then, right? All right, cool. So let's clarify. So Tahuti, let me just ask you a few quick questions just to see if like we're on the same page on this, right? So when it comes to this, just officially, do you actually believe that the deities of the ancient Cometians were literal? And now by literal, I don't mean like physical. It doesn't have to be physical for it to be literal. They could be metaphysical. But were these deities literal to the people in their understanding?
Great question. And my computer finally pulled up my class file for God Energy. I can show that. I saw somebody in the chat, I think it's 369, said Tehuti just doesn't want to say he doesn't know. So I did pull up my class on that, and I'll show that for you, God Energy, to show the Yoruba Neteru link words if you haven't seen them yet. Okay, so the question, so first of all, peace and love to you, Easy Bands. This is my first time meeting you, interacting with you, and thank you for your appreciation of the thoroughness.
Likewise.
Put me in Easy Bands on the screen. I'm sorry, I just want to see who I'm talking. I like to see who I'm putting. Okay, there he is. You weren't talking about the part where I was talking about Gabriel being stolen, right? Not that part.
No. I was just basically.
I'm joking. I love that part. No. Shout out to you. So the question is, literal. I showed that Neter is an axe symbol, and it's a word for power. It's Neteri. Neteri is a word for power because it represents a weapon and it represents a tool used for protection. That's the actual symbol for Neter, and that symbol of power is applied to sentient conscious beings, and it's also applied to aspects of nature. Were there sentient conscious beings, according to the words of the ancients, that were ruling or here before the common kings of Kemet? According to, and I always add this, according to the words of the ancients, they say, yes, they were. That's what they say, and I have to stay within. If I'm going to have this Ankh on my chest, and I'm going to have this Neteru on my head, and I'm going to call myself Tehuti, I'm going to reflect what the what's this? Oh, it's R7. Well, I'm going to reflect what the ancestors said if I say that I'm representing that. So the answer is yes. I believe what my ancestors say, and I will stand on the whatever comes with that. That means if somebody wants to attack, say, well, you believe just like the such and such, fine. And as long as you say that about Ramesses, or just stop saying Ramesses' name. As long as you say that about Khufu, just, when you say Tehuti believes in such and such, please add Narmer, Ramesses. Please add everybody else inside of this beautiful family that I'm a part of. Please add all the others too, and don't just say Tehuti by himself. Please add Siniseret, add Uncle, add everybody, add the whole Kemet for 4,000 years. And yes, we for 4,000, 5,000 years stand on that. And
Yes,
that is
sir.
that is fine with us. We're fine. Yes. So yes, the answer is yes.
So, all right, that's perfect because that's exactly what I was trying to tell the people. I'm African, in case you don't know, I'm from Zambia, right? So I was trying to tell the people, yes, sir. So I was trying to tell the people that even our African spirituality, coming from being raised in Africa, right? You know that these, we actually look at these deities as literal. But now, would you say that archaeology backs that premise, or not? Egyptology, sorry.
Beautiful question. Beautiful question. And now this gets into another realm. So now, the Neters that I mentioned in the beginning of this class today, those Neters are backed by archaeology. The Neters that are in the time of the Zep Tepi are not backed by archaeology, and I'm absolutely fine with that for reasons that will come out to the public next month.
What
So
I
I'm
meant specifically,
absolutely fine with
while I agree with that, but
Nope, we got to move on. I got more people. Rakufu, I'm going to come back to you, Easy Ben. Rakufu, let's go, man.
Rakufu. Oh, and while Rakufu comes out of a mute, you there, Rakufu? I want to just let me let me give this to God Energy really quick.
Rakufu just found out yesterday he was Egyptian.
I took the test. sa.neter paid for it. Yep.
Yeah, Rakufu found out yesterday he was Egyptian.
Hey, okay.
Shout out to Rakufu.
Thank you, bro.
sa.neter paid for it. Did you say that?
Huh?
Did you say sa.neter paid for it?
No, I'm just...
Beautiful.
But Saba, go ahead. Say what you got to say before I can answer my question.
Yes, let me give this to the good brother, God Energy. He looks like a good young. He looks like he has God Energy. Let me go ahead and give him some God Energy food. Here we go. Is it gonna show? Yeah. Okay, can you see the screen here? God Energy.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have the this is the both these words I showed in the presentation. This is the word ini. This is actually this word here, ini, ini, is the oldest known word on the planet that actually comes in pottery form. And the oldest known word on the planet in the Nile Valley comes in pottery form, and it goes back to 3900 BC. It's a pot that has two legs on it, and it's tilted because the pot is bringing something to you, and it means to fetch or to bring, and the word is ini, and it's 3900 BC. And I want to move this over here so you can actually see more of the screen. So here is this is which is to exist, and then in the Yoruba is also, let me clarify that in the ancient languages you can put the vowel sound before or after the consonant, so you can have or ne, and so in Yoruba it is it's ne, which is to be, and Mennonite is then you have ini, which is to fetch something, and then you have una, which is the pathway of bringing something. Then you have unum, which is a city pillar, and then you have pillar in this language. In the Yoruba over here, and then it continues to go on. And here is your here is the ama, another form of ma. So ma is can be butt, and ma can be sight. It's an owl. The owl is very significant in the motherland and across the world because it can it appears to turn its head 360, but it's actually 270 degrees because of the rods in its eyes. But the word also is another word for to go the opposite of mu, water, and omi, water. And here's ma again. This is the ma that is to see. This is the word ma'a that I focus on when people say ma'at means justice, justice, and order, and they keep repeating that, but they don't say what the word ma'at is mostly used for in the writing. And the word ma'at is awareness, is consciousness to see something. And there we go to the Yoruba, mo and ma'a, awaken. And it keeps on going on, but I'm just going to give you those right now just to let it be clear that I added on to the question. And if you want that file, you can contact
Yeah,
me.
I wrote a couple of them
and send-
down.
Yeah, you can get the rest, and I'll just send you the clip of the rest of it. There's more, and come to the
Okay.
pod class, and I'll do a whole class on it.
Those
Show you
are
the
those are
Dogon.
called cognates. The
Yes.
comparison of those having root, those are cognates.
Yes. Absolutely wonderful. Thank you, brother. Great question and great great interest. That could lead to a lot more consciousness. Okay. Who do we have? I think Kanum, and then Asar 7 has returned.
Rakufu.
Right. So Sabatudi, peace to you, family.
Peace.
Great job. Just wanted to add one thing here, a few things, and get out the way. This is one of the greatest books, the monumental books. You had Ogo Tamali, I believe. I forgot how to say his name. Also, Large Stratton did a book on the Dogon. This is the monumental one, the Pale Fox. All right. And I want to introduce this brother to the community. This is Dr. Clyde W. Ford, a hero with the African face. He dealt with stuff like Campbell, because I don't know if you remember, Joseph Campbell was telling stories from the Asian and Eurocentric perspective of mythology and ancient oral texts. He said that Joseph Campbell didn't do nothing on Africa, so he came to the forefront and he wrote this. It's a lot of stories from the Dahomey clan and a lot of clans from Africa. And last but not least, you did speak on these two brothers. You said Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben, but I wanted to give Theophilo Binga and Sheikh Anta Diop their high props, because these was two real, refined brothers. This is monumental work right here, Civilization of Barbarism, before he passed, and the African philosophy, Theophilo Binga. And just wanted to put them out there like that. Good job tonight. Everything gravy, and let's keep it moving. Let me learn. Go ahead, boss.
Wonderful. Thank you for showing all of those. A brother named Hercules that sent me a message. I think he comes here too, but I accepted his friend request, and he sent a message, and he said, don't tear down. It wasn't to me. It was for a bunch of us tagged in. Don't tear down the ancestors' work, build upon them. Right. And that is exactly, if you find mistakes in the ancestors' work, fine. They're supposed to be, because as we advance, look at the technology. So Dr. Ben didn't have what we had today, but shout out to all those people that you mentioned, because they did the best for what they had at that time. And they did better than anybody at the time. That's why they stand out. So shout out to all those books. And I'm glad you have a good library. I'm looking at those books. I'm like, oh, I got that one over there. I got that one over there.
Right. Hey, Tehuti, last question. I have to say this. You got to call me, brother, because we in Lamert every week. Me, Seven Asar, and Kim Netter. We want to hook up. So you got my number, right?
I don't have your number, and that's interesting, because the last 2 weeks I was gonna come to Lamert. You'll know when I'm there. You'll see a crowd.
Okay, I'll put it in the back chat where you are.
Thank you. Yes, I'm gonna come to Lamert with this and the Perm Haru, and you're gonna see something interesting.
Okay, this weekend or no?
As soon as my I tweaked my back doing some squats, and
okay,
I'm gonna give it another week to heal that. Okay.
I got you.
Missing leg day sucks. Okay. All right. Thank you.
I got you. Okay.
Okay. I'll look for that number too. And then after I deal with or answer or talk to I think it's a SAR7X, I'm gonna take a 5-minute break and go recover myself and come right back. I think it's SAR7X. Then who's this? Neteru Williams?
Yeah. You want to take care of SAR7 first?
Sure. He was here. He was in the chat saying I have questions before anybody even got on the panel. So I think he has the right of way.
All right. Star, there you go. You got the floor, 7.
Peace to everybody on the panel, to my family. Peace to you. Peace to everybody in the comments. Peace to you. And I want to say, brother Tehuti, that your presentation, it was really, really good. I really appreciate it. all the information that you brought forth, and you taught me some things. So, it was very well put together, and it was very concise and informative, and I really appreciate when people like you come on the platform and actually gives good information.
Thank you.
But I do have some questions for you.
Oh, the butt.
Now, when you speak about the sages, the Kemetic people that wrote these texts,
Mhm.
were they writing from a philosophical writing from a philosophical aspect or a literal historic aspect, or a combination of both? That's just one of my questions.
Beautiful question. Let's get us both on the screen. Great questions. I want to get us. Thank you so much. So first of all, Tua, thank you for the appreciation of the presentation and the conciseness. Thank you for the appreciation of that. Thank you also, because we're going to have an interesting conversation, but thank you for being on the other side of the topic of the Neteru being beings, but still able to come on the panel and appreciate the presentation that's not supporting that they're just principles. So because some people couldn't do that. They would just come on and say, look, I'm going to tear down your presentation, it sucks. So Tua for that. And so to answer the question, the scribes of Ma'at and Amenemopi states clearly that which is coming to them is from the pen of the beak of Tehuti, and any miswriting or anything veering off from that, and the scribes' children will be punished by not being allowed in the schools, and that which comes to them is coming from the Neter. That's what they say in the writings of Amenemopi. And as far as if it's philosophy, absolutely 100% yes, because of what philosophy means. So philosophy originally doesn't mean what I hear people saying it is now, but philosophy is the love of knowledge. It's philosophia, from the Greek goddess Sophia, and philos, like Philadelphia. And so the original philosophers and all this, the PhDs eventually, the original philosophers were the ones that came to the Nile Valley because they loved knowledge. Not because they were making things up, but they loved the knowledge, and they call themselves philosophia. So yes, absolutely, the scribes of Ma'at say that which is from them is from the beak of Tehuti, and they definitely love knowledge, which would be Mary Reket. Mary Reket would be the love of knowledge in Neteru.
So to get some clarity, because you said a lot, you said it like in a Sage Saba type of way. To give some clarity,
what? Say it again. I like that. What do you say?
a Sage Saba kind of way, right?
Okay.
But so to get clarity, you say that they were writing historical; these were literal historical counts plus philosophy. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, the historical part. Sorry, I didn't address the historical part. They when they spoke about themselves, they acknowledged it, what they were writing, as their history, and they passed it down as their history. And yes, it was mixed with philosophy, love of knowledge. So yes, they considered it their history.
Well, I'm not just talking about themselves. I'm talking about the Neteru. Everything they wrote, was it historical, literal, not just about their everyday lives, but the accounts of the Neteru that you've expressed,
that's what I mean.
right?
Yeah. That's what they're writing. They consider the Neteru a part of their history.
So it's literal historical, right? It's literally it's a literal historical count from what they see. That's what you're telling me?
That's what they're telling you. They're telling you this is a part of.
Well, no. Well, okay. Well, then I have a second question for you. So you believe that Kemetic people were intelligent enough to speak in symbolism and metaphors and algorithms? I mean, that type of allegory. Yeah. Excuse me.
Yeah.
You believe that they were intelligent enough to do so?
Not only were they yes, so I'd like to answer a straight up question. So yes, and not only were they intelligent enough to do that, but they're the ones that invented it.
Okay, I love the answers so far. So then here's my next question.
Yes.
Can wind and air and moisture or rain, can they have children?
Wind and air and moisture and rain?
Yes.
No. No.
Oh, but I thought Shoe and Tough Nut had children.
Yes, but Shu and Tefnut are not described as just wind and air and moisture. No.
Wait a minute, hold on. So Shoe and Tefnut are have some metaphor and allegory attached to them, correct?
The words, yes. The words
The
itself.
words. Okay, so Shoe and Tefnut as living beings had children, correct? Is that what you're telling me?
That's what they're telling you.
That's what they're telling me.
I want to keep it in this, Asar, just for clarity for the public that's listening to this. For those who may have just got here and wondering what's the premise of what's happening between me and Asar right now, I want to set a premise very clearly. There is a debate with Jabari and Reggie, and this debate came from what I brought to the conscious community, that my stance was, here's what the Kemetic people say about themselves. And so this is why when I answer a question about that culture, I'm going to say, yes, this is what the scribes say. I do not want to personally be brought in to the conversation, because this debate that's coming up is not about Tehuti. It is about an ancient culture that existed thousands of years before me and Seven Asar were born. So any answers that can come from that culture has to come from them and not Tehuti. So now with that, let's proceed.
Yeah. So you say it's what they believe. They wrote what they believed, right? And so you account that as actual literal fact because they wrote it. But we know that when we look at the standard of proving something, there is a way. Okay, how do you divide something from being a story and something from being historical? Let me ask you that next question. When we look at things in antiquity, how do we determine if this is just a story that men made up, or this is actually a historical account? How do we determine that?
Well, there's a fine line of that.
Well, I just want the answer of how, not the fine line or the philosophy of any eras. How do scholars determine what is a story and what is history?
Scholars. Scholars that existed before archaeologists would have to determine based on the research they had at hand, because they weren't archaeologists. Archaeologists base history on archaeological finds, but that is not how the original scholars that existed before the school of archaeology determine things. So when Herodotus, who was your first of the scholars, when he said what was true, he said, this is true to me because I was told. There's your first scholars, and they base the truth. This is Herodotus now. Scholars. This is where the word scholars and such in academia.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. You're going. You're taking us back. And
Yeah,
I should have been more specific. Let me go to modern scholars of today, because I know you want to try to move the conversation somewhere else, but we need to keep it right here, because what I'm trying to get to you is we need to be able to determine what is historical record and what is actually a story from the ancient Kemetic people. Your evidence is just that they wrote it. How can you corroborate? Do you corroborate anything that they wrote to see if it's true, or do you just believe it because they wrote it?
Wonderful question. Your second part of your question about scholars today have absolutely 100% zero to do with this debate.
I disagree with that, but go ahead and finish answering my question.
Okay, so what scholars, I'm here to address what the debate is about. And the debate is about the Kemetic people's teachings on the Neteru.
I don't mean to cut you off, brother, but let's not go off track. Can you please answer my question? Can you answer my question?
I was answering your question by answering the first scholars, because you brought up scholars, which are not archaeologists. The very first scholars were the ones that were talking directly to the people of Kemet, and those were the Greeks that invented the term scholars. So I am answering your question absolutely directly with how it pertains to this debate. This debate is not about a scholar from 2026. Herodotus has more credibility as a man who spoke directly with the living people of Kemet about what they believed in, and the word scholar comes from his people before any people today was born. So my answer is coming directly at you from this topic of this, which what I brought up has nothing whatsoever to do with a modern day scholar. I'm here to represent what the witnesses and the people of ancient Egypt, and maybe it is you're confused as the debate topic, because I just want questions that have to do with the presentation and the debate.
Tehuti, you're wasting your time. Tehuti, you're wasting your time with
Why are you cutting in? This has nothing to do with this is a conversation between me and Tehuti, sir. Nobody asked for any of your
What
commentary.
he's trying to do is gain some information.
Wow, look at him.
He's trying to gain some information from
Where's the ma'at at? Where's the ma'at at?
He's a biased.
Where is the ma'at?
Please don't.
Sa.neter, you're losing your panel.
We don't have to. Thank you, Reggie. Thank you, Reggie, for looking out. And thank you, Asar, for saying, this is between me and two. I can, I'll determine, and you'll see where this goes. You'll see the aha. So we'll see where this goes. So we're at the scholars, which are the original scholars before somebody reinvented what a scholar was. We're dealing with those who call themselves scholars while the people of Kemet were walking. And they said, this is true because they told me so. Those are the scholars that I'm dealing with, because all these modern day scholars never met the Kemetians. So the only thing we can go by is what the Kemetians said. And you're on my side, Asar 7.
That's your answer?
Yes, that's absolutely my answer. The scholars.
Okay, so you failed to answer how do you determine whether something is a story or historical, right? Because no, you didn't. What you did was you talked around the story. You talked about scholars, right? You talked about what the subject of the debate between Reggie and Jabari was. But I asked you a specific question. How do you determine something between if something is just a story, whether it's Spider-Man in New York eating a pizza or a real human in New York eating a pizza?
Oh, that's
because
specific.
According to you, hold on, let me just say this. According to you, because you said a whole lot. According to you, if I just read it, I should just believe it because they wrote it. Stan Lee wrote a whole lot of stuff. There are a lot of people who wrote, human beings write stories. They write fantasies. H.R. Martin wrote about the Game of Thrones. He has a plethora of stories. When I heard you say, how did they know that there was a door right there? How did they know the intricacies of what these Kemetic people wrote about? It's because they used their imagination, Tehuti. It wasn't no special place that they went to, and if they did, we would have evidence of it. But we don't have evidence of it.
This debate is not about
So if I was to believe what they said, then I should believe there's a man that walks or that can climb walls.
Do you know what this debate is about?
Is the Neteru literal? I've been talking about it for a long time.
According to the people, right?
No. See?
Okay. sa.neter, can I screen share, please?
You're wrong. Is the Neteru literal? Not according to the people.
Oh, okay.
Not according to not if the people believe.
So if I said to you right now, 7 Asar, this debate. Wait. Okay. Let me finish, please, because here comes it. Oh, you ready? Are you ready, Reggie? Is Reggie ready? You ready? Everybody ready?
We are ready.
And Naftali, you ready? Ready, everybody? Okay, let's get back on the screen now. Because here's what was waited for. Here it is. If I said to you, this debate topic is about what the people of Kemet say, and that's it. 7 Asar.
Is that what the debate is about?
I'm asking you if I said that. Do you agree or disagree? This debate topic is about what the people of Kemet say and believe, and that's it.
No, I wouldn't agree with that's what this debate is about. No.
sa.neter, can I screen share, please? Can I screen share, please? There we go. This is what they do. And this is... Okay.
Look at Reggie's zoned in, boy. He ready to get this info.
Reggie, you know, sa.neter, Apostle try to snitch on me. He try to find some way to snitch on me. sa.neter, you losing your control over your panel. Could you believe that?
Okay, listen, everybody. Before we go, I made a quote. I said, "This debate topic is about what the people of Kemet say, and that's it." And I asked a star, would he agree with that? He says no. So let me let him talk to his friend. Here we go. Ready, everybody? There we go. Let's see if the opinion changes just a little bit. Okay, here we go.
It won't. It won't, no matter what you play.
It won't. I know it won't. Here we go. Here we are.
11:27.
Ready, everybody? Okay. I wonder if you know this person, what you think of what he's saying here. Can we press
about right now? I don't get it. It's not part of our discussion. The debate is about whether the Kemetic people view the Neteru as literal. That's it.
Okay, let me come back to the screen.
How does he know?
You done gave Reggie some shit.
No, but how does he know? He don't read the meta. He's a forest from.
I'm sorry. No, let me just
Be
come back
quiet,
to the
sir.
screen.
Let him.
Yo, don't respond, man. Don't start that.
Wait, stop. I didn't stop.
Everybody, where are we? Where are we? Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing? So, what I did is I quoted.
Why you cut it off? Why you ain't let it keep playing?
Well, he needs that clip to make his point. Let him make his point.
But if you keep playing it.
You want me to listen, everybody? Shh.
Let him make his point.
I quoted a brother named Jabari Osaze, and when I quoted him word for word, I said, "Asara 7, do you agree with that debate? That's what the debate is about?" He said, "No." I just played Jabari Osaze, saying what I said, but now it's coming from him. Asara 7, do you agree with Jabari Osaze or no?
He didn't say what you said. That's what's so funny, Tehuti. You think that he said what you said, and he didn't say what you said, right? And I do agree with what he said. So he did not say what you said, right?
Really?
And you're trying to do the Inky shuffle. That's why Inky is gone.
Well, that's the crowd to press.
You're trying to do the Inky shuffle. That's why Inky shuffled off, right? Because I got to tell Inky I've never owned a pair of track shoes in my life, but I do got a pair of basketball shoes and I duck on haters like you all day.
Play it again, Tehuti.
This debate is about the people of Kemet and what they say, and that's it. Go ahead and press play. Here it is. It's on the screen.
Let it keep playing
right now. I don't get it. It's not part of our discussion. The debate is about whether the Kemetic people view the Neteru as literal. That's it.
Why you keep stopping it?
So,
that's it. That's all he needs.
And let me take that one off and play the. It's not me. It stops automatic. I'll play it again. It stops automatic.
About right now. I don't get it.
Zach Mundo.
It's not part of our discussion. The debate is about whether the Kemetic people view the Neteru as literal. That's it.
That's stupid.
So I'm going to take that one off and let me just play one more, please. Thank you. No, let me play one more.
How would he know?
Let me just play part 2, the other part of that.
This is such a straw man argument.
I'm just going to play.
This argument is so weak.
Is about.
These clips are are not saying what you're saying.
I know.
Yeah.
Let Jabari play and see what this is about.
Is the Neteru, the concept of the Neteru, did the Kemetic people view them as literal? That is the topic.
Okay.
You know why that's not
people of
proving nothing?
Kemet say about the Neteru.
You know why that's not proving nothing? Because you doing the same thing the white man do, is get clips and cut it instead of playing more of it. You see, you ain't playing more of it.
Who do the Inky shuffle do, right? They clip masters. And but Brother Tehuti definitely dodged my question on how do they prove what's a story of history. He never answered that, right? And when he was in his presentation, I love this presentation because he showed how the Kemetic people use concepts. Um, he described the concepts of the Kemetic people and their ideology, and he used words like forces and energy, right, and principles. He used all of those things that I agree with the Neteru embody plus more. We know they're not just limited to those things. So it's funny that he thinks that he's proven a point tonight, but he's not. He's really agreeing a lot of what we've already said. And this is another thing that came out that we have to recognize today, right? Sa.neter, earlier you said that Tehuti was the first person ever in the Kemetic community to call the Neteru literal, right? He's the first one. And I remember earlier when I told everybody that Brother Reggie flip-flopped because Sa.neter said he was been with Brother Reggie for a long time. Brother Reggie never talked like that until he met Tehuti. So once he met Tehuti, and tonight he said Tehuti taught him something, he went back and he flip-flopped. He did flip-flop. And Tehuti and Reggie is amongst the
come on back in. You next, brother. Come on in.
They are amongst the minority in the Kemetic community with this view. Another thing that Tehuti said. So they talk in here like they have some authority and they're right, but they're amongst the minority. And this debate will show who truly is right. Right? And he's failed greatly at presenting that tonight, even though he showed some great information. I really appreciated everything that he said because it's important that we know those things. But it's not proving the point that he thinks it's proven. And all of the cheerleading and the coaching that you guys are giving Brother Reggie, because he's getting some Phil Jackson coaching from Unc, from Tehuti, and a lot more. Right. I hope it helps. I doubt that it will. And I'll land my plane there, Sa.neter. You can move on to the next person.
Yeah. So Sa.neter,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So according to what, just because maybe I may be unsensical, according to what Jabari said, everybody on the panel, what did Jabari say the debate topic was about, and that's it? What the
commissioners thought. About what the
Did anybody hear something different? Is there more to that clip where Jabari says he said that's it? When you say that's it, that's the end of the sentence.
The people thought.
That's it. And this just shows how
Sa.neter, we can't hear you.
Tehuti, where did you get the video from? Tehuti?
Where did I get it from? I think it showed the name of it. It was called Get Your Tickets, I think.
Let me see. Go, put it up. Let me see. Because it wasn't on my channel.
It was.
No, I don't need that.
It was.
He said that on your channel. All of that was on your channel that he played.
I'm looking for it right now. I probably got a different
Yep.
Oh, get your tickets, early bird tickets.
Yep.
Yeah, play. Let it play. Do you see it? Everybody see what it's on Sa.neter's channel. Yes. Where is it?
Yeah.
Is it on the screen?
Yeah, I see it on the screen, but I'm looking for it on my channel.
I think it's the very last one
about right now. I don't get it.
Ellie Fraser.
It's not part of our discussion.
Okay.
The debate is about whether the Kemetic people view the Neteru as literal. That's it.
Okay. Sa.neter, can I speak?
Yes, sir, Dr. Reggie.
Okay, so thank you so much. Well, that's very interesting that he said that because the Kemetics don't have a word for literal. That's not their statement. But if they do have clauses that will, like Jed Medu, where the Neter is speaking directly, right? If he's speaking directly, and then there are other clauses that we know of with grammar, that where these are statements of fact, right? But my question is, I've never seen him do grammar, and So he's going to find something out because he says what they were saying is not literal. I mean, the Neteru, what they're saying about the Neteru is not literal. And he's saying that the Neters are not literal. So it's always confusing to me when people talk and they don't have meta Neter skills and they don't know he's a meta Neter dropout. So he so so if so so he's gonna so he well, I mean, I'm excited about that, but that's very interesting because it makes me go because then whatever the people of the Nile Valley said, right, unless you know how they speak, you don't know if they are telling a literal statement or a metaphorical statement. You don't know. Now, sometimes they talk about the Neters metaphorically. Like, for example, if we stand before the Kemetu like the happy Ankh. Well, I know that that is a metaphorical statement, but it doesn't dismiss the divinity of the Neter, right? When they talk about the Neters, it's almost always true. All Neters, all things in existence, because that's just their description. Now, to say that it's literal, well, I think he wants to play games like he tried to play with Tehuti and he tried to play with Inky on using an English definition of literal, right? And then trying to apply it to ancient Egypt. Good luck with that.
Sa.neter, I'll be right back. Sorry, Reggie, for cutting in. I'll be right back in about 4 minutes or so.
Still speaking. Hey, thanks, Tehuti. So now what he's doing, he's either going to use his own interpretation, or fine, or he's not going to find anybody in the Nile Valley elders. He's not gonna find that out, right? Not from them, because they don't agree with him. They don't agree with Jabari, and y'all won't believe it, but they don't agree with his forces and energy, glossing the Neters as forces and energy. The Neters are not forces and energy, they are entities, not forces and energy, right? And so he's made the Neters impersonal. He's made his own definition. And we're going to find out at the debate. But if you want to know what the Nile Valley Africans could say, I could pull up many texts. So, but then with a seven Asar, that's a question that you wouldn't know because you wouldn't know the meta Neter. You would need someone doing philology to analyze the sentence. But the Neters themselves are not born literal, or how can I say, or they're not born metaphorically. They're not born, when I'm saying in language, metaphorically, right? So the problem is it's about the Neters. It's really not about the clauses of the Neters. So that helps us describe it. But the Neters are born from translations. They're born in translation so that we can understand what they are. So those translations are our best attempt to understand what they are. And when we do that, they're not metaphorical. They're not metaphorical in itself. And I'm hiding something because it's important. But how do you know, Seven Asar? I'm asking you a question. How do you know, first, if a statement is metaphorical or literal? How do you know?
Comprehension skills teaches you by reading it in context if something is metaphoric or not.
Okay,
Brother
wait,
Reggie.
stop there.
That's simple.
Comprehension skills, because see, I don't believe you. What?
But you don't. Well, of course, you don't believe me because
I'm going to ask you a question.
you
That's why I
disagree
want
with
to ask
me.
you a question.
So of course
I
you
want to
wouldn't
ask you
believe
a
me.
second question. Okay, so to understand it, do you need grammar? Yes or no?
You need to understand the language to
Okay.
understand it, Brother Reggie.
Okay, well, do you need to understand grammar? Do you understand the
Of
grammar
course, you got
of
to
the
understand grammar. That's
Okay,
of
do
course
you
you do.
understand the grammar of Nile Valley?
No, not me. I
So
only
then
read the interpretations. Only
great,
read what the
great, great,
scholars
great,
what
great.
the scholars say. That's what
Great,
I
great,
do.
great,
Like most
great.
people do. Like you
No,
did.
no, 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 not what most people do. So now you don't
Yeah.
have the comprehension skills because see, English,
Hello.
a translation, any English translation of the Neteru, you have to look at the source, right? You actually have to look at the source, and that source, because the Neteru gives you keys as to whether it's metaphorical or literal. The translation is their best attempt, but you have no comprehension skills in the Neteru. You're going to use English. See, so that's why my debate is going to be problematic to you, because you think just in English you could understand what a translation is. And I'm telling you, the people of the Nile Valley, they have methods to tell you, right, in their sentences, whether it's literal or metaphorical. But you don't know it because you don't know how to look at the Neteru.
Brother Reggie, didn't you tell Brother Jabari got you on tape saying that Tehuti reads the English translations and there are good translations. Those are your words. So now you're over here talking about how the English translations aren't good.
No,
You're a hypocrite as
there are
usual.
good
You're a hypocrite
translations,
as
but that's
usual.
not what I said.
You
I
told
said
me that's exactly what you said. I told
no,
you
there
I
are
read
good
English
translations.
translations, and you're trying to tell me that English translations aren't accurate, right?
Okay. No, I'm saying that there are good translations, but if in doubt, you check the Neteru.
You need to tell Tehuti that then, because he doesn't read it.
Who Tehuti reads the Neteru?
I thought he didn't read it. He said he doesn't read it. He said he just puts up certain metadata that he knows. Knowing something by heart and reading it is two different things.
No, that's Tehuti. When he comes back on, ask him.
Okay.
All right, all right. That's enough, man. We go to Apostle. Apostle got to stand up for a minute.
Thank you, man. First of all,
Hey, Apostle. Sorry about that, but Tehuti, I'm gonna say that's a shame on you, brother. Shame on you, Tehuti. I just listened to it. That's why I was quiet. And what Jabari was doing, he was quoting Reggie. He was quoting Reggie. When he finished saying that, he went on to say, that's why I said, keep it playing. And then right after he said that, he said, and he also said, and then he started saying more things that Reggie said. That's why I said, play.
Inky shuffle. Inky shuffle.
If you want to hear it, I want to hear it right here.
Play it for the people.
Y'all want me to play it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
sa.neter Team Jabari.
Nah, brother. See, there you go again, man.
sa.neter Team Truth. Team Facts. Not Team Deceive.
Come on. Where's Armin Rob McCarthy? Because he won't just speak. Where's Armin Rob McCarthy? He's been trying to speak all day. I had given up my spot. Oh, you just get the tissues out, Seven Asar. You're gonna be crying. Get your tissues out.
Hey, can I say? I just want to say Reggie's gonna be it's gonna be a scholastic situation. It's gonna be like a Rakim record.
It's not part of our discussion. The debate is about whether the Kemetic people view the Neteru as literal. That's it. He also said that a shrine is consecrated to a god. How could Jabari have a shrine to Ma'at?
Did y'all hear that?
We got it. Sa, I'm just wanting to make a statement.
No, hold on, bro.
What is wrong with you, man?
Hold on. Did y'all hear that?
What is wrong with me? You want me to go out like
yo, don't start it, man. Don't worry about that.
No, I want to hear the beginning of it. No, go back further, please. Yeah, that's all. Thanks, Doc.
All right, listen up, y'all.
No support for the things that he's saying. Does Rakedia Men agree with him?
He's already starting off saying no support for what he's saying. Listen.
Did Infundici agree with him? No. Does Mario B agree with him? No. Why did he bring them here? Why did he introduce them? Why? He's also tried to say that I'm younger than him. I am younger than him. I am younger than him. And that there's some things I couldn't have done because he remembers them. Is it possible that Rakedia Men came to the shrine of Ptah more than once? That she was working with the shrine of Ptah more than once? Is that possible, Reggie? Would that make sense? I mean, I'm not even exactly sure what he's arguing about right now. I don't get it. It's not part of our discussion. The debate is about whether the Kemetic people view the Neteru as literal. That's it. He also said that
No, stop. No, that was Jabari talking, sa.neter. Now he added on something else, right?
Yes, absolutely.
But anybody could understand English grammar in his conversation. He specifically said those are his words,
right?
And then he added something else.
Listen,
other ones. Is that possible, Reggie? Does that make sense?
Oh boy.
I mean, I'm not even exactly sure what he's arguing about.
See, I don't know what he's arguing about. Then he's going to say what you're talking about. Watch.
Right now. I don't get it.
I don't get it.
It's not part of our discussion.
So he's letting you know that's not a part of the discussion. Listen.
The debate is about whether the Kemetic people view the Neteru as literal.
Now, what is he talking about?
What me and you talk about all the time that they say, sa.neter.
Shut your mouth.
Oh my God.
Where you at?
So when he say, what is the debate about? What is he talking about? If it's not about the Neteru, let me go back because y'all keep talking. Listen, man. Listen.
Other ones. Is that possible, Reggie?
Is that possible, Reggie?
Would that make sense? I mean, I'm not even exactly sure what he's arguing about right now.
I don't know what he's arguing about.
It's not part of our discussion.
What is not part of it? Hold on. What is not a part of the discussion, Reggie? You think?
Can I answer, sa.neter?
Believe
no.
People believe.
No. Yo, I want y'all to be quiet, man. Reggie, what is he talking about? What is not a part of the discussion?
Okay. Something earlier is not part of the discussion.
Yeah, you know what that is?
Yeah,
you know what that is, Reggie? What is not a part of the discussion?
You're cutting me off.
What is not a part of the discussion is, do the people think that the Neterus are literal? That's what he's talking about.
All right, of course, that is not part of the discussion. What the regular people, because there is no word that we use in Nile Valley for literal. So
this is crazy.
So now you're gonna have to find me a phrase in the Nile Valley saying that we are making literal statements. No. So it's I'm not gonna comment. I'm not gonna comment further. But listen. I'm not playing any games if I'm coming into the debate.
Right? That's cool. But let me say this.
Yes,
you know why? You know, ass is not a curse because they be saying ass now on TV. So it's a bunch of dumb asses in the chat. Yeah. I can't believe my man Amon Ra is saying, damn, Saw, you slow. No, Amon Ra, you got to be slow. You know why you slow, Amon Ra? Because Dr. Reggie knows that I got the original tape with him and Jabari in the back session when they both agreed to the title. See, so we're not gonna let this inky stuff try to do the same thing. Reggie know I got it, and I'm not gonna play it unless Reggie said play it. So if Reggie tell me to play it, I will play the video. So Reggie know what was said in the back chat that we did a week ago. So y'all the one that's bugging.
Yeah, we didn't hear that. We can go by this, Were you right?
Yeah, I know I'm right.
sa.neter, what can I?
Whether the Kemetic people view the Neteru as literal. That's it.
sa.neter, please. Can I
Hold up, man. A shrine is consecrated to a god. How could Jabari have a shrine to Ma'at? By the way, the word God doesn't fit well. Is Ma'at not a neter? These are things that are relevant to our discussion. He's not answering those. And now he's in the chat of typing, trying to win the audience. Those people in the chat see through you, Reggie. It's not going to work. Is the Neteru, the concept of the Neteru, did the Kemetic people view them as literal? That is the topic.
All right, Jabari. All right, Jabari, I want to move on and catch some of the people that's in the audience. Hey, Harwin, you there?
And sa.neter, I'm not going to be here much longer.
Okay.
Oh.
Only funny, man.
There's a lot of stuff going on. That's gonna be a good debate. I can't wait.
Word up.
So much.
Hey, Tehuti, you know why you shouldn't be clapping? I'm gonna tell you why.
This is the funniest show I've been on. I love it. Thank you, sa.neter, for letting me play to the very end. Thank you, Tua.
You know why? You know why? I'm gonna tell you something. You know why you shouldn't be clapping? Because this was before Reggie and Jabari got in the back chat and had a discussion.
Yeah.
See, that's where you messed up at.
He got
I want to see you, sa.neter, while you're talking, please. Can I see you, please?
Word.
I'd like to see you while you're saying this. Go ahead, please.
See, he admitting to that. He admitting to that.
Talk about smiling. Now I want sa.neter to talk about smiling. Go ahead, I'm listening. I'm all ears.
Okay.
May I go?
I want sa.neter to talk.
Quiet down, Apostle.
Talk to me as sa.neter, please.
All right, listen up, man. Reggie, I'm gonna play the clip in the back chat where y'all agreed. Is that cool?
You can play it live.
Oh, all right, I'll play it.
You can play it
I'll
live.
Man, this is the best. What kind of show is this?
Tehuti, don't worry about it. Tehuti, don't worry about it.
I didn't expect. This is funny. A different turn. This is different.
All right, I'll play it. See, y'all always talking and don't know nothing, man.
Yo, Tehuti, you see what we be going through, bro?
I'm not used to it, but this is great.
You do remember you called on me, right?
No, I don't remember, big baby. Just relax. When I do this, I'll get
Big
to
baby.
you.
Big baby.
Wow,
Man.
this is so different.
Big baby.
You know, Big Baby played for the Celtics, right? Boston Celtics.
I don't know nothing about that, but that's not me.
Oh, they called him not because he was a crybaby, because he was rough with it.
I don't give a shit. That's not me.
Yo, why you cursing, bro? Why you cursing on the platform?
Right, though.
Yo, this is so weird. Oh my gosh.
Don't worry about Apostle. He got smoked. The Hebrews say he got smoked.
Okay.
Captain said he got smoked. Heard you got smoked. Okay.
Well, okay. Thank you, Saul, for that relief. That relief. You played it to the very end, and that where he wasn't supposedly quoting Reggie. He was correcting because Reggie, which I corrected, I was honest to say to Reggie. I was honest to say Reggie was on a different topic. So Jabari was correcting and saying you shouldn't be talking about this, and that. The topic is this. I don't know why he's talking about my college.
In the debate, I would use your own words because
sure, both of us would. Both are the neters,
No, go to the beginning. Don't
You
play.
really want the word real?
The beginning, Reggie, is just a whole lot of fluff stuff.
No,
I'm going to when y'all first started talking about the topic. You understand?
No, I don't trust you. Start playing.
To the beginning, then.
Stuff yet?
No, not today.
Yeah, we don't need to do that. We can get to that tomorrow. Because I got a show to do.
Are you doing a show?
See, I got Guardians and Chief X, them two. Hey, yo, stop putting, Reggie, don't put 7 o'clock in the back. Probably need 15 minutes each round or 20. It depends on what y'all agree to. So you want to hear all this?
It's usually about 15 to 20 minutes a round.
Yeah.
And at least 3 or 4 rounds. That's usually how it goes. Or 3 rounds with a rebuttal and those sorts of things. Yeah.
Correct.
Opening, closing. That's usually the way it works. Yeah. And I believe that if we're talking about having this debate in person, we should talk a little bit about where it might be.
You said it could be at your college.
Yeah, I think.
See, this is how I'm going to do the debates from now on, where y'all both agree, where it can be no misunderstanding.
I think it can, but I haven't been able to talk to them yet. That semester just ended yesterday. Okay. So I'll make a request. But the challenge is I have to also see whether we can charge in person. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you.
Because the other way to go around it would be to charge before, like there would be no tickets at the door.
Look, Amon Ra got to be the slowest goddamn person I know right now, because he's still saying sorry. You got to admit you wrong. Listen to this, Amon Ra, and then kick yourself in the bunkie, brother, when you finish. I know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
But even if they came, they can just no cash, just cash out.
Yeah, that.
See, I didn't want to hear all of this, man. I was putting it when y'all started talking about the topic, man.
Yeah, but that
you can move it a little further, but you have to remember. You have to remember, sa.neter, I always want to talk
in there.
All right,
like the word real in this.
All right, let me back it up.
I don't tend to like the word real in this.
Okay, see, here we go.
But if you really want the word real in there, because the reason why the word real is there is because it has the but not, right?
Right.
Why can't we just say, are the neters literal? Are the neters literal?
Okay, that's fine.
Bingo!
Yeah.
Even though in the debate, I would use your own words because.
Yeah, sure. Both of us would. Sure. So let's do that.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
Fine.
Easy that was, man.
Can I just say one thing?
Yes.
Reggie, as much as we argue,
no, we don't have to hear that BS because we're not friends.
Have a conversation anymore.
Stop it, because we don't have to hear all of this simply. Okay, so what I want to say, Sa, is that then why is Jabari? Okay, so if Jabari is talking before, then that's fine. But what Jabari was trying to do was, okay, he does not like all the net is real, but not literal. Even though he said it, he did not want to give that up, that he said it, but not literal. So then he changed it to an open or the net is real. And then my last
No, he said all the net is literal.
Or the net is literal. Correct. Sorry about that. So what it is, but original in his statement that he made, the netters are real, but they are not literal, right? They're not actual. So he didn't want to argue that, but not, even though he said the not in his opening statement. So I said, okay, well, fine. We just do it for the title purposes. We'll just do all the netters literal.
Well, why you ain't correct Tehuti then, brother, when he was saying that?
All the netters literal.
Why you ain't correct Tehuti?
No, because I was listening. Because how can I correct Tehuti when he's playing something with Jabari's direct statement?
Because you know what y'all agreed to, Reggie. You know I had the video.
Right. I know that you and I and my opponent knows, but Tehuti didn't. I'm not going to correct him. That's not up to me. That's up to what the process, what you just did.
Okay.
However, what I would do is do exactly what Jabari said. I will show that that with the statements that that were made on the Neteru and the Neteru themselves, that they are literal statements, right? I will do that. But so there's no harm, no foul. This is a big deal. But thanks for making it public,
Right.
so that the people who are buying the tickets know.
Well, I asked you if I could play it, and you said yes. Because I wouldn't have played it if you said no. Yeah. Only if it was a discrepancy. Let me go to my big brother, man, before you chop my head off. Possible, let's go, man. Damn.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Thank you.
Hey, and stop cursing, man. Every time you get mad, stop cursing, Apostle.
PUSSY is not a curse word. Although you said it was, it's not. It's not a curse word. Number two.
So why I gotta be that? Why I gotta be that?
Because that's how you're acting, man.
Oh man, you still go.
Look, nobody else. As soon as the first person they come up, you jumped in to my conversation. It wouldn't have been a simple conversation between me and this brother. We never had a problem.
Who am I? What is my job on the channel? What is my job?
Problem with you?
What is my job on the channel, Apostle?
There was no need for that.
Apostle, what is my job on the channel? Who am I?
You the host.
Thank you. What is the host? What is the power of the host, Apostle?
Not necessarily to abuse your power.
I don't abuse it. When I say stop, you stop.
You often
say
do.
Stop, you stop. That's
do
all.
You want me to stop, or do you want me to continue?
Now go ahead, brother. Go.
Tehuti, you presented something unmolested about the Septuagint. I wasn't able to respond. You don't have to respond now, but for that reason, I'm gonna present a challenge between me and you to debate the same information that you presented about the Septuagint, the same information that you basically presented about this show and about the plagiarism, because I don't think you know what the word plagiarism means. So, first of all, you got to show an injured party to accuse anybody of plagiarized. You got to show an injured party. Somebody, information got to be confiscated. So you got to show that. Who wrote the information that the Bible was copying before the Bible was written? So who wrote it? And then their intent was to steal it. You got to show that. Or there is no plagiarism. Now, you answered correctly, and I'm glad you did, about the 10 Commandments. That they'd be going down a rabbit hole trying to prove that the 10 Commandments was plagiarized. But you should have included the rest of it, especially Luke, about the story about I called my son out of Egypt. I thought maybe you would go like Morpheus. I was basically asking you to show that Morpheus was wrong. It had nothing to do with the Exodus. You basically did that. But then you came with some garbage about the Septuagint, as if the 70 scholars that translated the Septuagint lived over 200 years. From 3 whatever to 1 whatever. They would have had to live 200 years. So, I don't know what sa.neter is doing right now, but I challenge you to a debate on that information and that information. I remember when you came forth. I was there at the Lion's Den. I was there when you came up. You understand? So this is not something that I'm stepping out of my league. Believe me. You might not have seen me, but I seen you. You understand? And the guy up the buffoon up top that's always making a fool out of himself. Well, I'm not even going to entertain that because Jabari going to take care of it. And I don't even like Jabari. I don't. But I'm going to put up this Mad Dog 44 against any hatchet that they got in the Nile Valley. And anybody come with me a hatchet, whether it's made out of gold, iron, steel, plastic.
Brother, you can't show that on the tube, brother. You can't show that.
I can
Son,
stop freaking out.
Why are you abusing us? Why are you abusing
I'm
us?
freaking outside. He showed a hatchet. I can show my weapon. It's all right. It's all methodology. It ain't real.
Hey, Tehuti, great program. I can't take this anymore.
Excuse me, Reggie. Be quiet. If Sal won't tell you,
I'm saying goodbye to Tehuti.
Be quiet.
sa.neter and the family. I can't take this abuse.
sa.neter, I know you don't want to make an enemy out of Reggie, but would you please put him in his place? For my sake.
I hate when you start drinking, Apostle. For real, man. I hate it, man.
Blame it on that if you wish. Blame it on it. I don't see I'm out of character. Anybody else see that I'm out of character? Y'all go ahead and tell me I'm out of character. Right now.
That's your character.
Huh?
All right, that's it. Let me get Meta Williams. Meta Williams, what's up, brother? Turn on your camera. What's happening? Oh, you out there in the dark. What's up, Meta Williams?
Shoot to the store and shit. I mean,
no cursing, brother. No cursing.
I know. I understand. My bad, bro. You know I don't curse on here
anyway,
man.
I don't want to hear no my bad stuff.
But bro, you know I don't get down like that. Come on.
Okay, but
as many times I've been on the panel.
Come on, man.
But
you know
anyway,
me, I curse like crazy, but I'm trying my best to not do it. So if I could do it, y'all can do it, man.
See, Tehuti, with this presentation, he was speaking on the energy, things like that. And what I want to ask him is dealing with the realms. Like, did our ancestors, was our ancestors like tapped in on these realms to teach us? It's not literal, like real, like my hand is real. I feel like my hand is real before the physical, before we became physical. Because that's the topic, is the Neteru real? So when we
that's real, not real.
Well, literal. But Jabari was like, he have a problem with it, the word real, and I understand why. Because when we dealing with energies and we giving concepts to certain nature, like Neterus, that's what it is. And that's just like a person from like Islam or Christianity going into their prayer closet and praying and getting the outcome of their prayer. They will be like, that's real. You dig? So what I'm saying is, as far as our ancestors and using the Neters, was it spiritual or physical? Because then that's when it become literal, because we're going into the physical. Because they was dealing in the physical realm.
Who was dealing in the physical realm?
Our ancestors, like the energies that we speaking on about the Neters.
Who's your ancestors?
Well, our ancestors, as far as the African, the Kemites, you know, the ancestors that we have now to this day, we all have them, and once we tap in with them, and you know, it'd be like we get a better understanding of the situations, and then we'll be like, man, that's real.
Who are you talking about, brother? Who's the ancestor? Are you talking about
our ancestors in Kemet? Yes. Our ancestors in Kemet.
You talking about you? Gab?
Yes, the ones they saying that's literal.
So you think those are your ancestors, brother?
No, I don't think that they are ancestors like that. I think it's energy that our ancestors, as far as being melanated, our people
How
put
can
into
something
concept.
be your ancestor if it's dealing with mythology, brother? If it's mythos,
But
it's
that's what.
mythology.
And let me explain. So our ancestors put in like the sun, the wind, the stars, giving concepts, not nothing like it's real because it's real to us because it's the sun, it's the stars and stuff like that. Yeah, we see it in the physical, but as he was speaking on with the energy, as he's dealing within the realm of like the afterlife and things like that to guide us through. You know, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to get an understanding of that, not of Haru walked this earth with a bird head and he throwing up the peace sign, got a sword and chopping people heads off. I'm not saying that. I'm speaking as energy, you know, and the natures of guiding, having some
You want to
understanding
answer this,
of
Tahoe?
the having some understanding of the afterlife to guide us through. And do he believe in reincarnation? So you
Tahoe,
don't
you
have to
want to
go
answer this?
back. Man, am I tripping or what is it? Is it wild? Is it crazy? Is you know what?
Well, I was saying so that I'm on mute. I was trying to sign language you. You can put us on the screen. I was saying that I was on mute. That's what I was trying to. I don't know how to do the sign language thing, but okay. So first there was what Apostle was saying before he flashed the
Tahuti, you got our people thinking that Heru, Aset, and Set are our ancestors, brother. What are you doing? What are you doing, Tahuti?
good topic. Good.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Oh,
Okay, good. sa.neter. Good topic and sa.neter's going crazy.
Oh man, damn boy.
Good topic. And
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Star 7 is back. And Medu, are you there? And then Zaquan was actually said something first. So
Ask a question.
Zaquan said something first. If I'm correct, he said something, and then he said something about the Septuagint and the Hosea. I can deal with that very quickly. And I think as Zaquan, you wanted to challenge me to a debate.
Yeah, let's debate it.
Yeah. So
you find that funny?
What's that?
It is.
You find that funny?
Yes, it is.
That you want to debate me?
I understand that come from sa.neter.
Yeah,
but I'm very sincere,
man. You know you ain't got no goddamn win trying to challenge Tahuti, brother. Come on, man.
Tahuti ain't nothing, man. He ain't no more than Reggie or anybody else. Who you think he is?
You know what? You know what?
What do you think he is?
You know what? I know you drunk right now. Say that
I'm
tomorrow.
not drunk,
Say that tomorrow.
I don't get. Look,
I don't know what's going
that.
on right now.
Stop telling people I'm drunk. I don't get drunk.
Yes.
I don't drink like that. So don't do that.
Hey, Zaquan,
I'm saying
the first part of denial is everybody always say I'm not drunk. When have you ever seen me say, I'm drunk. I'm not drunk. Come on, you're drunk, brother.
Yeah, okay, right. My point is, let me make it specific.
Sorry.
My point is this here. If you think the translators of the Septuagint lived to be 200 years old, from 300 and something to 100 and something, that's almost 200 years old. If you think one of them, those 70 translators, that's why the Septuagint is called Septuagint. It's the Greek word for 70.
72.
72, 70. If you think they lived 200 years, that's what you ought to be focusing on, Rakufu. The fact that he said they lived 200 years. Because that's how long it took to translate.
Well, you believe that Adam lived to be 900 years old. So what's the difference?
Hold up. So I wanted to ask Apostle.
No. I'm on a point. Apostle, you believe that Adam lived to be 900 years old.
Don't move the goalposts. If anything,
okay. I thought so.
that was before the flood. If anything, that was long before what he called the younger Andreas. Whatever that was before.
Apostle, can I ask a question? Do you literally think?
No. I want to get his statement first.
Okay, go ahead.
Because most of what he's talking about, I can show that this brother here is going to tie in a lot with Egypt.
All right. That's enough. That's enough because I want Tahuti to close out, man.
I'm
You got 5 hours in Tahuti.
I'm challenging you to a debate.
Damn.
You can laugh. But I'm going to come on your state, on your channel, and again, challenge you to a debate about this.
Tahuti ain't going to debate you, man.
Yeah, okay. I don't know why not.
He'll be disrespecting his
He put his pants on just like my education level is higher than his. He put his pants on just like I put mine on.
Oh man.
All right?
Whatever you do, don't start cursing, all right? When you get mad.
All you got to do is stay in your pocket.
All right.
And we'll be all right.
Yes.
You stay in your pocket.
All right. Let me let the brother Tahuti close out, man.
Yeah, let me so
There's
much
a challenge out there.
So much
You
to
can
say.
do with it what you want.
Hey, Apostle, man, please.
Sorry for laughing, Apostle. I'm laughing at the entire the experience is beautiful. This is just so there's a lot going on. So it's tickling me in a lot of different ways. So I'm laughing at, instead of yelling, getting mad, I'm just gonna find it humorous. Not that I'm laughing at you, Apostle, but not at all. So, Apostle, what's this? This is
that's Apostle's degree. He want to show it.
What's going on right now?
You see it say Sanford and Son University or
Okay, please.
Now, y'all can laugh. Do you have one?
Dang.
Do you have that?
Apostles of Quran. Okay, peace, Apostle. Apostle said something. SR7 had said something. I just want to address this quickly and we can close out. I just want to.
Yeah, before you address it, I want to say this. And Apostle, I don't need your feedback on this, what I'm about to say, because it's true. I want everybody to know that I called Apostle out first. That was yesterday. I challenged Apostle. He gave me a funny topic, and I told him, no, I don't want to debate that. Is Jesus a liar? I said, no. I want to get you hard. I want to be quiet. Let me finish. Let me finish first. I said, I don't want that. I said, I got a topic for you. And now let me show you how I'm teaching these dudes, Tahuti. What's my topic? Here's my topic. That God condones grape. That God condones grape. What do you think he said? Oh, no. I'm not debating that. Right. And he hung up the phone. Right. Because he know that his God condones it. And I pulled it out already, so he already know it. So now he ran. Now he want to take you on, Tahuti. But when I asked him yesterday, he ran from me.
Shah, you gonna let everybody close? Because I just want to ask you a question.
Nah, go ahead.
My question is this.
My phone call.
What's going on right now?
The angels and
No, brother. No, brother. I want Tahuti to close us out, man. This is it.
Boy. You know you done muted me.
So that grape thing has
I hope
been
he's closing out, brother.
No.
Tehuti, please.
You know what happened.
Go ahead, Tehuti, man.
And I
Damn, this dude here, boy.
But you's a damn.
Look at him. There you go. He's going. Here you go. He's.
You can't get that one, son. You gotta give it up.
He's
Why are you lying like that? You know you offered me a debate, and I accepted it. You know that. I got you recorded. I record every conversation. Now
Play
you
it.
gonna make me do this.
Play it.
You know that you's a damn liar.
Play it.
But I'm gonna do it. No, I'm gonna play it tomorrow. Just be sure.
All right. All right, Apostle.
I got to go get it and fix it. And
Dude,
play
the
it.
angels of the Bible have wings.
Yo. Come on, Rakufu. So let me ask you, Apostle. Did I challenge you on? Does God condone grape? Yes or no? Did I say that?
What you did was challenge me to a debate, and I accepted.
Right.
And then you changed it.
Right. And I said, no, I don't want to do that. The reason I said I didn't want to do it because I said, no, you and Morpheus. Brother, let me talk, man. I said, you and Morpheus just debated that about Jesus being a liar. So why would I want to debate that? No, I said, I want to debate you that God condones grape and that he makes it happen. And you said no, and you ran. Now,
Jesus is.
Yo, can we
and
move
I'm gonna
on?
show it tomorrow that you the one that ran. You ran.
All right, Apostle, let him go.
I got no respect for you, son.
All right, that's why I'm gonna kick you off my platform, bro.
I don't give a
kick you off. I'm gonna kick you off because you highly disrespectful, man. If I put your little monkey ass in the back, stay in the back. Stop coming up. I see I'm gonna have to take stuff from you. All right, I know what I got to do. I'm gonna take your wrench and everything. So you can't do that. You're gonna have to come in like everybody else because you too disrespectful, bro.
You know that you are a liar.
You're too disrespectful. All right, let me take his wrench.
Lying ass piece of shit.
And then he get up here and curse. You'll regret it when you want to get up here. You'll regret it. Now come up, Apostle. Come back up now. You won't be getting the wrench no time soon, nigga. Trust me. Because you're disrespectful. You won't be going on House of Consciousness, none of that. Because you're disrespectful. So go ahead, Tehuti. Now you can close out, man.
Okay. Woo. All right. So Apostle's gone. Thank you, everybody. Neteru, the good brother Neteru, if you can hear me. I will, I guess we're closing out now. So you can come to the pod class and ask that question. It'd be too long for me to address, plus sa.neter wants to close it out. So come to the pod class and just type in the chat who you are, and I'll I'll address the question. Or you can email me. One of my students could put the email in the chat.
You going live now, Tehuti?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
You said you was going live now?
No. I'm telling you to come to the class Saturday at 4:00 p.m. Pacific time. One of my students could put the email in the room, and Neteru, you contact me because we are closing out. That's a beautiful question you asked. Sorry for so many interruptions. That all that time of the interruptions, I could have answered the question. It was pure chaos and guns and stuff.
Yeah. Can I have one more thing before you close out?
No, my man. No, man.
It's more of.
I'm finished, bro.
Okay. All right. Go. Okay. I get it.
All right, go ahead, man.
Okay. So wonderful, everyone. Wonderful for those who appreciated the presentation, the information, which everybody on the panel said they appreciated it, even those who came up against me in whatever form or fashion. But almost every single person on the panel said the presentation was good and appreciated, and that's all that really matters. I'm here to represent what the ancient people stated, and I want everybody to have confidence that if you're in a particular ancient African spiritualism, whether it be Yoruba, if you're into Yoruba, and somebody asks you if Shango is real, if that's the spiritual faith that you are in, and you're going to say yes, Shango, Abatala, Yemiya, and the Orisha are real, and they can mount us, and we can contact them. If somebody says, can we get some archaeological information on Shango, you may say, no, I don't have that. That doesn't mean Yoruba is now thrown out the window. These are ancient cultures, and we had spiritual systems, and we acknowledged and passed them on from generation to generation. I'm just here to represent what the ancestors taught. And for those who disagree, it's fine. You don't have to agree with it. But this debate is about what the ancestors taught. That is, there's no way to debate this topic without bringing up. I guarantee that on both sides, whether it be Jabari or Reggie, both are going to bring up what the ancestors taught. And Jabari's made it clear that he represents what the ancestors taught, which is the Neteru word principles. So both sides are arguing off the base of the ancestors. So all that matters in this particular topic is what the ancestors taught, if you're talking about their belief system. So thank you, everybody. I'm glad you all appreciated it. Come to the Tehuti pod class, 4 p.m. Pacific time. And if there was more time, we'd have more fun, especially dealing with the ancestors topic that sa.neter put in. But I think sa.neter has to close out. So I'll deal with the ancestors topic another time, whether the Neteru or ancestors. But peace and love, everybody. Come to the pod class, 4 o'clock Pacific time, Saturdays. Send in your questions with reciprocity. See what type of answers you get, and see if you're happy with the answers. They're very similar to the presentation I gave, but they're longer. And as far as Zaquan, I don't know what to say about him because I guess he got kicked. He's kicked off the channel or something. He's banned. I'm not sure, but whatever it is, I'm not going to debate about.
He's banned just like the other brother. He's banned. He's banned because he's disrespectful.
There's another brother banned too. I think I missed that as well.
Yeah, he's banned for a month.
Oh, Harwin, 2 weeks.
Harwin is banned too?
2 weeks.
Oh, okay. There's so much.
Not Harwin. Not Harwin. It's Omar.
Omar
Muhammad.
Brother Saw, have some mercy on Omar.
Tahuti, check the back channel, Tahuti.
Brother Saw, have some mercy on Omar, man.
I can't hear you, brother.
I said, have some mercy on Omar, brother. He apologized.
I'm not having no mercy on no Omar. The mercy I'm giving him, I gave him 2 weeks, and he jumped back up doing it again, and I gave him another 3 weeks, and he did it again. So where's the mercy on me? He's showing me he don't care about my channel, brother. Yeah. YouTube is not going to accept no apology. No. You can say sorry to me, but I can't tell YouTube sorry. Right. They don't care. You know? Yeah. That's why they're already blocking me now. Yep. So I told Omar, I said, yo, brother, stop cursing. When I said that, he went off and started cursing. Like it was a game. Right. Like it was a joke. Yep. I don't think you was here, Easy Bass.
Yeah, I was, but I hear you, man. I hear you got a channel to run. I just, wanted to intercede because I like bringing people together, man,
I got
you. Yeah, Omar, I got to stop drinking, man. Not you. But Omar, he drinks too. Tazariak told me he spoke to him and his wife, and Omar was stoned.
Yeah.
Like that, man. So that's him and Apostle, man. Just because Jesus drunk wine, they think that's all right.
Right.
To drink.
Liquor, hard liquor, anything. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So Tehuti, man. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, brother. Peace.
Thank you. Peace. Love
you. Hey, sa.neter, you gone? Okay. Don't forget me, Tehuti. Call me, brother.
In antiquity, K-E-M-E-T is where a lot started.
Let me let y'all know this record right here comes from my brother, sa.neter. Yes, sa.neter wrote this here, y'all.
K-E-M-E-T in antiquity. K-E-M-E-T is where a lot started in history. They civilized many lives in antiquity, and their influence live in ubiquity. K-E-M-E-T is where a lot started in history. They civilized many lives in antiquity, and their influence live in ubiquity.
Let's talk about a place called the land of the blacks, where science and culture was a tangible fact, where language and history was written down in sex of stone, where African indigenous ruled in flesh and bone. For thousands of years it was just their home, till invaders came in and possessed their homes, trying to take their identity with enmity, their divinity and energy. So let's remedy their villainy. Now we change the tide, you can't hide with false claims and false names and false pride, false outrage. We've turned the page, your confidence is frayed, all your fabrications are slayed and have no sway.
If you think we here to play, we're here to say on any given day, we not afraid to catch the fade. K-E-M-E-T is where a lot started in history. They civilized many lives in antiquity, and their influence live in ubiquity. K-E-M-E-T is where a lot started in history. They civilized many lives in antiquity, and their influence live in ubiquity.
My people are combatic, the Greeks called them Egyptian, and with purpose and force change their descriptions, depictions, their ethical inscriptions, their medical prescriptions to alleviate afflictions of deceitful symptoms of evil intentions. Now the suspension of their wisdom has been freed from your prisons.
Didn't think we would catch you, chipped the nose off of statues so you could tell the lie. So we dispelled a lie. We inhaled, exhaled, repelled, expelled the lie. Liar, it's time to retire. Your time has expired. Lapse, collapse, thrown in the fire. Burn, baby, burn, you pariah. K-E-M-E-T is where a lot started in history. They civilized many lives in antiquity, and their influence live in ubiquity. K-E-M-E-T is where a lot started in history. They civilized many lives in antiquity, and their influence live in ubiquity.
I give thanks to Cheikh Annie Diop and Dr. Bennett, John Henry Clark, they brought us in. Professor James Smalls and Anthony Browder, the I-File Obinga, we couldn't be more proud of Jabari Osaze, Dr. Reggie Kaba Kamania teachers,
Man, Reggie, did you hear that?
I was about to say just that.
Did you hear that, Reggie?
Ooh.
Showing you a song don't hate you, brother.
Ooh, man.
He even put you in there.
I heard that.
He put you in the lyrics, Reggie. See that? So I don't got no hate for you, brother. He got love for you, Reggie. Let's play that part again.
Henry Clark, they brought us in. Professor James Smalls and Anthony Browder, the I-File Obinga, we couldn't be more proud of Jabari Osaze, Dr. Reggie Kaba Kamania teachers, Cheikh Annie Diop and Dr. Bennett John.
Influence live in ubiquity.
I give thanks to Cheikh Annie Diop and Dr. Bennett John Henry Clark, they brought us in. Professor James Smalls and Anthony Browder, the I-File Obinga, we couldn't be more proud of Jabari Osaze, Dr. Reggie Kaba Kamania. I give thanks to Cheikh Annie Diop and Dr. Bennett John Henry Clark, they brought us in. Professor James Smalls and Anthony Browder, the I-File Obinga, we couldn't be more proud of Jabari Osaze, Dr. Reggie Kaba Kamania teachers, our scholars, our brothers and fathers, our ancestors' achievements. We see it, we breathe it, we free it. Their accomplishments in our past and their bereavement.
K-E-M-E-T is where a lot started in history. They civilized many lives in antiquity, and their influence live in ubiquity. Oh, K-E-M-E-T is where a lot started in history. They civilized many lives in antiquity, and their influence live in ubiquity. K-E-M-E-T is where a lot started in history. And their influence live in ubiquity. In